Chapter 201, Return of the King. 1. It was the year 104 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Northern Wind. A group of travel-worn people slowly arrived on the road outside Flower City. At the very front of this group of people were 3 tall and sturdy armored bears. A young man meditated on the back of the giant bear in the middle with his eyes closed. Behind him, nearly 200 armored cavalrymen were riding on Scarlet Warhorse, all looking mighty. The people behind them were wearing thick clothes from the Northern Territory. They sized up the passers-by curiously and confidently. Oh my God, it is the month of Northern Wind, yet these people are not dressed for winter. Isn't that so? Short-sleeved shirts? Is this how Southern people behave? At this time, there are still flowers by the roadside. As expected of Flower City. The blacksmiths chatted in surprise. They had never left the Northern Territory and had no idea how incredible the outside world was. This was the current situation of most ordinary people in this world. They might never leave the territory they lived in for the rest of their lives. They did not know how big the world was, nor how wonderful the outside world was. Sam watched all of this nervously. He was ready to follow the Lord into a great battle. He knew the kingdom would not quickly return Flower City to the Lord. These damn big shots constantly bullied the weak and feared the strong. Levi's army and a few thousand civilians had fled from the north. Although they were escaping, they had sufficient supplies, so everyone was in a good mental state. They did not look like refugees at all. Below the city tower, the door was tightly shut. Levi rode on a giant bear and stood at the city gate carrying 2 swords. He did not say anything, nor did he take any further action. Instead, he sat leisurely on the giant bear and looked at the city. He knew that the big shot inside would give him an answer. Not long after, he went up the city gate tower. Red Willow Divine Sword, wearing light armor and holding a long sword, frowned. The teams of fully armed soldiers beside him looked at the mighty army below the city as if facing a great enemy. Where did this army come from? This army was insignificant, with less than 1,000 people. Moreover, most were part-time militia. However, the 200 fully equipped blood-red cavalry had shocked Red Willow Divine Sword. One had to know he was one of the 7 godly swords. The Red Willow family only had 300 armored cavalrymen guarding Flower City, and from the quality of their equipment, they were inferior to the cavalrymen who had suddenly appeared. His heart stirred. He thought it was the remnants of the northern forces, so he ordered the thousands of soldiers guarding the city to enter a state of war. At this moment, the city guards of Flower City were on high alert, looking at the 3 giant bears below. Giant bears of the Northern Territory. Who could tame them as pets? I don't know. I've never heard of this person. It's fine. We have the Red Willow Divine Sword. Even if the earthly dragon beast comes, it will die. Everyone whispered to each other. They felt extremely at ease when they thought of the 7 godly swords on their side. Finally, before Levi could speak, Red Willow Divine Sword said, "Who are you? Why did you lead your army here?" The Red Willow Divine Sword pressed down on its long sword, ready to fight at any moment. His voice was loud and clear, calming the morale of the army. Levi stroked the bear's head and said, "Black Snake Baron Levi, the master of the Tulip Hill. I want to ask you, why did you send troops to occupy my territory? According to the kingdom's laws, this is undoubtedly an invasion and a declaration of war against Lord." After Levi finished speaking, the 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory roared toward the sky. Their terrifying roars spread throughout Flower City. This time, Red Willow Divine Sword was shocked. "Baron Black Snake, you're still alive." He had almost forgotten about this person. "What? Does the Red Willow Divine Sword want me dead?" Levi smiled. His Grand Knight strength was unleashed without holding back. His opponent's heart skipped a beat. During the years of the Civil War, the kingdom had long forgotten the existence of Baron Levi. A Grand Knight suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it was Baron Levi. Red Willow Divine Sword was bewildered. "I'm following the orders of the kingdom to guard this city. If you object to my actions, you can go to the capital and ask His Majesty for a second opinion." Thinking of his own identity, Red Willow Divine Sword calmed down. "In that case, there's no room for discussion about." Levi asked. "Sir, please return. In terms of military strength, you are inferior to me. Don't do anything unwise. I am the 7 godly swords. My words and deeds represent the will of the kingdom. The Red Willow Divine Sword give up the city just because of a Grand Knight who suddenly appeared. First of all, he could not verify Levi's identity. Secondly, even if Levi was honest, he was only following the orders of the kingdom to protect this city. He was not wrong at all. At that time, the higher UPS would not do anything to him. Levi sneered. As expected, these people would not cooperate if he did not use force. 7 godly swords? I only have one question. Can your words and actions represent the will of the kingdom? Are you worthy? After Levi finished speaking, he got off the bear and walked to the city gate step by step. What do you want? If you leave now, I can still let you live. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The Red Willow Divine Sword shouted angrily. He pulled out his sword, and black gas surrounded the blade. Chapter 202, Return of the King. 2. I, Baron Levi, want to go home, that's all. After Levi finished speaking, he turned into an arrow. His speed was breakneck. He turned into a black blur and disappeared from the eyes of the guards on the city gate tower. At the same time, a terrifyingly thick black gas entwined formed around Levi's palm. Inside Levi's body were the black snake, giant rhinoceros, red lotus, and ostrich mountain life seeds. They roared. Levi had not gone all out since the battle with the Duke of Montenegro Mountain. After such a long cultivation period, his strength was no longer the same as before. With the support of many top-notch special effects, he had already reached a terrifying level. The advanced ripple force gathered in Levi's right palm. This was Levi's full-powered attack. He was confident that no Grand Knight, not even the Fist of the Empire, could withstand this attack. Boom! Golden Ripple Divine Palm. With a palm strike, ripples bubbled, air currents rotated, gathered, and exploded. Boom! Under Levi's palm, the thick iron city gate suddenly deformed and dented. Boom! Boom! After a few palm strikes, Levi stood in front of his burly body. The city gate, which required a siege beast to break through, collapsed with a bang. Dust flew into the air, and the soldiers behind were dumbfounded. They thought that some giant beast was attacking the city gate. But now, it was a person. What kind of monster was this? Even a Grand Knight? Break the city gate with his bare hands. Was he still human? At this moment, Levi did not look like a human. His entire body was covered in black gas, and his whole person was like a black fog giant. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I am Baron Levi, the Lord of the Tulip Hill. Next, I will take over the city that belongs to me. Put down your weapons. Whoever launches a sneak attack shall die. When Levi finished speaking, the few soldiers facing him dropped their weapons in fear. Sam, come, carry out my order. Levi said. Then, the 3 brothers charged into the city with earth-shattering steps. Sam also led the blood-red cavalry and other soldiers into the city. The Red Willow Divine Sword on the city tower was shocked. He was amazed by Levi's courage, but he was even more shocked by Levi's strength. A top-tier Grand Knight. Even the Black Snake Knight is nothing special in this world, right? However, the Red Willow Divine Sword decided to do something. Levi's actions were no different from slapping his face. You trespassed into Flower City. I will punish you according to the laws of the kingdom. The Red Willow Divine Sword leaped up from the city tower and slashed down at Levi with a sword technique that descended from the sky. Levi pulled out Frostmourne and used Golden Cross Slash to block. Clang! One sword clash, the victor was decided. The Red Willow Divine Sword trembled violently. His sword kept shaking and wailing as if in great pain. This person's sword skill level is not inferior to mine. This caused Red Willow Divine Sword to go numb. Who was this god? With his strength, even the nation guarding Divine Sword, the leader of the 7 godly swords, would not defeat him. But at this point, he could not retreat. As he ordered his soldiers to surround Levi's soldiers, he took the lead and charged toward Levi again. Levi sneered. He could quickly kill the Red Willow Divine Sword if he fully unleashed his strength. However, with so many people, he naturally would not use any abilities related to wizards. However, just relying on the breathing technique was enough to defeat Red Willow Divine Sword. They fought. The 3 brothers charged forward, following behind the blood-red cavalry and killing the enemies. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and flowers were covered in blood. Under Levi's attacks, the red willow divine sword was like a small boat that could capsize any moment. He was forced into a corner by Levi. After so many moves, his sword had already been broken by Levi. Now that he was holding a broken sword, red willow divine sword was dumbfounded. 7 godly swords? It seems like you're not much, after all. Levi grabbed his broken sword with his large hand and struck out with his golden ripple divine palm. With a single palm strike, red willow divine sword flew around like a broken catkin. This palm strike would not take red willow divine sword's life. However, this palm strike had already crippled the red willow divine sword's life seeds. His grand knight cultivation was gone. The red willow divine sword was already unconscious. His entire strength lay in his sword skills. He could not turn the situation around because his sword skills were ripped away. Levi picked up the red willow divine sword and shouted from the city tower. Those who don't want to die, put down your weapons. Levi was like a demonic god, exuding a peerless aura. His black gas covered the sky, and the red willow divine sword hung weakly in his hand. When the soldiers in the chaotic battle saw that their commander had been taken down, they immediately lost their will to fight. It had only been a few minutes since the battle started, and the red willow divine sword, one of the 7 godly swords under the king, had already been taken down by the other party. There was no need to continue fighting with such a vast disparity in strength. The 3 brothers and the blood-red cavalry killed some who resisted. According to the law, Levi could have defended himself against such an act. Soon, this farce ended. Levi ordered his subordinates to arrange for the captives who had surrendered. He looked at the dazed civilians in the city. Everything will be the same as before. Remember that your lord is Baron Blacksnake, Levi smiled. Baron Blacksnake, are you Baron Blacksnake? Some of the older residents could not believe it. Chapter 203, Return of the King. 3. Of course, it's true. My father is a Blacksnake knight, Levi said. I see. I thought Baron Blacksnake had forgotten about this city. An old man sighed. Welcome home, Baron Blacksnake. Welcome home, Earl. The people who understood the situation had already begun to welcome him. To them, it did not matter who became the lord. As long as he could feed them, he was a good lord. Go home, all of you. It's okay. Levi waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Next, he wanted to see what the kingdom's attitude was. He had severely injured the 7 godly swords. What would the kingdom do next? No matter what, Levi had his residents of Blackwater Valley enter Flower City. Since there was no place to stay for the time being, they could only remain in Flower Castle for the time being. Anyway, Flower Castle was massive. When the Earl of Blood occupied the castle, it was renamed Bloody Castle. Now that Levi was back, he had to change it back. Levi changed his name to Blacksnake Castle to publicize his sovereignty. Now, only Storm City is left. I've already made my stance clear. If the kingdom is kind, they should return Storm City to me. Levi stayed in Blacksnake Castle and stood atop the castle, waiting for the kingdom's response. Now that he had captured a bunch of Red Willow Divine Sword's soldiers, it would depend on the attitude of the kingdom and the Duke of Red Willow's family. Entering Flower City, Levi did not alarm too many people. Everything was still the same as before, and the people's lives remained the same. After some rest, Levi held a speech on the first day of the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. He held a speech in Flower City to announce the return of the Black Snake family. After returning to Flower City, Levi waited for the kingdom's people to arrive. While waiting, he cultivated. Although the progress of meditation art was slow, his breathing technique was improving very quickly. There would be a breakthrough in a breathing technique every once in a while. With a sufficient supply of secret medicine, the Vortex Beast breathing technique, a stubborn technique, was quickly pushed to the limit by Levi. This breathing technique belonged to the third-rate category and was of excellent quality. It was not difficult to cultivate, but Levi did not have any secret medicine previously, so he had put it aside and did not cultivate it. Vortex Beast breathing technique, level 7, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 1/5, special effect, top tier physique. The Vortex Beast breathing technique was at its limit at level 7. It was indeed the most trashy breathing technique of excellent quality. It's a pity that physique-type breathing techniques are relatively rare. So far, other than the Vortex Beast, I've only found a basic physique-type breathing technique. Levi looked at the new special effect. Top-tier physique, your body's resistance to diseases, viruses, and toxins is abnormally strong. Your self-healing ability is also extraordinary. Levi lightly cut his arm with his dagger. He wanted to test how robust the self-healing ability of top-tier physique was. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. To a Grand Knight, this was just a tiny wound. The blood on Levi's wound began to thicken and scab in just a few minutes without using bandages or potions. Levi only felt a slight pain. His transcendent endurance made him highly resistant to pain. Using a knife to cut his own body was similar to an ordinary person being cut by a corn leaf. What a powerful self-healing ability! Levi exclaimed in his heart. This is only top-tier physique. If it's a transcendent physique, it should be even more powerful. It seems that I have to find more breathing techniques related to physiques. At the very least, I must raise this special effect to the transcendent level. This will be of even greater help to me. Overall, the bonus of top-tier physique to Levi was still small. With Levi's current strength as a top-tier Grand Knight, even without this particular effect, it would not take long for him to recover from those superficial wounds. Hence, Levi was looking forward to the Transcendence physique even more. Besides the significant breakthrough in the Vortex Beast breathing technique, the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique had also reached level 8, giving Levi the Transcendent Power special effect. There are 3 special effects on him, including Transcendent Power. They came from the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique, the Giant breathing technique, and the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique. Levi intended to use these breathing techniques to break through the limits of the Red Lotus breathing technique, which was at the peak of level 10. Of course, the specifics would depend on the actual situation. A low-quality strength-based breathing technique like the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique was enough to break the limit. As for the Giant, he would temporarily keep the first-rate breathing technique of excellent quality like the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique. Other than that, the different breathing techniques were not far from level 8. However, level 8 to level 9 required 100,000 proficiency points. Even with Levi's current cultivation speed, it would not be easy for him to reach level 9. He could only take it step by step. On the other hand, the third level of the Black Devil Blade, the evil spirit lingering, still had no progress. Levi estimated it would be difficult to achieve with his low-level wizard apprentice's spiritual power. Perhaps only middle-level wizard apprentices could master the evil spirit. Levi's current spiritual power was already far higher than that of an ordinary Grand Knight. Although he was only a low-level wizard apprentice, he had his specialties. The first-level deep-sea meditation art had already made his spiritual power extraordinary. It was just that there was no quantitative standard at the moment, so there was no way to show it. The benefits of increasing one's spiritual power were huge. Levi's spirit was much better than before, and his senses were sharper. Coupled with the advanced vibrosensing special effect, everything within 30 meters was Levi's absolute domain. Within this range, he was an existence that controlled everything. Levi did not know when he would be able to enter the wizard world, so he was constantly paying attention to the changes in the fire paper. At the same time, in the capital, the news that Baron Blacksnake had returned to Tulip Hill finally reached the royal palace. The young king listened to the messenger's report and thought deeply. Chapter 204, Blacksnake breaks its limit. 1. In Emerald King City, the young king listened to the news. Baron Blacksnake. The king brought up distant memories. He had almost forgotten that there was such a family. According to the kingdom's laws, Baron Levi was the legal heir of Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. However, because of the Duke of Montenegro Mountain's interference, the royal family had initially wanted to turn a blind eye and take back the 2 territories. The Blacksnake family had been silent for too long. He thought Levi, the heir, would not care about this matter. Unexpectedly, Levi chose to come to the south because of the snow demon calamity. The king summoned his ministers to discuss this matter. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. That was to let this matter pass and not mention it again. After all, the kingdom was unreasonable from the beginning. The kingdom, which had just ended a long war, was extremely fragile. It was on the verge of death. The kingdom no longer wanted to make a big fuss. Moreover, Baron Levi seemed to be a top-notch Grand Knight like his father. Even the Red Willow Divine Sword of the 7 Godly Swords was no match for him. Baron Levi was still in his prime. At this time, there was no need to become enemies with a top-notch Grand Knight. Besides, Levi knew that the Black Snake Knights and their soldiers had sacrificed their lives for the country. However, the kingdom had tacitly allowed the Duke of Montenegro Mountain to take over the kingdom's territory, which was also a mistake. This caused the Duke of Montenegro to become more arrogant and eventually catalyzed the rebellion. Therefore, everyone thought about it and decided that letting Baron Levi return to his territory was the most suitable choice. With the gifts of the kingdom, the emissaries set off for Tulip Hill. Not long after, in Stormy Hill, the nation guarding Divine Sword also led his team to evacuate from this place. In the last few days of the year 1014 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi also received a reply from the kingdom. The kingdom had approved of his actions. He was legal in the first place, so the kingdom could not say anything. Otherwise, if the power of the nobles were shaken, the king would not be able to sit firmly as the alliance's leader. Levi replied, expressing his gratitude and loyalty to the kingdom and flattering the new king. Then, the Duke of Red Willow came with a dark expression. He brought ransom money to take his son and his army away. Levi also readily let him go. If looks could kill, Duke of Red Willow's old eyes could kill him countless times. After all, he was the one who crippled the future star of their clan, the Red Willow Divine Sword. However, this old fellow could not say anything. He had also received compensation from the kingdom. Moreover, even his son was no match for Levi. Levi's current strength was more significant than the Black Snake Knight from back then. Gradually, the southern nobles knew that the mighty Black Snake had returned and was entrenched in Tulip Hill. Levi's fame also began to spread on a small scale. The titles of Giant Bear Lord and Black Snake Lord also began to spread. Although this was not what Levi wanted, he could do nothing about it. Keeping a low profile was not to suffer grievances. Sometimes, it was better to have a fierce reputation for avoiding trouble. Of course, there had to be a limit. That was enough for now. From now on, he just had to live a stable life. People could be famous but not too prominent. The fattest pigs were the easiest to send to the slaughterhouse. No matter what, I can live a more stable life now, Levi murmured. He heard that the snow demons of the Northern Territory had appeared at the edge of the Earl of Silver Mountain's territory. This made him very glad that he had moved to the south. How could he cultivate if he stayed in the north and was worried daily? Sometimes, people had to admit defeat. Facing the snow demon calamity in the Icewine City, Levi could only wish luck to his old friend, the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi was not very happy after taking back Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. With so many territories, it was troublesome. Especially since Stormy Hill and Tulip Hill were not close to each other. He was also lacking talents in his territory. Levi's focus was always on cultivation, and he could not waste too much energy on the territory. He had no choice but to spend a lot of money to recruit talents to help him manage his territory. Previously, he only needed to manage the Blackwater Valley, and the talent problem was not prominent. Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill were both famous. Levi knew that many people were coveting his territory. Recruited talents were not as sure as those nurtured by oneself. However, Levi had no choice. His heart was not on this territory. He did not want to give up his family's business now that he was a lord. Don't provoke me. I'm great to get along with. Really, Levi muttered. He hoped that the great nobles in the south would be sensible. Otherwise, there might be fewer great knights in this world. After settling the matters of the territory, Levi cultivated in peace, waiting for the fire paper to burn. It was the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Levi gave a speech in Flower City and officially announced his return. The kingdom even sent messengers to congratulate him. This surprised Levi. It had been more than 10 years since Levi had transmigrated to this world. He had also grown from a little boy to a 25-year-old man. Chapter 205, Black Snake Breaks Its Limit. 2. He was 2 meters tall, with solid muscles, a well-defined face, and a rough beard. Levi's current style was getting further from the original intention of a handsome young master and a pale-faced young man. Instead, he felt like he was Suke's version of Yan Chixia. Levi also went to the Blackwater Valley and brought Henha 2 generals to Tulip Hill. Levi hid them in the dense forest behind Flower City and listed this area as restricted. He was doing this for the safety of his subjects. There were 2 grand night beasts. If anyone went in, there was a high chance that they would not return. With these two giant beasts guarding Flower City, ordinary enemies would not even know how they died. The time passed, and another half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It had been over half a year since Levi moved into Flower City. Big cities also had their advantages. At least Levi did not need to enter the city frequently when he went to the Shining Tavern. However, Levi did not lack anything. Therefore, the number of times he went to the Shining Tavern decreased. Most of the time, he was cultivating. Occasionally, he would go to the Shining Tavern to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Or rather, he wanted to see if there was any trace of the pyroxene. Meditation art was still gaining 1 point of proficiency per day. However, this was a good thing for the cultivation of breathing techniques. After all, there was still much time left after cultivating the meditation art daily. During this time, Levi used it to cultivate his breathing techniques. On average, he now slept less than 3 hours daily and saw Flower City at 3 in the morning every day. He did not need so much sleep with his current physique and fitness. 3 hours was enough for him to rest efficiently. Under such intense training, his breathing technique progressed at a rapid pace. However, his breathing technique had its emphasis. This was because Black Snake had been stuck at the peak of level 9 for a long time. Therefore, Levi has been cultivating the elephant turtle breathing technique, an excellent defensive breathing technique. After more than half a year of hard work, Levi had already reached the limit of this breathing technique. Elephant turtle breathing technique, level 9, maximum, can be broken, special effect, elephant armor, gas. After reaching the peak of level 9, the elephant armor effect of the elephant turtle breathing technique was essentially similar to the black scale special effect of the black snake breathing technique. Moreover, Levi tested it out and found that the defense of the elephant armor was almost the same. However, the elephant armor made him look like a turtle. It was not as beautiful as black scale. Levi's body was now covered in layers of gaseous shell that looked like a turtle shell. Suddenly, Levi noticed a problem. The elephant turtle and black snake breathing techniques could be used simultaneously. However, the special effects of the elephant armor and the black scale could only appear once. Looks like the special effects can't be easily stacked, Levi sighed. He thought if the elephant armor and black scale effects could be stacked, he would not merge the elephant turtle breathing technique with the black snake breathing technique. But now, it seemed that Levi was overthinking. It was just like how two extraordinary defenses could not be stacked simultaneously. The elephant armor and black scale could not be stacked simultaneously. Since that was the case, Levi had nothing to be nostalgic about. He had merged the elephant turtle breathing technique with the black snake breathing technique, and in addition, he had obtained a basic defensive breathing technique. Levi's black snake breathing technique broke through the limit once again. Black snake breathing technique, level 9, 1/150000, special effect, black scale, gas. I can continue cultivating the black snake breathing technique. When I reach the peak of level 10 of the black snake, my cultivation level should be on par with the former Fist of the Empire and the Duke of Montenegro. After black snake broke the limit, it surpassed the excellent quality breathing techniques category. It should be a genuine perfect breathing technique. Levi left the castle and went into seclusion for half a year. The fire paper remained silent. Levi always carried the fire paper, afraid he would miss the gathering. The efficiency of the wizard is low, Levi could not help but complain. His stomach was growling, and the whale sack was empty. And the bag of gluttony seemed to be hungry. He asked the servants to prepare a large table of food for him. He also prepared an entire cow for the bag of gluttony. Next, it was time for the two gluttonous kings to have their gluttonous time. While eating, Levi listened to the report of the newly recruited officials of Flower City. The territory's financial and military aspects were taken care of by the people Levi brought out from Blackwater Valley. One was in charge of the money, and the other was in the army's order. Both were extremely important, especially the one doing finances. Flower City was not Blackwater Valley. The annual revenue was still considerable, even for the wealthy Levi. He could not give it up. In addition, the income of Storm City could not be underestimated. This was also why the Duke of Montenegro wanted to take down these two territories no matter what. So far, everything in the territory was normal. The situation was much better than Levi had imagined. Perhaps it was because he still had the prestige he had left behind some time ago, so everyone behaved obediently. Moreover, his neighbors also expressed their goodwill to him in various ways. After all, he was still young and at the peak of his strength. A top-notch Grand Knight alone was enough to intimidate most enemies. Moreover, the three giant bears of the Northern Territory who had torn countless enemies apart, and the well-equipped Red Blood Cavalry had left a deep impression on the others. Chapter 206, Black Snake Breaks Its Limit. 3. The giant bear of the Northern Territory was a symbol of courage. He could tame 3 giant bears as pets. In the impression of others, Levi was a rude, barbaric, and violent barbarian from the north. Such a person was unreasonable. Not to be provoked. The hypocritical southern nobles naturally understood this logic. Finally, Levi heard a report on the security of the territory. Lord, there have been some strange murders in the territory recently. My strength is low, so I can't determine who the murderer is. However, I suspect the murderer shouldn't be a human, the sheriff reported uneasily. Oh? Not a human. Levi did not care much about the matters in the territory. However, when he heard that the murderer might not be a human, he was no longer sleepy. He smelled the scent of an evil spirit. It just so happens that my seal of dragon might is almost at level 3. Let's see which lucky fellow has delivered food. Levi's evil spirit dust was almost entirely used up to increase the seal of dragon might's proficiency. Now, there were only some essential ones left for actual combat. He was worrying about not having any evil spirits. He was even considering opening a spirit removal firm. At that time, he could get lords tortured by evil spirits to pay him for removal. He could get the evil spirit dust and money, and the lords would be safe. It was the best of both worlds, a win-win situation. Bring me to see the dead. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my territory, Levi sneered. The sheriff brought Levi to the morgue. Levi looked at the 3 corpses in the morgue. The wounds on these 3 victims are similar. I suspect that they should be the same attacker. It's what people say. The sheriff lifted the white cloth, and Levi looked at the slightly stinky corpses. What about the heart? Levi suddenly realized that the heart of the corpse was gone. When I found it, the heart was already gone. When the sheriff thought of such a heart-digging demon hiding in the shadows of Flower City, he could not help but tremble. Levi carefully observed the corpses. The first corpse was an ordinary person. His heart was missing, and his body was withered. The second corpse was an official knight. It seemed like he was a minor noble. Similarly, his heart was missing. Even an official knight is no match for it. It might be an evil spirit. Levi analyzed in his heart. However, he had never seen an evil spirit attack with the heart. According to Levi's understanding, creatures like evil spirits generally did not attack physically. Instead, they attacked the soul directly. For example, the soul-stealing nun and Naiad were the same. If it was a physical attack, the evil spirit had to be a physical body. It could not carry out physical attacks in its spirit state. Don't tell me they're evil spirits with physical entities. Levi muttered. I understand. Continue to increase your patrols and investigations. The criminal might be a human, but he disguised himself as a monster by digging out his heart. If you find a possible enemy, don't make a move and report to me first, Levi said. From the looks of it, it did not matter if the murderer was human. In short, ordinary knights should not be a match for him. Yes, Lord. The sheriff panted and retreated as if he had been pardoned. It was a little difficult to breathe in front of the 2-meter-tall lord. Levi closed the door. He released Tutton. Now, he could not decide, so he asked Tutton. No matter what, Tutton was still a wizard apprentice. His knowledge and experience far exceeded his own. When Tutton saw the dead, his expression turned solemn. If we exclude the mischievous human murderer, then the closest and most likely way to kill someone like this is the work of the Blood Clan. Blood Clan? Isn't it an evil spirit? Levi asked. It shouldn't be an evil spirit. The victim's heart is missing, and all the blood in his body has been sucked dry. According to the wizard's research, the Blood Clan had appeared in the human world long ago and had never left. They came from the intersection of the many planes of the ancient age. They were monsters left behind after creatures from certain planes invaded our world. You have to be careful. The Blood Clan isn't as easy to deal with as ordinary evil spirits or snow demons. Evil spirits are aberrations born from the combination of mortals with powerful obsessions and the dark wave. Snow demons are the aberrations of the undead that the blue frost has infected. Although they have some supernatural characteristics, their strength is limited. However, the Blood Clan is different. They were powerful creatures from some planes. They were as powerful as the legends said. Moreover, unlike the Bard's tales, the Blood Clan did not fear silver, sunlight, or garlic. Although they did not like the sunlight, they would not die when they met the sunlight like in the stories. Even for wizard apprentices, the Blood Clan was not easy to deal with, and the powerful Blood Clan would cause even official wizards a headache. My suggestion was to report this matter to the church and let the church send professionals to deal with it, Tutton said. The church? Count on them. Levi could not help but think of the evil spirit wreaking havoc in Icewind City for over half a year. They could not even deal with a dangerous level evil spirit, let alone the Blood Clan. Do you have any books about monsters? As a wizard apprentice, monster knowledge should be a compulsory course. Otherwise, how could one deal with monsters? Levi took the opportunity to ask. He was lacking such a thing now. He needed to catch up on some monster knowledge to know his enemy and be more calm when facing the monsters revived from the dark wave. A thin book appeared in the pot of equal value. Knowledge is money. Monster manuals are also very valuable. After all, the knowledge of many monsters is the research results of some wizards. They usually won't give it to others easily. However, mine is considered a more basic one. It's about some common monsters. According to the principle of equal exchange, give me the soul of a knight, and this manual is yours, Tutton said nervously. No problem. Levi randomly found a prisoner on death row in the dungeon and exchanged the booklet with Tutton. Frankenwizard's Monster Manual. Looks like you still have a lot of good things here. Levi looked at Tutton with a faint smile. Seeing this, Tutton immediately slipped back into the pot. Levi shrugged and returned to the castle to start learning. Chapter 207, Full Moon Night, Feast of Blood. 1. Levi cultivated for the next few days while reading the monster manual he had just obtained. Franken was a celebrity in the wizard world. He came from the life school of thought, and his primary skills were monster studies, mutation studies, bloodline studies, and transformation studies. Especially in monster studies, Franken wizards were highly famous, also known as Monster Franken. This was because he had personally created many famous man-made monsters. Stan was one of them. It was a stitched monster with infinite strength. The primary material used to make it was the corpse of a grand knight. Of course, it would be better if there was the corpse of a giant, but the giant was more complex to provoke than the grand knight. Stan was much stronger than a grand knight. This was because he was a monster stitched together by a wizard. Not only did he combine the powerful physical attributes of a grand knight, but he also had some spell abilities. He was the best choice for many wizards to guard their homes. Some poor souls who accidentally entered the wizard's residence would usually end up miserable after meeting Stan. Because of Stan's fame, Franken was also famous. His work was regarded as a model by many monster lovers. This included the creator of the pot of equal value. Therefore, when he created this pot of equal value, he also placed a monster manual inside. There were not many monsters in the monster manual, but they were all classic monsters. Among them were the classic legendary monsters such as Blood Clan, Werewolf, Ghoul, Vampiric Bird, Deer-head Spirit, and Chicken Snake. Levi read with great interest. In this world, Blood Clan members were still relatively robust. The Blood Clan was divided into two types, the primary Blood Clan and the secondary Blood Clan. The original Blood Clan was the first generation from another plane. They were mighty, and usually, only official wizards could handle them. However, the original Blood Clan members were scarce because they had come from the last ancient plane intersection. After that, there was no replenishment in numbers. The original Blood Clan members could not reproduce. They were all products of the Blood River Will. The Blood River Will should be a master of the multidimensional plane, similar to the Blue Frost Lord of the Blue Frost Plane. He was at least a demigod. As time passed, the first batch of native Blood Clan who came in with the plane convergence gradually died of old age or unnatural deaths. As a result, the number of native Blood Clan members worldwide was scarce. Even if there were, they slept in tombs deep in the mountains or remote ancient castles. The original Blood Clan members had a long lifespan. They could survive for thousands of years while in deep sleep. To humans, this was almost equivalent to immortality. Therefore, in the classification of wizards, the Blood Clan, giants and elves were famous for their longevity. As for the secondary Blood Clan, they were the servants of the native Blood Clan members who had been transformed using ancient rituals. This was what most people called the Blood Clan. These Blood Clan members were afraid of sunlight. They hid in the crowd and drank human blood in the dark. Of course, some secondary Blood Clan members possessed strong willpower and moral sense. They were blood-sucking livestock, but such people were relatively rare. To the Blood Clan members, human blood was like delicious milk tea, while livestock blood was like spoiled milk that was difficult to swallow. The secondary Blood Clan members should be causing trouble in my territory. The strength of the secondary Blood Clan members is generally at the level of a Grand Knight. Some of the stronger ones might have the level of a top-notch Grand Imite or even a legendary knight, Levi muttered. During this period, he sent people to the territories of other nobles to investigate. He found similar murders had also occurred in different regions over the years. It was not because he came to the City of the Flowers that he became like this. This meant that these people, who seemed to be from the Blood Clan, were not targeting him. This was their way of living since ancient times. It was just that he was more meticulous in his public security investigation. That was why he found this clue. The battle would be over if it were any other lord or ordinary person who died. Due to widespread famine and war, they would not care about people dying daily. These lives were not enough to attract the attention of those lords. As long as these potential dangers did not threaten the lord's rule, no one would care about them. Levi did not know if he should make a move against the Blood Clan. According to Franken, the Blood Clan was more united. Because they were small groups, they often emphasized internal unity. Only in this way could they survive in the cruel human society. Forget it, let's not bother about it for now. Let's let it go as long as it's not too frequent. I'm about to become a wizard, so let's not complicate things, Levi thought. He was not afraid of the secondary Blood Clan members. He was worried about the primary Blood Clan, which only an official wizard could handle. Levi estimated that if he relied on the power of a knight, he would need to be at least a legendary knight to deal with them. The Blood Clan members are born with extraordinary strength, speed, physique, and powerful recovery abilities. They even have spell abilities, which are much more powerful than a Grand Knight. However, Blood Clan members are more afraid of fire. My flame seal will be a sharp weapon against them. The black gas can also deal with them, Levi thought. Although he did not plan to take the initiative to attack, he had to be wary of others. If these Blood Clan members noticed him, he would not hesitate to attack. Chapter 208, Full Moon Night, Feast of Blood. 2. Who cares if he lacked the support of the primary Blood Clan? Since these old antiques had been hiding in the human underground world, they were afraid of humans and did not want to cause too much trouble in the human world. Otherwise, there was no need to be so secretive. However, as the dark wave revived, perhaps these old antiques were starting to be dishonest. This was because the plane they lived in was about to converge again. At that time, a new primary Blood Clan might be invading this world. This is troublesome. Can evil spirits, snow demons, and the Blood Clan be any more chaotic? Was it the revival of the dark wave? Levi was speechless. Each of these guys was harder to deal with than the last. It was hard to imagine how the humans would face the invasion of these monsters without the wizard's help and just relying on the rabble of the church. Levi felt that the wizard would probably make a move. After all, wizards needed humans to replenish their blood. They should be unable to watch so many mortals die in the dark wave. The wizard had not made a move yet because the situation had just begun. They would not make a move yet. Who cares? Saving the world has nothing to do with me, Levi was no longer worried. He continued to return to his everyday life. In the following days, there were several similar murders every month. The rumors of mind flayers were rampant. Even a blacksmith Levi brought over from Blackwater Valley had been killed. This made Levi, who originally wanted to turn a blind eye, unable to sit still. Damn it! How dare you take advantage of me, out of all people, Levi cursed in his heart. He decided to investigate first to see if the Blood Clan members were behind this. Now, the mind flayers have seriously affected the everyday lives of the residents of Flower City. With so many murders every month, who could stand it? However, after concluding the characteristics of so many murders, Levi discovered some patterns. They liked to commit crimes at night, and their targets were usually vagrants or wandering knights. Moreover, they preferred to attack young adults. There were no old people among all the victims so far. They were all young men or women. Other than that, these murderers did not leave behind many clues. On the other hand, Levi had his subordinates focus on the investigation according to the monster manual. He had also hired some professional detectives, who were all capable and expensive. Levi did not intend to alert the enemy. He wanted to see if he could find the murderer secretly. Generally speaking, the Blood Clan members were no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances. However, there were still some characteristics. For example, they had pale faces, which was unhealthy. They often had dark circles under their eyes, which was what the monster manual introduced. Other than that, they liked to move in the dark, and the full moon was their favorite hunting time. According to Franken's preliminary research, it seemed that during the full moon, they could sense the power of the Blood River well from their distant hometown, which they believed in, and obtain the blessing of strength. Therefore, combining these characteristics, Levi planned to try and see if he could bait and find the murderer. In the following days, although the Lord had increased security patrols, some people would still go missing every month. In the end, the corpses of these people were found in the corners of the city or the wilderness. Without exception, they all had no hearts, and their blood was dried. The Church of Flower City also sent people to investigate. However, Levi really could not compliment the ability of this group of people. Without their God, this group could not do anything. Of course, on the surface, Levi maintained a good relationship with the church and had never stopped donating small amounts of money. No matter what, the church was still the true overlord of the country. There was no need for him to make things difficult for them. With the care of the church, it was easier to do things. Tonight was the night of the full moon. Dark clouds floated in the sky, casting shadows on the ground. The moonlight shone on Flower City. Inside the castle, Levi wore a black robe and cloak, carrying 2 swords on his back and wearing a white wolf mask. He quietly slipped out. He wanted to see which damned Blood Clan member was causing trouble in his territory. There was no one else on the streets because of the Mind Flayer's rumors besides some homeless people. Levi's body shrunk and became thin. He hid in the shadows and activated his advanced vibrosensing. So far, there has been no response from spider sensing. He came to the top floor of the church. This was the highest point of Flower City, and he could overlook the entire city. "Come on, little bastard, let me see you." Levi's muscles tensed up, ready to move at any time. A drunken wandering knight had just come out of Shining Tavern in an empty alley. He reeked of alcohol and burped. He staggered on the street. In the corner of the tavern, a slender, curvy figure wrapped tightly and raised her head silently. A veil covered the lower half of her face, but one could vaguely see that it was a female face. She pursed her lips and stretched lazily, letting out a sexy moan. A fat customer at the side looked at this young lady and could not help but feel his hormones rise. He used alcohol to strengthen his courage and impulsively blocked her. Chapter 209, Full Moon Night, Feast of Blood. 3. He felt vulgar doing so, yet he inadvertently glanced at the lady's huge chest and could not help himself. "Beautiful young lady, it's so late, and you're still drinking in the tavern. Are you homeless? Why don't you go to my residence and rest for the night?" This was a fat noble with a plump figure, and he was also an official knight. The fat man stopped the lady, who could not help but frown. She looked at the wandering knight who had left and then at the fat noble. She sighed softly and said, "Sure." Fatty did not expect this young lady to agree. Instantly, he took his drink and pulled the young lady's hand. She didn't resist and let out a grunt, allowing Fatty to hold her hand. She followed Fatty home. The fat noble's house was located in the inner city. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. Although that young lady's face was still hidden, her breasts tempted him. Even if she looked like a bat, Fatty did not mind. Her body was the most important. What was the difference in looks when the lights were turned off at night? The fat noble did not bring the woman to his house but to the hotel. Because he had sobered up and felt that it was not good to bring her home. It would be easy for them to find him after the matter. She asked faintly, "Didn't you say we were going to your house? I forgot to bring my key. Shall I get a room?" Fatty asked softly. The woman did not say anything. She pulled Fatty to a dark alley with slender hands and pressed him against the wall. Her beautiful, white, slender fingers touched the Fatty's chest, and she even supported one hand against the wall as if she were going to be press the Fatty. Fatty could not help but swallow. He did not expect this woman to be so proactive. Something was wrong. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Even if such a good thing existed, would it be his turn? A gust of cold wind blew over, and Fatty suddenly felt that he was completely sober. He looked at the woman. There was an indescribable coldness under her beautiful face. For some reason, he recalled the rumors about the mind flayers. Fatty had not finished speaking. The beautiful woman in front of him started to tear apart. From her back, a ferocious bone spur extended out. The towering thing on her chest also popped out. They were not her breasts. Instead, they were two pairs of ugly lumps. The lumps had two slits, like two human heads. They were filled with fine teeth that hissed. Monster! Fatty was shocked, but he still subconsciously used the black gas. Unfortunately, his black gas was extremely weak in front of this monster. Like a thin piece of paper, it broke with a stab. The beautiful woman had wholly turned into a monster. Her wet skin was red, revealing the veins of her muscles. She seemed to have no skin. Her bald skin was secreting mucus. Her face had become like a bat, showing sharp teeth, and her mouth was split open to the roots. The moon behind her seemed shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist, like a river of blood across the sky. It was strange yet fascinating. Fatty wanted to speak, but talking in the face of this monster's terrifying aura was tough for him. This was the difference between ordinary knights and Blood Clan members. It was too big. Kaka! The monster's sharp claws dug out Fatty's heart. What came out of the heart was blood pulled by a mysterious force and flowed against the flow. The blood finally gathered and turned into a mini blood river. It was sucked by the two meatballs in the monster's chest, and Fatty visibly shriveled up. The monster's aura seemed to have become a little stronger. Delicious, this is much better than the blood of livestock. Why doesn't the elder allow us to drink human blood? This is delicious. The monster did not understand. Its body began to return to normal. Fatty had already become a dried corpse. The deliciousness of human blood made it opt-thinsi. A dagger condensed from black gas tore through the air and stabbed deeply into its head. The dagger exploded in its head, and the liquid inside splashed everywhere. The monster was in pain. It turned its head mechanically. Its face, which had been blown up, was a little puzzled. Half of its head looked forward. It saw the figure charging over like a phantom. A human Grand Knight. Although the Grand Knight was not its match, it did not want trouble, so it escaped first. The skull that the black gas dagger had shattered also gradually recovered. For a secondary Blood Clan member like it, even though it could not be reborn like the primary Blood Clan member, it was not afraid of such a trivial fatal wound. Levi looked at the monster. White bones suddenly stretched out on its two ribs, connected to bright red wings. It is the Blood Clan. Damn it! Levi sent out another two blades of black gas toward it. Bang! Bang! It was in pain. It roared angrily and flapped its wings to fly up. However, it did not escape. Instead, it flew towards Levi. At first, it did not want to fight, but this reckless Grand Knight forced it. As a noble Blood Clan, it should not have to live in the shadows of humans. It had never approved of the Elder's idea of living peacefully with humans. It had had enough of drinking the blood of livestock like a human ascetic every day. Humans believed that those not of the same race would have different hearts. Why should they follow the wishes of humans? The Blood Clan was more muscular and superior. Humans were just lowly food. Now, it could feel that the power of the Blood River was gradually approaching this world. At that time, even more true primary Blood Clan members, more potent than the elders, would descend into this world. They no longer needed to live in the shadows. The Blood Clan should live in this world with their heads held high. Humans were food, so they had to have an awareness of food. Its wings tore through the air and charged toward Levi. Chapter 210, Legendary Knight. 1. Levi's expression was solemn. Black gas surrounded his body and finally condensed into black scale that sounded like gold and iron. From the looks of it, it's undoubtedly a secondary blood clan member. The aura of the primary blood clan was much stronger than this. Levi would have run away without saying a word if it were the primary blood clan. Levi's black gas transformed into a sharp blade in his palm. It slashed at the incoming opponent. The sharp claws of the blood clan member collided with the black gas, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. One collision was enough for Levi to discover that its strength was not under his own. Moreover, his opponent could fly, and its speed was not slow. I have to end this quickly. I can't let it fly away. If it has external support, I won't be able to rest in peace. Originally, Levi wanted to turn a blind eye, but this damn thing did not give him any face. Bang! Black gas filled the sky, dancing wildly and rising. Levi used his palm as a claw and grabbed its hind leg. It lost its balance and fell from the sky after being caught by the black gas. Levi took advantage of the situation. The floor cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. Frostmourne was unsheathed and nailed the Blood Clan monster to the ground. Given the Blood Clan's physique, Levi knew that these external injuries were nothing. In terms of self-healing ability, even if he had transcendent physique, he could not compare to the mighty self-healing power of the Blood Clan. Their self-healing ability did not come from themselves but from the supreme Blood River will. It was far beyond imagination, even if it was a secondary Blood Clan. Levi did not dare to be negligent. While the Blood Clan monster was nailed to the ground, he had already prepared the Seal of Flame. The level 3 Seal of Flame's azure blue flames were like ghosts in the night. It swept out with a bang. The sizzling sound of oil was heard. It wailed in agony. Its cries echoed in the empty alley. As expected, a weak monster. Levi smashed the monster's head with a punch. He relied on his powerful level 9 black scale and frost giant armor to withstand his opponent's ferocious attacks. These attacks could easily tear apart the defense and armor of ordinary Grand Knights. This Blood Clan monster was slightly more substantial than an ordinary top-tier Grand Knight because its attributes were robust. It was equivalent to a weakened version of Levi. In particular, its physique and strength were slightly more substantial than Levi's. Fortunately, Levi had the seal. Surging seals were sent out one after another. Its body was burned, but even so, it did not die. Instead, it struggled violently and broke free from Levi's restraints. It knew that it was no match for the Grand Knight. Its short burst of power was no weaker than the human Grand Knight in front of it, but his endurance was too powerful. He was not human at all. Moreover, his defense was monstrous. It flapped its bone wings and took off. How could Levi let it go? If this monster flew away, it would be impossible for him to catch it again. Blood Clan members were good at hiding and could even change their appearance. As long as they wanted to hide, Levi could not find them. Levi grabbed its wings and was brought up from the ground. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers. The phantom of the frost giant appeared. The vampire looked even more terrified. It roared, "A wizard tool!" It was evident that the Blood Clan knew about wizard tools. First ring spell, Frost Giant's Sigh. The cold wind blew past, and it seemed out of place in the warm winter night of Flower City. The monster's body began to stiffen. Its bodily fluids had already been frozen, but its physical fitness was extreme, and its heart was still thumping. Levi's Frostmourne took the opportunity to stab its heart. He poured out the black gas, and the black gas surged into his heart. The surging black gas burst his opponent's heart. Compared to the brain, the heart was the monster's weakness. In addition, the frost giant's sigh had a freezing effect. Snowflakes fell from the sky. They fell together. There was also the corpse of the Blood Clan. It fell straight to the ground from a height of 100 meters. Levi stepped on its corpse and crashed to the ground. The frozen body had lost its powerful defense and became fragile. Coupled with the fact that it was falling from a high altitude, the impenetrable corpse directly smashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. However, it was still not dead. This made Levi understand why Blood Clan monsters were so troublesome. It's a pity that I don't have the inheritance of the Van Helsing family. Otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with them. Levi could only use the Seal of Flame to continue attacking. In the end, the Blood Clan monster's corpse was roasted until only a charred and dried skeleton was left. It shattered into ashes, and it was utterly dead. Levi used the iron box he had prepared beforehand to put the remains of the corpses into it. Levi felt this would be useful if the Blood Clan corpse were a casting material. He looked at the mess on the ground. Levi cleaned up the apparent traces of battle. He placed the dry wood on the ground, scorched black by the seal of flame. He placed the torn clothes of the Blood Clan monster and the fat noble's body in the fire and burned them. The fire burned brightly at night. In this case, it can cover up the traces of my seal of flame, Levi muttered. Then, he left. He killed a Blood Clan member. He was still a little nervous. What if there was some inexplicable connection between the Blood Clan monsters? Chapter 211, Legendary Night. 2. They would not come looking for revenge, right? The following day, a group of people gathered in the deserted alley. Last night, there seemed to be a ghost crying here. Do you think there are evil spirits in the city? It looks like an intense battle broke out here. The ground has cracked open. It's too terrifying. I can already imagine how powerful both sides are. Well, it can't be the mind flayers, can it? It's possible. I heard that the Lord was investigating the mind flayers. I wonder what the result is. People discussed and gradually dispersed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, no more signs of the mind flayers. The serial murder case seemed to have finally come to an end. In the castle, Levi also heaved a sigh of relief. It had been a month, and no Blood Clan monsters had come to seek revenge. It seemed that this monster might be an exception. The mastermind behind the serial murders in Tulip Hill and the nearby territories should be the Blood Clan monster he killed. Now that it was dead, the nearby area was peaceful. Somewhere in the Emerald Kingdom, in a remote abandoned castle, was a gloomy place with no sunlight all day. This place had been deserted for a long time. The castle had long since been forgotten after its owner died. Not far from the castle, there was a mass grave. There were tombstones everywhere in the cemetery. On the tombstone, there were no names. Instead, they were from animals. Deer, wild boars, night ravens, and animal skeletons were piled under these tombstones. In a dark corner of the castle, a coffin seemed to have decayed. The coffin was covered, and some hexagram patterns were carved in blood around it. They were demonic and mysterious. Behind the coffin was a suit of armor. It was a dark red armor that emitted an ancient aura. The armor looked rusty, and it was inevitable to be like this after staying in a dark and humid place for a long time. Next to the armor was a 1.5-meter long scythe. It looked like a blood-colored crescent moon, emitting a faint black light. The scythe looked made of mithril, with some rune patterns carved on it. There were some small letters on the scythe's handle. Brad. The coffin suddenly opened. A shriveled corpse suddenly sat up. A rat appeared beside the coffin. The rat was soon turned into a dried corpse. It was as if he had drunk life-saving holy water. The shriveled corpse said hoarsely, "How long have I been sleeping?" He arrived outside the castle and looked at the blood-bred forest behind the court. This was the sapling he had planted before he fell asleep. The blood-bred tree was rare. This kind of tree could emit a strange fragrance. It lured all kinds of wild animals in the forest to come under the tree to eat the leaves of its trees. However, the leaves of the blood-bred tree were poisonous. These wild animals would die instantly after eating them. Their blood would be absorbed by the powerful roots of the blood-bred tree and stored in the trunk. He exerted strength in his palm and gently stabbed it into the hard trunk of the blood-bred tree. Blood oozed out of the wound like resin. The blood turned into a river flowing in the air and finally entering his mouth. With the continuous infusion of blood, his shriveled body began to fill up. Finally, he turned into a handsome man 2 meters tall and slender. His voice was no longer hoarse. It was as if he had returned to his youth. Judging from the growth of these blood-bred trees, I should have been asleep for 200 years. The last time I walked in the human world, I used the identity of Blood Knight Brad. Unfortunately, that identity has been remembered by the church, so it's not convenient to use it. If it weren't for the death of a junior, perhaps I would still be in a deep sleep. It seems that these juniors began to feel uneasy while I was in a deep sleep. To kill a third generation of the secondary blood clan, he must have the strength of a top-tier Grand Knight. He should be close to a legendary knight. I wonder if there are any new legends in the human world after such a long time. The handsome man's figure changed into a slightly aged old man. This time, I'll change my identity. The identity of a legendary knight is too dazzling. From now on, I will be Knight Anderson. The self-proclaimed Knight Anderson returned to the castle. When he reappeared, he was already wearing rusty dark red armor and a sickle wrapped in cloth. He was the elder of the Blood Clan, one member Levi had killed. Although he was not a primary Blood Clan member, in the hearts of many clan members, his prestige was not inferior to that of a primary Blood Clan member. After all, he belonged to the first generation of the secondary Blood Clan members, the strongest of the secondary Blood Clan. Other than that, he also had another identity. The legendary knight, Blood Knight Brad. 200 years ago, he used to walk in the human world as Blood Knight Brad. After he became a Blood Clan member, he had always asked himself to uphold justice and eliminate evil with the honor and morality of a knight. He was one of the very few peace-loving members of the Blood Clan. Since his debut, he had never drunk human blood and always cultivated with wild animals' blood. In the end, he became a legendary knight step by step. Unfortunately, his identity as the legendary knight Brad became increasingly famous, and his prestige increased. Chapter 212, Legendary Knight. 3. It was a severe threat to the faith of the Church. Therefore, the Church had its eyes on him. The Pope of that generation used his foundation to encircle and suppress him. Ultimately, he could only fake his death and escape. He hid in the castle and slept for a long time, slowly healing his injuries. It was only now that he had fully recovered. Just because a junior was dead, it became the fuse to awaken him. Anderson had lived for so long, so he knew there was a high chance that the Blood Clan member did not remember his teachings and had been discovered by human experts by feeding on human blood. He did not know if the one who killed her was the Church or some other human powerhouse. The Blood River Will is also continuously infiltrating this world with the awakening of the Dark Wave. Sigh, this isn't a good thing. Anderson knew that a Blood Clan member like him was an anomaly. Most of the Blood Clan members, especially those belonging to the primary Blood Clan, did not have the moral concepts and excellent and evil concepts of humans. They would take human blood for granted, just like how humans ate beef. They would not feel guilty at all. Humans were also in their homeland because this was the law of their survival. The humans there were the blood food raised by the Blood Clan. They were pigs. It was just like how humans in this world raised livestock. No matter what, I will try my best to prevent the worst from happening, Anderson muttered. His figure disappeared into the forest. He wanted to go where the junior died and visit the expert who could kill the Blood Clan member. He would not mind teaching them a lesson if they were from the Church. Even a good person like him would be angry if his good intentions were treated like a donkey's liver. Now that the Blood River Will had infiltrated his body, his power would be more powerful. He felt it was time for the Church to pay the price for its immoral actions 200 years ago. Naturally, Levi did not know that a first generation of the secondary Blood Clan, a legendary knight, had targeted him. He was still waiting for the fire paper to burn. Damn it, why aren't you burning? I'm running out of patience. Levi stayed at home, cultivating meditation art and breathing techniques while waiting for the Magi to come and pick him up. The meditation art's proficiency increased daily at a tortoise-like speed, regardless of the weather. Levi was helpless against it. His breathing technique was still changing day by day, breaking through rapidly. It was the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the moon of the wheatfield. Tulip Hill had a bumper harvest. The territory was filled with joy. During this period, Levi's army also expanded. After all, to defend such a large territory, the original Blackwater Valley troops were not enough. During this period of cultivation, Levi was also looking for his successor. This successor had to be loyal to him. When he left the territory and headed to the wizard world, he would continue to manage the place and wealth for Levi. This way, when he returned, he could bring the wealth over. As far as Levi knew, there were also mortal gathering places in the wizard world. In these human gathering places, gold coins were still the common currency. When he became a wizard apprentice, he could still use gold coins to buy basic living materials or supplies. Although some alchemy wizards had mastered the real alchemy and could create materials like gold. However, the cost of such alchemy was extremely high. The price of artificial gold was several times that of natural gold, and it was not universal at all. Therefore, Gold was still the currency some wizard apprentices or mortals used to transact ordinary goods. It was still precious. This was also why Levi decided to take back Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. He needed to support a force in the human world that could provide him with cultivation resources in the wizard world. Many wizards did this. Perhaps some prominent merchant association or power was behind it. There were traces of wizards. Therefore, Levi could not relinquish the territory, which was part of his wealth and spiritual land. Unfortunately, he was still young. It seemed too late to marry a wife and have a child to inherit his territory. Levi did not have such thoughts, so he still had to find a reliable agent in the human world. This agent must be loyal to him, and it would be best if he had the strength of a grand knight. Only then would he be able to intimidate ferocious people. I'm worried. Levi was worried. He could only think of two methods. One was to use the living dead controlled by the seal of hell to replace him and guard the territory. The advantage was absolute loyalty and sufficient strength. The downside was that their intelligence was too low, and they could not handle complicated lord matters. Moreover, this living dead probably could not be used in the human world after he entered the wizard world. The second method was to use the man-faced spider's kiss to control a grand knight for his use. The advantage was that it was a living person with no problem with intelligence. The disadvantage was that such a grand knight was threatened by death and might not be loyal enough. Moreover, to maintain this relationship, he had to give the grand knight the antidote every year. If only there were a spell that could control real living people. There must be such a spell, but I haven't mastered it yet, nor does that damned Tutton. Levi sighed. If he had that kind of enslavement spell, he could enslave a grand knight for his use and manage his territory. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. There's still time, anyway. I can pay attention to things in this area during this period. Levi walked out of the castle. He had been cultivating his breathing techniques during this period, and his strength had improved a little. However, Levi already had this particular effect, so there was little chance of repeating it. It had to break through to level 9 to allow his speed to rise to another level. This time, Levi came out of seclusion mainly because he wanted to walk to Green Bug territory. He still did not want to give up on the Scorpion Knight's method of controlling scorpions. He decided to find a way to see this method before he left the human world and entered the wizard world. This way, he could have another trump card. Chapter 213, The Wizard's Insect Taming Book. 1. When Levi left Tulip Hill, a plain-looking old man in armor also stepped into Flower City. The old man was the first generation of the secondary blood clan. To not attract attention, he dyed his dark red armor black. After all, his current identity was Knight Anderson, a wandering knight. And not the Blood Knight Brad. That legendary knight was already dead. He first went to Shining Tavern. Your Excellency, today's pass is blood wine. The burly man at the entrance of the Shining Tavern reminded him warmly. He was afraid that Anderson would not understand, so he even introduced the origin and symbolic meaning of the blood wine to him. Knight Anderson smiled. Blood wine. He immediately ordered a cup of blood wine and drank it in one gulp. Blood wine was not blood, but red wine. It was as red as blood and was called blood wine. This wine tasted lovely. Not bad, Anderson laughed. Thank you for the compliment. After drinking this cup of blood wine, I hope you will be as famous as the Blood Knight, said the burly man. Anderson cursed in his heart. Was he famous every year? He wanted to live a low-key life now. It is not wise to go against the church. When you thought the church was already rotten, the damned church would always be like a centipede that had died but would revive. It was unknown where they had gotten their hands on some so-called sealing sacred objects. These sacred objects often had miraculous powers. It was said that the gods blessed them with incredible strength. Of course, using them often required the church to bear a considerable price. Therefore, the church would not use such resources if it could. The power of the sealing sacred objects was very great. Once, an influential primary blood clan member committed evil for a while and sucked the blood of an entire town, creating a shocking disaster. The Church of Holy Light immediately used one of the powerful sealing sacred objects. The primary blood clan member, which had destroyed a town and killed several official wizards, was burned under the item. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Anderson would not go head-on with the church. However, if he taught the church a lesson and made them suffer a little, it would at least make his 200 years of suffering a little better. Knight Anderson wandered around Shining Tavern alone. His perception was powerful. Whether due to his robust body or his cultivation of a legendary knight, he had a perception that surpassed that of ordinary grand imites. Therefore, eavesdropping on some conversations was too easy. There was no better place to gather information than Shining Tavern. Knight Anderson asked around. He found that Blood Clan members had been roaming around Flower City some time ago. There were also some in the nearby territories. Mind flayers. It should be Vanina. Poor Vanina. I often told her that her desires shouldn't control her. She should. Tne Master Orna Isilraz, not a slave to Tnum. It seems 11 Ksnenasdro ken her precepts. Vanina was the name of the female Blood Clan member that Levi had killed. She could be considered a third generation of the secondary Blood Clan who was exceptionally talented in Knight Anderson's memories. If the church killed you, I will avenge you. But if it's the revenge of the people you hurt, then I can't do anything about it. This was the limit of what Knight Anderson could do. Deep in his bones, he was more inclined to think of himself as a human. Therefore, he preferred to stand on the side of the humans. Therefore, even though he knew Vanina had done the evil first, his moral principles and Knight made it impossible for him to side with Vanilla. He was causing trouble for the church primarily because of the personal grudge between him and the church. Finally, Knight Anderson left the tavern. He wandered the city and finally found the place where the incident happened, the trace of oil left behind by Vanina. The battlefield had been leveled and repaired by Levi's men. However, Anderson's sense of smell was extremely sharp. He could smell Vanina's scent. He followed her scent and continued to search. Finally, he stopped in front of the towering Black Snake Castle. The church does not kill her. Interesting. I didn't expect the Lord of Flower City to be so powerful, Anderson muttered. He politely approached the castle's edge and asked the guard, "Cough, young man, I'm a wandering imite. I have something to report to the Lord. Please help me inform him." The guard said, "Old man, the Lord has gone out. Please return." "All right then," Knight Anderson shook his head. Naturally, he could barge in. However, it was impolite to barge into someone else's castle like that, and it did not conform to his inner moral code. It was precisely because he had strictly followed the moral code for so many years that Knight Anderson could constantly suppress the desire of the Blood Clan in his body. So he slowly left. He planned to stay in this city, first to feel the changes of the times, understand some things, and simultaneously wait for the Lord's return. Levi was already in the territory of the Scorpion Knight. Since he killed the Scorpion Knight, Levi had been unable to forget about those strange scorpions. Although insects aren't beasts, the wild heart should be usable, right? Levi muttered. He thought he would catch and tame a few if he could not find a method to control the poisonous scorpions. Chapter 214, The Wizard's Insect Taming Book. 2. Compared to the humongous beasts like Nha-2 Generals Ha, these elusive poisonous scorpions were more suitable for actual combat. It was also convenient for Levi to carry it with him. Within the city, the kingdom had rewarded the Scorpion family for their contribution to quelling the rebellion in Montenegro Mountain. The current patriarch of the Scorpion family was an ordinary Grand Knight. This Grand Knight was Knight Lyle. He was in the secret room of his family, studying the private method left behind by his father. Saint Insect Defending Technique. One of the saint insects in this secret technique was saint scorpions, which were highly poisonous. Their most potent thing was its iron shell, which was impenetrable and extremely hard. Knight Ryle's father, the Scorpion Knight, had once controlled over 1,000 saint scorpions at his peak. If he were prepared, the average Grand Knight would not be a match for these saint scorpions. Even top-tier Grand Knights might fail. This was the most precious treasure of the Scorpion family. It was also the foundation of their family. However, many of the saint scorpions escaped after his father's death. Knight Ryle had captured less than 1/10 of them. These 100 saint scorpions were his last seeds. It was very troublesome to raise a saint scorpion. It needed fresh flesh and blood as food. However, this was only the lowest level of blood food. The saint scorpions that were nurtured had average strength. The best saint scorpions had to be fed by living creatures that had just died. Among the living beings in the mortal world, humans were the best. Using humans to feed saint scorpions was undoubtedly against human ethics. Therefore, he had to nurture saint scorpions secretly. In the secret room of the scorpion family, saint scorpions were hibernating in the scorpion pond, and living people on the verge of death were thrown into the scorpion pond. Most of these people were criminals, vagrants, refugees, captives, or people who had offended the scorpion family. They were thrown into the scorpion pond, and soon, their bodies were covered with saint scorpions. They struggled, but it was useless. Night Lyle's expression was cold. The scorpion family had always been ruthless. It was an old tradition of his family to feed the living holy armor. The saint scorpions nurtured in this way would be even more powerful. When Night Lyle watched the scorpion eat a living person, there were sounds of fighting coming from outside. This made him frown. He wore his armor, picked up his weapon, and left the secret room. A black-clothed man wearing a bird of death mask inside the castle stood at the top of the tower, looking down at the soldiers below. The arrows shot by the soldiers could not get close at all. They were all scattered by the black gas around him. An expert, an absolute expert. Night Lyle was shocked. "Are you from the Bird of Death's voice?" Night Lyle asked. He pressed his weapon, ready to attack at any moment. Although the other party was suspected to be a top-tier Grand Knight, and he was no match for him, this was the territory of the Scorpion family, after all. He did not believe they could not subdue a Grand Knight with so many people. Levi looked down at the Grand Knight. According to the information he had received, this was the current head of the Scorpion family, the heir of the old Scorpion Knight. "I heard that the Scorpion family can control poisonous insects and make enemies tremble in fear. I'll tell you straight. I'm very interested in the method to control poisonous insects. I'll leave now if you hand over the technique and poisonous insects," Levi said. In his heart, he felt that he had finally stepped into the ranks of the fanatics. The Scorpion family had no enmity with him in the past or the present. Night Lyle was furious and sneered, "Your Excellency, you sure are arrogant. The Scorpion family has been famous in the south for hundreds of years. This is the first time we've been threatened. Even the Duke of Montenegro has never given in. You're just an assassin of the Bird of Death's voice, and you want to get your hands on our ancestral secret technique? What a joke! Men, crossbowmen, shoot this person to death," Night Lyle said. The Scorpion family's army swarmed over. Levi's expression did not change. Like a bat knight, his black cape fluttered as he leaped high, releasing countless poisonous gases. As expected of the despicable Bird of Death's voice, using poison right from the start. "Quick, everyone, hold your breath. Don't breathe in poison gas." Night Lyle personally knocked his bow and shot at Levi. Levi grabbed the arrow shot by Night Lyle and threw it out. The hand was wrapped in black gas. Pucci! The arrow shot into Night Lyle's armor. Night Lyle's expression changed drastically. His arrowhead had been dipped in the poison of the Saint Scorpions. Who would have thought that the enemy would be so assertive? Not only could he catch the arrow with his bare hands, but he could also reflect it and break his armor. This kind of usage of black gas was unheard of. Then I'm sorry. Levi turned into an afterimage and swept over. With a loud boom, a group of soldiers flew when he landed on the ground. Levi appeared in front of Night Lyle. "I mean what I say, patriarch of the Scorpion family," Levi threatened. Night Lyle looked at his opponent, who had easily defeated him. At this moment, he was terrified. The enemy was so powerful. It was far beyond his imagination. In his opinion, even the legendary knight in the legends were nothing more than this, right? Think carefully, patriarch of the Scorpion family. Is your life more important, or is the secret technique more important? Levi said. Chapter 215, The Wizard's Insect Taming Book. 3. The patriarch of the Scorpion family was panicking. In the end, he was forced by Levi's tyrannical power and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He brought Levi into the secret room where the Saint Scorpions were raised. Levi looked at the poisonous scorpions in the pond. "It's this thing. It can devour souls," Levi looked at the Saint Scorpions and muttered. However, Levi frowned when he saw the people being devoured by the scorpions. "You feed the scorpions with living humans?" Levi asked. "These people won't live long even if they aren't fed to the Saint Scorpions," Night Lyle said. "They're just people who are about to die. You'll do the same if you want to nurture powerful Saint Scorpions." Levi said nothing. Under the threat of death, Night Lyle handed a sheepskin notebook to Levi. Levi took the sheepskin notebook and glanced through it. It should be the method to control the poisonous insects. Saint Insect Defending Technique. Saint scorpions and many other poisonous insects can be raised and tamed. This is a good thing. It should be the masterpiece of a wizard. Although Levi did not look closely, he could tell that it was not something that an ordinary person could create. It must be a work written by a wizard who studied the school of poisonous insects and monsters. Wizards had a wide range of research. It was customary for a school that specialized in poisonous insects to exist. That's right, you didn't lie to me. Unfortunately, I'm an assassin of Bird of Death's voice. I don't keep my word and am despicable and shameless. Levi sneered and shattered Night Lyle's heart meridian and life seeds with a palm strike, killing him instantly. An ordinary Grand Knight like him was no match for Levi. No matter what, since he had already offended the Scorpion family, he could offend them to the end. The Scorpion family was a family that held grudges. If he let Night Lyle go now, although he did it as Bird of Death's voice, he might be found in the future. It was better for him to die. After Levi killed Night Lyle, he searched the secret room. According to the Saint Insect Defending Technique, there were usually unique breeding bags for poisonous insects. He searched for a while and finally found a strange bag hanging on the wall. It seemed to be sewn from some animal's fur, and there seemed to be some runes flashing on it. This should be it. Levi picked up the bag and opened it with the magic of the secret technique. He jumped into the scorpion pond and used his black scales to protect his body while grabbing the poisonous scorpions with his bare hands. He could feel that the saint scorpions were nibbling at his black scales. What a powerful poisonous insect! My black scales are invulnerable but can't withstand its bite. As expected of a mutated insect bred by a wizard, Levi praised in his heart and became even happier. His strength could rise to another level when he mastered this method of controlling poisonous scorpions. This way, after he entered the wizard world, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. He was delighted. Suddenly, Levi remembered that the saint scorpions could devour souls, so he took out the corpse of Night Lyle. Immediately, a bunch of saint scorpions lay on Night Lyle's head. They were crawling on the ground as if performing some evil ritual. Then, they sucked in the air. Tutton was released by Levi and said when he saw this scene, "What a powerful insect! It can devour souls. This poisonous scorpion is undoubtedly a creation of the wizard from the school of insects." "Is the school of insects also a wizard school?" Levi asked. "That's right. However, it's a relatively unpopular school of thought. People tend to classify it as the school of mutation. After all, it's a weirdo who studies mutated poisonous insects." Soon, before his black scales were bitten to pieces, Levi finally put all 100 saint scorpions into the bag. Night Lyle's soul was also devoured. After devouring Night Lyle's soul, Levi noticed that a few scorpions seemed to have eaten until they were round. They lay motionless on the ground as if they had overeaten. "I hope they won't die from being stuffed," Levi thought. As long as this method of controlling poisonous insects can be displayed on the proficiency panel, it will be convenient. He picked up Night Lyle's body and wrapped it up. Although he was an ordinary Grand Knight, he could still be considered the fifth member of his living dead family. It was not a problem for him to be cannon fodder. This was the rational use of corpses. When the 5 generals of the living dead family were all crippled in the future, their flesh could be fed to the saint scorpions and recycled. An evil secret technique, but I like it. The more evil it was, the more powerful it was. For the sake of strength, Levi did not mind becoming one of those weirdos. He searched the scorpion family's mansion and found a few more saint scorpions that had escaped. Levi also found the scorpion family's breathing technique inheritance map. Unfortunately, it was the strength-type breathing technique that he disliked the most. It could only be cultivated to the peak of level 8 and was considered a second-rate breathing technique of excellent quality. In the end, Levi threw down the mask of the Bird of Death's voice and sneakily returned to Black Snake Castle in Flower City with Night Lyle's corpse. After returning, Levi turned Night Lyle into a walking dead. Levi named it Demon Scorpion. It was used to commemorate the poor Scorpion family. At this point, Levi already had Magic Shark, Demon Mountain, Demon High, Spectre, and Demon Scorpion under his command. What a luxurious lineup! There are still 2 empty seats left. I wonder which 2 lucky fellows will benefit from it. This fixed establishment is a blessing that these people took 500 years to cultivate, Levi laughed in his heart. Conversely, the Scorpion family received terrible news a few days later. An assassin of the Bird of Death's voice attacked the Scorpion family. This major event became the gossip topic of the southern nobles after dinner. The kingdom strongly condemned the despicable behavior of Bird of Death's voice. During this period, Levi had been studying the saint insect defending technique without sleep or food, preparing to record the method of controlling poisonous insects in this secret technique on his proficiency panel. Chapter 216, Levi's First Spell. 1. Saint Insect Defending Technique. It was indeed not simple. This was a genuine wizard book. This was what Levi felt when he studied the secret technique these days. The author of this manual was unknown, but there was no doubt that the author was the master of the school of insects that Tutton mentioned. The contents of this manual were profound. To Levi, it was even more difficult to comprehend than breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Many of the terms were incomprehensible to those not senior researchers of the school of insects. From Levi's perspective, this book was meant for professional wizards. It was not something that a half-wizard like him could comprehend quickly. I picked up a treasure. Levi was overjoyed. As for the other contents, Levi was still unable to comprehend them. However, there was no problem with the Saint Scorpions. After all, if the Scorpion family could understand it, he would have no problem with it. According to the classification of all the different insects in the multi-dimensional planes, the insects in the world could be divided into 3 classes. High-grade insects often come from multi-dimensional planes. They were powerful, and wizards did not dare to provoke them easily. If too many of these insects existed, it would be the most terrifying insect plague in the world. Even wizards had to avoid them. Middle-grade insects were also relatively rare. Many of them were hybrids of the visitors from the multi-dimensional planes and the insects of this world. As for the low-grade insects, they were some ancient insects of this world, such as Saint Scorpions. It was a relatively famous poisonous insect. The Saint Scorpions itself was a highly poisonous creature in the world. The man-faced spider tears that Levi had refined required the poison of the Saint Scorpions. However, the Saint Scorpion's most vital point was that its shell was tough and impenetrable. It could even bite the black gas and even devour souls. If these poisonous insects devoured souls, there was a slight chance they would evolve their life level. It was possible to evolve from a low-grade insect to a medium-grade or even a high-grade insect. Of course, this required a long nurturing process. Generally speaking, no wizard would do such an extra thing. This was because a single Saint Scorpion's strength was limited. A large group of Saint Scorpions was required to form considerable power. If he wanted to nurture a large group of evolved Saint Scorpions, the time, energy, material, and financial resources needed were unimaginable. Therefore, the school of insects wizards preferred to cultivate high-grade insects directly. It doesn't matter. I'm patient anyway. After Levi saw it, he felt that this saint insect defending technique was not simple. It was also very suitable for him. If one day, he could use the proficiency panel to nurture thousands of evolved Saint Scorpions, then with a wave of his hand, the army of scorpions would cover the sky and devour everything. This would be a living natural disaster. Not bad. Levi was comprehending the saint insect defending technique. The bag used to store the Saint Scorpions was called bug house. To a certain extent, the bug house was also a wizard tool. Moreover, it was a spatial magic tool similar to the bag of gluttony. However, the bag of gluttony was a creation of the school of death. The bug house was a creation of the school of insects. This kind of wizard tool only had one use: to become the little pets of the wizards of the school of insects. Of course, the bug house was of a higher grade than the bag of gluttony. This was because the bug house could also be used to store other things, as long as one did not worry about the items being eaten by the bugs. Interesting. It's like I have 2 storage items. No matter what, the bug house is more reliable than the bag of gluttony. I can put my important things in the bug house. I must ensure that the poisonous bugs I put in won't devour the things in the bag. Levi was delighted. Currently, there were more than 100 Saint Scorpions in the bug house. The opening of the bug house required a mantra, and Levi had already memorized it. Levi placed his essential things in the bug house, such as hammers and a large amount of gold. Saint Scorpions ate flesh and souls, not metals, so they would not be eaten. At the same time, Levi took a saint scorpion from the bug house and placed it in his palm. He used black gas to grab the saint scorpion, and it kept struggling in his hand. It also used its sharp mouth to gnaw at Levi's black gas defense. So powerful! What is this mouth made of? A knife can't cut my black scales, but this mouth part can bite. Although it can only bite a little, it will be very terrifying if it bites a lot. Levi looked at the poisonous insects curiously. He planned to try the saint insect defending techniques method of controlling the saint scorpions. There were two ways to control saint scorpions. The first method was the blood defense technique. Simply put, it was to continuously feed his blood to the saint scorpions once a day. The advantage of this method was that it would take effect faster, but the disadvantage was that it would harm the body. Moreover, as the number of saint scorpions increased, it was evident that feeding them with his blood was impossible every day. In any case, Levi would not do this. Over time, it would harm his body, and the gains would not compensate for the losses. Scorpion family used this simple method to control the saint scorpions. Levi planned to use the second method, divine obstruction. As the name suggested, it was a technique that used one's spiritual force to control the saint scorpions. This was the most authentic way to control it. After all, wizards cultivated spiritual power, the most suitable way to control it. Chapter 217, Levi's first spell. 2. However, using mental power to control saint scorpions also required a corresponding spell. The authentic school of insects control spell on the saint scorpions was called Sacred Insect Touch. This was a proper first ring spell, and it was evident that Levi could not cast it. Although this saint insect defending technique seemed to have recorded the spell model of this first ring spell. However, to Levi, who had no foundation in spell, that was like a humanities student reading calculus. He could not understand it at all. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing. He used a zero-ring cantrip to barely control it. Levi felt it was feasible to use it with his wild heart. He would use the traditional blood defense technique if it did not work. This zero-ring cantrip was called the insect controlling technique. It might sound like a high-end technique, but the earliest inventor of this trick was a wizard apprentice who could not make it in the wizard world. After returning to the human world, it was unknown how he devised this trick by controlling poisonous insects as a circus trick. A trick. Generally speaking, their power was not that great. Therefore, the effect of this insect controlling technique was much worse than that of a proper first ring spell. However, the insect controlling technique was straightforward to learn. Over time, it became a must-learn trick for some school wizards. Levi looked at the spell model of the insect controlling technique. Such a simple spell model was drawn on a flat surface. Because of its simple structure, it could be displayed on a two-dimensional surface. According to Tutton, the complicated high-level spells and models were all displayed in the crystal ball in a three-dimensional form. That was the only way to display the spell model's complicated structures. Therefore, according to some wandering poets, wizards would always hold a crystal ball in their hands and stare at it in boredom. This was a wizard studying the spell model. However, the insect controlling technique was not a complicated spell. It was the most straightforward trick and was only a little more advanced than the tricks of a charlatan. No matter what, this was still a challenge for Levi. Before this, Levi had never learned any spells, nor had he had a systematic teacher to teach him. Therefore, he had no confidence that he could successfully construct the spell model of the insect controlling technique. In the following time, Levi even stopped cultivating the breathing technique. His daily work was only left with acquiring meditation art and comprehending the spell model of the insect controlling technique. At least he had a guide, teacher Tutton. Although Tutton was not very skilled, he had mastered some cantrips as a wizard when he was alive. He was also quite knowledgeable about the construction of spell models for cantrips. With Tutton's explanation, Levi had a preliminary understanding of spell model construction. The spell model was similar to setting up a program and writing code. Levi needed to constantly observe the spell model and then use his mental power to construct the spell model. This was the foundation of learning spells. Only by mastering the spell model could one cast spells in the future. The critical step for the wizard to create a wizard tool was to build this model on some weapons or props. This step was called solidification. Of course, the prerequisite for solidification was that he had already grasped the spell model. Moreover, not all spell models could be solidified on items. Only some could. The insect controlling technique could be solidified. If Levi could master the insect controlling technique's spell model, he could solidify this spell onto some unique materials. For example, he could refine an insect flute, which could barely be considered a wizard tool. At that time, he only needed to control the insect flute to control the saint scorpions. However, spell solidification was a skill that only the official wizard had. Even if a wizard mastered a cantrip, they could not solidify it on a wizard tool. The spell model of the insect controlling technique only had 3 significant structures. It looked like a triangle. However, this was not a simple triangle. There were many essential spell nodes on it. The spell nodes must all be completed. The first step of the spell model must be completed. The first step of the spell model must be completed. The more advanced the spell model, the more complicated it was. Triangles, quadrants, pentagons, hexagons, and complex hexagons, hexagrams, and octograms. The higher the spell level, the more complicated the model structure, and the number of nodes involved would also increase. Levi looked at the simplest insect controlling technique and realized he needed to construct dozens of spell nodes. Teuton had said that complicated magic spells had nearly 100 nodes. This made Levi think of the tiny figures on breathing technique inheritance diagrams. The two seemed to have the same effect in this aspect. Official spells had hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of nodes. The higher the level, the more nodes there were, and the more complicated it was. Levi could imagine it would take the wizard years or even decades to construct a complex spell model. This was like constructing a building in his mind. The more complicated the spell, the higher the structure, and the higher the difficulty level. Chapter 218, Levi's first spell. 3. Of course, Levi did not need to worry about this yet. He only needed to build these dozens of nodes and the insect controlling technique model, which would be a breakthrough. Levi spent a month comprehending. During this month, Levi did not even cultivate breathing techniques. He practiced the meditation art day and night and then comprehended the spell model of the insect controlling technique. After working tirelessly for a month, Levi had only completed half of the nodes. The difficulty of learning spells gave Levi a deep impression. He did not know if it was because he was a beginner or if it would be like this in the future. If he continued to progress at this speed, it would be tough for him to become an official wizard. When he asked Teuton, Teuton's answer made Levi completely relieved. If a wizard can build his first spell model in a month, even if it's the simplest cantrip, then he's a genius in the field of spell model construction. It would be slower for the first time because it was a process of starting from scratch. It would be much better after that. Of course, some complicated spell model would still take a lot of time, so the wizard would always be busy. This made Levi feel at ease. His construction speed was not slow. He did not have an official wizard as his mentor, so he felt he could be considered a small wizarding genius. So what if he was one of the children of chaos? His ability to comprehend spell models was pretty good. During this period, Anderson came to the castle to find Levi again. However, Levi had been in closed-door cultivation, so he told his subordinates that he would not meet anyone who came looking for him. Knight Anderson did not disturb him and continued to wait for Levi in Flower City. He had plenty of patience as a Blood Clan member with a long lifespan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this master of the Black Snake Castle was not simple. Therefore, he wanted to meet this young man. Within Black Snake Castle, Levi put all his heart and soul into constructing the spell model. In the second month, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed of his node construction seemed to have increased a little. Initially, he could build a node in a day and a half. Now, he could make a node every day. Practice makes perfect. This is the truth. Levi was delighted and struck while the iron was hot. Meditate, construct, the cycle repeated. Finally, at the end of the month of Northern Wind of the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, a precise and mysterious spell model lit up like a star in Levi's mind. If Levi's mind was compared to a star map, this spell model was like a constellation connected by starlight. After nearly 2 months, the spell model of the insect controlling technique was finally constructed successfully. This was a great encouragement to Levi. Without a mentor, he had comprehended a spell model by himself. Levi, as expected of you. Levi gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Of course, he was not arrogant and complacent. Building spell model is only the beginning of spell cultivation. Next, you'll need to improve through continuous spellcasting practice to become more skilled, accurate, and powerful. The cultivation of spells was similar to that of seals. There was no shortcut to increase proficiency, which was to practice spellcasting continuously. Of course, if he were a son of element, his cultivation speed would be faster than a children of chaos like Levi. Thanks to their affinity with a single element, they were able to cultivate the meditation art and spell of the corresponding elemental school as if the gods blessed them. However, the insect control technique was a spell from the school of the worm. It was closer to the life school of thought, school of death and school of alchemy. The tremendous significance of the birth of a new school was to give way for most ordinary wizards with the talent of the children of chaos. This was because they had the lowest requirements for elemental affinity compared to the old elementalist school. Of course, the lowest requirement did not mean any criteria. To become a wizard, one had to have the talent of a children of chaos. This was because regardless of whether it was the new or old school, in terms of origin, it relied on the four great wills of creation: earth, fire, wind, and water. However, the old school relied heavily on elemental affinity, while the new school relied less. After successfully constructing the spell model of the insect controlling technique, Levi opened his proficiency panel. He realized that a new skill had appeared on the proficiency panel. Insect controlling technique, level 1, 1/1000. Perfect. Once you get on my proficiency panel, I'll cultivate you to the maximum. Levi said confidently. The next step was simple. He would practice the insect controlling technique. Insect controlling technique did not require casting materials. He only needed to use his spiritual power to communicate with the poisonous insects he controlled continuously. Levi took out a saint scorpion, and his mental strength flowed along the constructed insect controlling technique spell model. After circulating it, it became a faint connection. He instantly felt that he had an invisible hand, or rather, it was similar to the mother tree on Pandora. This was the high-level wild heart, which allowed Levi to use his spirit to communicate with saint scorpions. Of course, the advantage of the wild heart was that it could be used on all kinds of wild beasts. However, the insect controlling technique could only communicate with mutated insects, not even ordinary ones. There were specializations in every field and no distinction between good and evil. Soon, Levi sensed the saint scorpion's emotions. It was sometimes confused, irritable and crazy. Under Levi's reassurance, the saint scorpion gradually calmed down. Levi tried to remove the black gas and gently touched the saint scorpion with his hand. It did not attack Levi. Success. Initial control successful. Levi was delighted. At the same time, a system notification came. Insect controlling technique proficiency +1. I'll start cultivating. From now on, Levi could be considered a true low-level wizard apprentice. Chapter 219, Red Lotus. Golden Blood. 1. It was the month of winter of the year 105 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Flower City was still as warm as spring. Levi came out from his cultivation state. According to the information from the front line, Montenegro Mountain City had fallen. Snow Demon invaded the northern territory. A few of the church's 7 holy knights of the world led the members of the knight group and began to hunt snow demons. The good news was that ever since the blue frost broke out in Montenegro Mountain City, the other cities in the north had not. The Pope claimed he had received an oracle from the Heavenly Father. God had already noticed everything in the human world and would punish evil. God wanted the world to unite and fight against blue frost. Levi expressed his grave doubts. If God cares, then what about those who died before? Levi sighed. Rather than relying on God, it was better to rely on oneself. Be it a knight or a wizard. This was the best way for mortals to protect themselves. If he were an ordinary lord like before, his fate might not be much better than ordinary people's. After this period of cultivation, Levi continued to practice casting spells. Levi's insect controlling technique had finally reached level 2. Insect controlling technique, level 2, 1/5000. The level 2 insect controlling technique was closely related to the saint scorpions. Levi could control the saint scorpion now. Of course, the number of saint scorpions he could control could not exceed 10. If there were more than 10 of them, the excess saint scorpions would bite him. At level 1, Levi could control a Saint Scorpion. Therefore, he guessed that if his level was 10 times higher, he should be able to control 100 of them. At level 4, he could control 1000 of them. Level 5, 10,000. Of course, the prerequisite was that the insect controlling technique could be cultivated to level 5. 10 Saint Scorpions did not have much combat power. He would need at least 100 to threaten a Grand Knight. Levi could only take his time. He had already spent too much time trying to learn the insect controlling technique. Next, he had to pick up his breathing techniques again. After all, from the looks of it, the breathing techniques were still ones that could increase his strength the most. Levi came out of seclusion today because, recently, there was always someone looking for him. He had already looked for him several times. Initially, Levi did not want to pay attention to him, but the soldier told him the person might be a Grand Knight, so Levi had better go. Levi thought for a moment and decided to meet him. He had an old face, a slightly hunched body, pitch black armor, and a head full of silver hair. However, the apparent aura of a Grand Knight made it so that no one dared to ignore this old man. It was Knight Anderson, who had visited the thatched cottage 3 times. Esteemed Lord Levi, I am Knight Anderson. I have something to discuss with you. The old man was neither servile nor overbearing as he went straight to the point. Levi's spider sensing perceived a faint sense of danger, which made his expression solemn. The newcomer was an expert. Even though he had only displayed the strength of a Grand Knight, with his superhuman senses and spiritual energy, Levi could sense that Knight Anderson was a powerful being. He was the strongest knight he had ever seen, at least not weaker than the Duke of Montenegro and the Fist of the Empire. As the other party stood there, he felt like he had returned to his original state and was one with the world. Sir Anderson, why are you looking for me? Levi asked after sending the servants away. Knight Anderson sighed and said softly, did you kill a Blood Clan member some time ago? Hearing this, Levi's heart changed. He did not expect to be exposed after being so cautious. Was this old man also a member of the Blood Clan? As expected, there should be some connection between the members of the Blood Clan. Levi thought to himself that it was troublesome. However, he was not very flustered. With his strength, as long as the other party was not a primary Blood Clan member, he was not without the ability to fight. At most, he would activate the Red Lotus blood and risk his life. Moreover, from his attitude, it did not seem he was here to cause trouble. What do you mean? Levi did not admit it, nor did he deny it. He pretended to be confused. Knight Anderson smiled. I have no ill intentions. I am simply confirming this matter with you. Vanina is the name of the Blood Clan member you killed. She is my junior, and she has an eccentric personality and is overly indulgent. I am not here to avenge Vanina. Levi naturally did not believe him and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. In any case, he would not admit that he killed her. Knight Anderson said calmly, forget it, it's not a big deal. I'll say it directly. I'm also a member of the Blood Clan and Vanina's senior. According to the rules of the Blood Clan, under normal circumstances, we'll carry out the craziest revenge on those who kill our fellow Blood Clan members. However, I'm a bit special, I won't take revenge on you. I want to take Vanina's corpse away. I can sense that Vanina's aura is in your castle. If not for my moral code, I could have snuck into the castle without your knowledge and taken her corpse or snatched it back from your hands. But my heart doesn't allow me to do that. I hope that you can hand over Vanina's corpse to me. As a form of thanks, I can grant you a request within my capabilities. I'll provide you anything, whether wealth or some secret techniques. Chapter 220, Red Lotus. Golden Blood. 2. I think you are a wild wizard. If you want to enter the realm of the unbelievers, I can introduce you to a mentor. I know some wizards with good character, Knight Anderson said softly. His expression was sincere, and he did not seem to be faking it. This made Levi confused, and he was skeptical. He did not believe this world had such a Blood Clan member. Not to mention the Blood Clan, not many humans followed the rules and the moral code. However, this person was influential. His old eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This made Levi trust the authenticity of his words. From the looks of it, he was likely to be a legendary knight or an official wizard. It was indeed not difficult for such a strong person to kill him. There was no need to lie to himself. Yet, Levi was still stubborn. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Knight Anderson did not know whether to laugh or cry. This lord was quite interesting. He had already said that, but he still did not believe him. It was only because Anderson had a good personality. They would have already chopped Levi into pieces if it were any other Blood Clan member. All right, you can come and find me anytime. I live at 13 Tanton Street, Knight Anderson said, waved his hand and left. You're a Blood Clan member, Levi said. Aren't you afraid of the church's punishment for openly appearing in the human world? Knight Anderson turned around and smiled. I'm not afraid. I believe that you won't tell on us. After all, we all have secrets. Knight Anderson finished speaking, and he disappeared from Levi's sight. Levi pondered. This old fellow should be a senior of the Blood Clan. He's likely a first-generation Blood Clan, but it's unlikely that he's a primary Blood Clan member, known to be a bunch of complete lunatics. They completely look down on humans and treat humans as blood food. They won't be so polite to me. His performance must have been due to his strong willpower, causing the will of the Blood Clan not to erode his will as a human. He was not simple. Moreover, with a glance, this old fellow could tell he was a wild wizard. He should be able to sense that his mental strength differed from ordinary people. This also sounded the alarm for Levi. Perhaps some of the powerhouses in the church had also seen through his background. The consequences would be unimaginable if the church discovered that he was secretly becoming a wizard. As for the wild wizard that the old man mentioned, it was a name that the wizards in the realm of the unbelievers gave to the group of wizards who wandered outside the realm of the unbelievers and hid in the human world without any organization or mentor. Therefore, there were some wizard groups in the world but very few. Firstly, the church would watch him in the human world. He would have to hide all day long and be in fear. It would be downright uncomfortable. For example, Levi was now using a spell but did not dare to show it to others. He feared it would accidentally leak to the church and cause trouble. Secondly, in the secular world, the power of ether elements was fragile. Whether it was constructing spell models or casting spells here, the effects were far inferior to those in the realm of the unbelievers. The same person casting the same period would have different power. Moreover, wizards had to communicate with their peers to improve. It was not easy to achieve anything behind closed doors. Individual wisdom was not as good as collective wisdom. It was impossible to find wizards in the world to communicate with each other. No one was willing to be here. Levi had no choice but to stay here temporarily. Although Knight Anderson was sincere, Levi could not trust him. In the future, Levi could take out the corpse and exchange it for something he needed if he did as he said. He had shown enough sincerity but was still a Blood Clan member, so Levi must be careful. If he had some method to resurrect Vanina, and she came back to life for revenge, wouldn't Levi be asking for trouble? He did not think about Anderson. The days of cultivation passed, but there was still no news of the fire paper. On New Year's Day of the year 1016 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi's Red Lotus breathing technique was at level 8. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 8, 1/100000, special effect, transcendent power, Red Lotus blood. This was the special effect of Levi's transcendent power. Levi was already calm and collected in the face of a breakthrough in his breathing techniques. Right now, Levi has a bunch of breathing techniques of level 8 and above. His strength was increasing daily. He was lying low and cultivating quietly. He did not cause any trouble and kept a low profile. It was also New Year's Day when explosive news spread from the Tuva Empire to the Emerald Kingdom. The Fist of the Empire reappeared. This top-notch expert, the unparalleled god of war born in the storm, killed the new king, who had yet to warm up on the throne with lightning-fast methods as soon as he appeared. Later, he was chased by the Night Storm of the Church of Storm. He relied on his terrifying strength to kill 3 Grand Knights. Then, even after the head priest of the Church of Storm used the foundation of the church, he still escaped to the outer seas. The reason why he went to the outer seas was because of another significant event. Someone found a treasure map left behind by the Golden Knight Gregor. Golden Knight Gregor was one of the legendary knights. He was powerful and left behind countless legends. Chapter 221, Red Lotus. Golden Blood. 3. He was mighty. It was said that the blood flowing in his body was golden in color and emitted a golden light. He was invulnerable to swords and spears, indestructible to Vajra, and resistant to water and fire. This was the famous Golden Blood. Some said that Golden Knight Gregor was a descendant of a robust foreign race, while others said that he was a descendant of a wizard. There are many opinions, but one truth was that Golden Knight Gregor had also mastered powerful sword skills. He was an actual sword expert. The current 7 godly swords were like brothers before the Golden Knight. According to the treasure map, the Golden Knight Gregor had left his wealth on an isolated island in the outer seas. It was said that in the last years of Golden Knight Gregor's life, because he was dissatisfied with the rule of the church, he spent a lot of money to build a vast ship and set out to sea to search for something. When he went to sea, the Golden Knight took his ship full of wealth, brought several grand knight servants under his command, and took everything that belonged to the Golden Knight to the sea. After that, there was no more news. Now, the treasure map had reappeared. The mysterious treasure of the Golden Knight was on an isolated island in the outer seas. Do you want to obtain the wealth of the Golden Knight Gregor? Do you want the most potent power, authority, and breathing techniques worldwide? Do you want to become a legendary knight? Then let's go to the sea. Golden Knight Gregor left everything there. With this unknown news, the coastal areas of the Tuva Empire took the lead in launching a grand voyage adventure. Even the Fist of the Empire was no exception. They went out to sea to search for Gregor's treasure. This craze had now swept across the Emerald Kingdom. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people are bored. With the navigation and shipbuilding technology of this era, it's impossible to find the treasure of the Golden Knight. Moreover, this news might be fake. In any case, Levi did not believe it at all. He would not participate in such boring activities. However, he would still occasionally pay attention to the gossip of the dare and the movements of the Fist of the Empire. This 3-meter-tall man left a deep impression on Levi. Levi wanted a big fight with the Fist of the Empire to test his current strength. However, it was clear that the chances of this were slim. Levi would not go to the Fist of the Empire just to spar. However, could Golden Knight's powerful sword skill be my Golden Cross Slash? Levi suddenly thought of a problem. The Golden Cross Slash was taught to Levi by the Serpent Vulture Knight. The Serpent Vulture Knight said that if cultivated to the highest level, it would be a perfect or even legendary sword skill. Golden Knight Gregor was a legendary knight. Levi believed only a legendary knight could create such a powerful sword skill. Levi did not stop cultivating his Golden Cross Slash during this period. If his guess were correct, he estimated he could cultivate the Golden Cross Slash to the perfected level 6 this year. The Golden Cross Slash of level 7 corresponded to the power of revolving force. Of course, it was because of the invention of the Golden Ripple Divine Palm. Levi's Golden Cross Slash was only in name. It would be more appropriate to call it the Golden Ripple Divine Palm. While Levi was paying attention to the voyage situation, he was also quietly gaining experience in his territory. The mysterious and powerful Blood Clan member did not bother him during this period. He seemed to have become an ordinary old man and settled in Flower City. Levi occasionally ran into him when he went to the Shining Tavern. He would even smile kindly at Levi. Levi's spider sensing also rarely alerted him. This meant that the old man did not have any ill intentions and did not have any intentions of harming Levi. Levi was a little tempted. He was an influential member of the Blood Clan. He had lived long and even had friends with the official wizard. The other party had a lot of connections. He might not need the fire paper if he could introduce him. He would not need to wait for news from the 4 great families. If willing to speak, he could enter the realm of the unbelievers. However, the biggest problem was that he was a Blood Clan member. This had always been Levi's concern. In this dilemma, Levi continued to gain experience. In the month of flowing fire of the year 106 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the City of Flowers was extremely hot, and the heat wave swept across. After a long period of practice, Levi's Golden Cross Slash was a powerful sword technique he had obtained from Sir Fred. He had finally reached the limit of level 6. Golden Cross Slash, level 6, maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, advanced vibration, advanced waves. The Golden Cross Slash has reached a bottleneck. I knew breaking through to the highest realm wouldn't be easy, Levi muttered. He had been focusing on the Golden Cross Slash recently because it had been stuck at the 6th level for a long time. He wanted to break through to the 7th level as soon as possible and grasp the power of the revolving force. However, reality proved that the revolving force was not easy to grasp. Previously, he encountered no bottlenecks from level 1 to level 6. He broke through on his own when he reached. However, from the 6th to the 7th level, he needed to think of a way to break through the bottleneck to break through the limit and grasp the revolving force. But how do we break the limit? Levi was worried. Now, he was only one step away. Tremble, ripple, circle. According to my previous understanding, using vibrations to create ripples and ripples to create swirls is not wrong. What should I do to break through? Levi left the castle and went to Shining Tavern, listening to the other knights discussing the news of the Golden Knight Gregor's treasure. After half a year, the voyage had become less popular. A bunch of people were lost in the sea or returned empty-handed. Based on his analysis, Levi guessed that the Golden Cross Slash might be the sword skill of the Golden Knight Gregor. Therefore, the Golden Knight might be the key to breaking through the revolving force. Chapter 222, Level 10 Black Snake. 1. In Shining Tavern, Levi listened quietly. He ordered a cup of wine and leisurely listened to the travelers' conversations. Many of them were related to Golden Knight Gregor's treasure. During this period, he investigated and gathered rumors about the Golden Knight. He felt that his Golden Cross Slash was very likely to be created by the Golden Knight. However, for the imaginary possibility's sake, he went to sea to search for the unrealistic treasure. Levi also felt that it was unrealistic. Therefore, he continued to wait quietly. He wanted to see who the final winner of this grand voyage was. At that time, he could pay a targeted visit. However, Levi believed that it would not be difficult for him to comprehend revolving force alone as long as he was given some time. In the tavern, Knight Anderson was also drinking in a corner. Levi thought for a while and ordered a glass of wine before coming to Knight Anderson. Knight Anderson smiled and said, "Have you thought it through?" "That's right," Levi said. "But I hope you can understand me. As a lord, I must protect my people." Levi began to play the moral card. After all, he seemed to be a rare old knight who truly abided by the rules of a knight. "Of course I understand. That's why I didn't take revenge on you," Knight Anderson said. Levi nodded and brought Knight Anderson back to Black Snake Castle. He took out Vanina's ashes and said calmly, "This is the corpse of that Blood Clan member." "What?" Knight Anderson's old face twitched. "Your Excellency is kind. You cremated this junior of mine." Levi smiled awkwardly, "I heard that the Blood Clan has a powerful regenerative ability. I was forced to do this." Knight Anderson casually put away the box. The box disappeared from his hand. Levi knew that this old man had an actual storage item. He was indeed not simple. To be able to befriend a wizard as a Blood Clan member, he was indeed a big shot. "Thank you for your kindness. What is your request?" Knight Anderson asked. Levi thought momentarily and asked, "May I know which sect your wizard friend is from?" Anderson thought momentarily and said, "I have 2 wizard friends. One is in the School of Death, and the other is in the School of Alchemy. Which school is your meditation art from?" Levi thought momentarily and said, "Ocean School of Thought." Upon hearing this, Anderson frowned slightly, "The Ocean School of Thought, don't know anyone from the traditional school, but I'll ask around. If any official wizards from the Ocean School of Thought are still looking, I'll help you get a spot. You must know that wizards from traditional schools like the Nature School are more arrogant and do not like to interact with us foreign races. On the other hand, the wizards of the new guilds were more open and tolerant because their foundations were still shallow. Therefore, the wizard friends I knew were all from the new guilds. It was not easy to get along with the traditional schools," Knight Anderson sighed. He was knowledgeable, and Levi felt that the old man seemed to know more than Tutton. However, from the looks of it now, this Blood Clan member was a very traditional knight. He was a rare gentleman who was honest, trustworthy, and abided by justice. It was scarce to see someone like him. If he could build a good relationship with this old fellow, Levi might be able to get some benefits. "Knight Anderson, do wizards from the School of Alchemy still need apprentices?" Levi asked. He thought about it and decided not to consider the School of Death. It was mainly because of Tutton's encounter that he kept a respectful distance from the School of Death. Although he knew every school had wicked people, he did not have a good impression of the School of Death. "I'll help you ask. He has several wizards under him now, so you might not have many opportunities to stand out. Moreover, your meditation art is from the Ocean School of Thought, so it might not meet his requirements, Knight Anderson said. Levi wanted to say that he could cultivate any meditation art of any sect, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He would let Knight Anderson help him inquire about it first while waiting for news on the fire paper. He would use both methods, whichever was suitable. After completing the transaction, Levi held a banquet at home to entertain Knight Anderson. A legendary knight was also a human. He had to do his part in the ways of the world. Previously, Levi had been too vigilant, but now that everyone had gotten to know each other, Levi was naturally more enthusiastic. Knight Anderson might have been lonely for too long. He had no descendants. The so-called junior was not related to him by blood. However, because he was a first generation of the secondary blood clan, he had the earliest experience, the most robust strength, and the highest prestige, so everyone called him elder. After the banquet, Levi enthusiastically sent Knight Anderson home. Before Knight Anderson left, he said, "Your talent as a knight is top-notch. Even if you become a wizard in the future, don't give up on the path of a knight. The legendary rank might not be the end of the path of a knight, but there is always a layer of imprisonment that prevents me from seeing the path ahead. If you become a legendary knight one day, we can exchange our experiences. I don't have the talent of a wizard, so there is no hope for a wizard in this life. I can only place my hope on the path of a knight." Chapter 223, Level 10 Black Snake 2. With Anderson's legendary knight realm, he could tell that Levi was already a top-notch Grand Knight at his age. This meant that Levi's talent was top-notch, not inferior to Anderson's back then. Another essential reason he wanted to befriend Levi was that there were too few existences like him and Levi in this world. Especially when it came to legendary knights, there was almost no communication with their peers. After all, most legendary knights were not born in the same era. Even if they did, they were unwilling to show their faces because of the church. Therefore, in Anderson's opinion, every person with the potential to be a legendary knight was worth befriending. "Thank you for your warning, Sir Anderson. I will continue on the knight's path," Levi thanked him sincerely. This old man was an extraordinary person. With Levi's current knowledge of breathing techniques, only a legendary knight could compare to him. Therefore, Anderson and Levi had an enjoyable conversation and regretted not meeting each other earlier. Levi also learned Knight Anderson was the once famous legendary knight, Blood Knight Brad. This knight was well known, and everyone acknowledged this fact. Levi was more at ease with Blood Knight Brad's character. Levi knew that he could not be a romantic hero in this era. This kind of mentality and perseverance was too strong. In addition to the fact that he was a member of the Blood clan, it was even rare for him to be able to do this. In terms of cultivation, they were partners on the same path. In the long cultivation process, there had to be someone to talk to and discuss cultivation with him so he would not feel lonely. Unfortunately, Knight Anderson did not have the talent of a wizard. However, because of the Blood clan member's identity, many wizards might have died, but he would not. It was the month of harvest of the year 1016 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Levi's meditation art was slowly cultivated. During this period, Knight Anderson often came to Levi to discuss the mysteries of breathing techniques. He did not expect Levi to have such a deep understanding of breathing techniques at a young age. Levi knew that this was all thanks to his hard work and experience. Every time he gained proficiency, it was a little bit of comprehension and understanding. Over time, his grasp of breathing techniques was far beyond that of ordinary people. Most importantly, Levi had cultivated a bunch of breathing techniques simultaneously. This was probably unprecedented. Therefore, no matter what type of breathing technique it was, Levi could master it with ease and thoroughly. Levi also learned about advancing to a legendary knight from Knight Anderson. Such knowledge was highly precious, even more so than meditation art. This was because meditation art was relatively easy to obtain in the world of the wizards. Still, the legendary knight's understanding and breakthrough methods were scarce. After all, looking at the history of the 7 countries, even grand knights were like carp crossing the river. However, legendary knights were as rare as phoenix feathers. Blood Knight Brad was one of the 7 legendary knights the Shining Tavern had specially brought out to commemorate. He had an extraordinary status. Through Knight Anderson's explanation, Levi learned that the legendary knight needed a second transformation of their life seeds. After this transformation, the life seed would transform the body of the legendary knight. According to the different characteristics of the breathing technique, a supernatural organ would be born in the body. If one said that Grand Knight relied on black gas to become extraordinary, the most significant difference between a legendary knight and a Grand Knight was that they could directly use the life seed to evolve their bodies. It allowed a specific part of his body to become extraordinary, to achieve the goal of becoming extraordinary and reborn. This was the power of a legendary knight. However, Levi was still a distance away from the legendary knight realm. His current supernatural organ was not even at level 10. Levi estimated that the extraordinary organs born from the black snake breathing technique should be related to defense. Will my skin turn into scales, and will I be turned into a naga? Levi smiled bitterly in his heart. There was still a distance between him and a legendary knight, and he could only think about it now. Moreover, according to Anderson, breaking through to the legendary knight level usually required robust mental strength. According to the standard of a wizard, to break through to a legendary knight, one would need to have the mental strength of an intermediate wizard apprentice. This was another reason why legendary knights were rare. Most ordinary people could not reach the intermediate wizard level without practicing meditation art. If someone were born with such spiritual power, that person would be a hotshot and a legendary genius. However, most knights had no talent to cultivate as wizards, so there was no way to improve their spiritual power. Ultimately, they could not break through to the legendary knight even if they were as talented as the White Horse Knight. Knight Anderson had also become a blood clan member by chance, which solved the problem of mental power and made him legendary. As expected, a knight must be one with his body and soul in the end, Levi understood. He now had a basic understanding of the path of a legendary knight, which most Grand Knights did not have. Because there were too few legendary knights, there was no system to summarize the experience of becoming a legendary knight. Chapter 224, Level 10 Black Snake 3. It was only because Levi had befriended Anderson that he learned to break through to the legendary realm. Time flew by. Levi asked about the Golden Knight's treasure while silently cultivating in the castle. Of course, he would also pay attention to the snow demon calamity in the north. What surprised him was that he did not know if it was the so-called oracle of the church that had taken effect. In short, after the blue frost spread to Montenegro Mountain City, it did not continue to descend north. Up until now, Icewine City was alright. Other than some snow demons from Montenegro Mountain City, there was no blue frost tragedy. Nothing happened in his Blackwater Valley. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not regret his decision. He realized the South was still better after getting used to living in the South. Whether it was the climate or production development, the South was superior to the North. Levi's path to becoming a lord was slowly getting on the right track. With professionals managing the territory, at least the finances of Flower City and Storm City did not fall much compared to before. Levi had not found a suitable successor yet. He would also need someone to manage his territory when he left the human world. He could only take it one step at a time. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the month of the northern wind. After a long cultivation period, Levi's giant breathing technique finally reached its limit. Giant breathing technique, level 9, maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, frost arm, gas. After the giant breathing technique reached the peak of level 9, his transcendent power evolved into frost arm. Levi could feel that his strength was much more muscular than before. Now that he was facing the Duke of Montenegro, he would not be much weaker than him. This was Levi's first strength-based breathing technique that had reached the peak of level 9. He also had Ostrich Mountain, Giant Rhinoceros, and Red Lotus breathing techniques at level 8. Undoubtedly, the final primary cultivation of the strength-type breathing technique was the perfect grade Red Lotus. A miserable piece of news was that after Levi's giant breathing technique reached level 9, his height reached 2.2 meters, and his weight had reached 600 to 700 pounds. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Fist of the Empire, Levi still had a headache with its size. If not for the siren breathing technique's bone-shrinking transformation effect, such a large body would have affected his life. However, this was something that could not be helped. Strength was not something that came out of thin air. It was something that came from the continuous strengthening of the body. The giant inside Levi's body was saturated with black gas, which then wrapped around Levi's arms. A bone-chilling sensation spread from his arms, and Levi could feel that the surrounding temperature had dropped slightly. His arms were emitting cold air. Water vapor condensed around him into frost as if he was wearing ice armor. The giant breathing technique has such a weak frost effect after reaching level 9. Levi was slightly stunned. His arms were like the giant arms of a frost giant. His muscles were full, exaggerated, and full of strength. Levi slammed his palm on the wall. A layer of frost immediately covered the wall. Levi placed his arm in the water. After a while, the bucket of water was also covered in ice. Amazing, this should be a spell-like ability. Although it's fragile, this effect is better than nothing, Levi murmured in his heart. This frost arm effect was even more potent than he had imagined. Levi experimented with the new frost arm effect again and again. In the end, the entire room was covered in a thin layer of frost. Of course, such an effect would not cause any effective damage to the enemy in actual combat. But for Levi, this seemed to be an inspiration. If this special effect continues to be promoted, will I be able to gain a real spell-like ability? I don't need to use ice spells to freeze everything with a single palm strike. Just like the legendary frost giants. Isn't this the birth of an innate divine ability with the body? Levi pondered. Of course, this would only be known after Levi continuously upgraded the special effects. However, as a strength-type breathing technique, there were many of them, so Levi did not have to worry about the giant breathing technique breaking the limit. His strength had steadily increased again. Levi was also quite happy. He went to Shining Tavern for a drink to celebrate. Then, he went to chat with Knight Anderson for a while. Knight Anderson told Levi that he had asked his wizard friend to help Levi ask some of the Ocean School of Thought wizards to see if anyone needed to recruit apprentices. Unfortunately, they had yet to reply. Levi was curious about how Knight Anderson communicated with the wizards, but since Anderson did not take the initiative to say it, Levi was too embarrassed to ask. This might involve other people's secrets. Anderson told Levi before he left. He could feel that some Blood Clan members seemed to have awakened from their slumber. He told Levi to be careful during this period. Knight Anderson was not the only one in Vanina's social network. The other Blood Clan members might not be as easy to talk to as Anderson. He was worried that Levi would have a conflict with them. This way, no matter which side was injured, it was not the outcome he wanted to see. Regarding this, Levi expressed that as long as they did not provoke him, he would not cause trouble. Anderson was also helpless. He could only tell Levi that if any Blood Clan members were to cause trouble for him, he could look for Anderson. This way, Anderson might be able to mediate between them, and everyone would be able to resolve significant issues. Chapter 225, Level 10 Black Snake. 4. Levi expressed his gratitude to Anderson. After returning home, Levi ordered his subordinates to strengthen the patrols in Flower City. I have to say, the Blood Clan members are troublesome, Levi sighed in his heart. In this situation, he could only try to increase his strength before possible revenge arrived. Levi was not afraid of the others as long as it was not Anderson, a legendary knight, or a member of the Blood Clan. With his trump card, if these Blood Clan members dared to provoke him, he would kill them. Of course, resolving the conflict through a night would be better. It was the new year 107 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Levi's insect-controlling technique was now at level 3. The number of Saint Scorpions he could control had reached 100. He only had so many Saint Scorpions now. Levi opened Bug House, and 100 Saint Scorpions swarmed out. They gathered around Levi's body, and Levi gave them orders through the insect control technique. The current Levi could already control these Saint Scorpions to perform attack commands. Of course, Levi still had limited use of the level 3 insect controlling technique. He would have to reach level 4 to be more effective. However, there was a problem. Levi did not have enough Saint Scorpions. Fortunately, there were male and female Saint Scorpions among the 100. It was not a problem for them to reproduce continuously, but it would take some time. Levi could tell that the development of these Saint Scorpions differed significantly from one to another. Some of them were huge and ferocious, while others were smaller and listless. This involved a vital research field of the School of Insects, breeding mutated insects. They would constantly select Saint Scorpions with good bloodlines and quality for targeted breeding. They would be fed with particular evolutionary drugs, and their offspring would have a higher probability of giving birth to stronger saint scorpions. This was the method of human intervention to make the saint scorpions mutate in a good direction continuously. Ultimately, this low-grade insect might one day transform into a terrifying high-grade insect. However, Levi did not have enough knowledge in this area. Culturing the saint scorpions involved a lot of wizard knowledge, including pharmaceutics, mutation, bloodline, and even alchemy. He had not learned any of these systematically, so he could only let nature take its course. When he reached the wizarding world, he could try to cultivate it. During this period, besides the breakthrough in his insect controlling technique, Levi had another breakthrough, the black snake breathing technique. He had successfully reached the limit of level 10. Black snake breathing technique, level 10, maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, black scale, liquid. With the level 10 black snake breathing technique, Levi successfully advanced to the ranks of the strongest knight below legendary. At this stage, he was more potent than the so-called top grand knight and was only a step away from becoming legendary. According to some online novels in his previous life, he could be called a half-step legendary knight. The former White Horse Knight, the Fist of the Empire, and the Duke of Montenegro were all experts at this level. An ordinary Grand Knight was no match for a powerhouse like them. Only a top-tier Great Knight could barely fight them. Previously, Levi had relied on his many breathing techniques and his all-rounded attributes to be comparable to a top-tier Grand Knight. Levi depended entirely on his cultivation to be on par with the Fist of the Empire. At Levi's heart, the black snake seed was even more lifelike. The black snake with a candle was extraordinary, and its eyes were sharp, emitting a mighty majesty. Beneath the black snake were the two-legged giant beasts roaring at the sky. There were also frost giants, blood whales, siren, giant rhinoceroses, ostrich mountain, blood beasts, thunder wolves, vortex beasts, etc. Countless ancient legendary beasts were fighting inside Levi's body, making it lively. This made Levi feel like his body had turned into a zoo. Levi came out of his seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his chest. He hurriedly took out the fire paper from his chest. Then, to Levi's surprise, the fire paper started to emit green smoke and self-ignite. "There's finally news," Levi complained. He had waited bitterly for a few years. There was finally news from the four great families. There's no time to find a successor. Suddenly, Levi thought of something. If he left, what would happen to his territory? He had yet to settle these matters. Levi packed up his essential items while thinking of countermeasures. He had thought about this problem before. He had also found some candidates. However, although these people had good management skills and were loyal to him, their strength was not much. Take Sam, for example. Although Sam was now an official knight and Levi trusted him, Sam's prestige in Flower City was far from enough. With their opponent's strength, they would probably get restless if Levi left his territories for long and never returned. Everyone only behaved like obedient babies under Levi's fierce might. Once Levi left, it would not be long before many took risks driven by their interests. At that time, it was very likely that they would usurp power and take their territory's wealth. Therefore, Levi had always wanted a Grand Knight loyal to him to manage his territory. Chapter 226, Level 10 Black Snake. 5. All he needed to do was to act as his will and supervise the territory. I should ask Knight Anderson. He might have some good suggestions. Moreover, I'm about to leave this world, so I have to bid farewell to this good friend of mine. Levi packed everything he needed to prepare for his trip to the wizarding world and placed them in the bug house and the bag of gluttony. Gold, breathing technique, inheritance diagrams, secret medicine, Lion King's pride. The ingredients for the secret medicine should be found in the realm of the unbelievers. The resources there were much more prosperous than in the human world, so Levi was not worried about the secret medicine. After everything was prepared, it was up to the three brothers and Hen Harlkvo generals Ha. These pets Levi had tamed in the human world could not be taken away. Although Bughouse could store living things, it was obvious that it could not keep these big guys. Moreover, Levi felt that staying in the human world was the best place for them. If Knight Anderson did not have a solution to the problem of Levi's successor, Levi would temporarily entrust the territory to the few people he trusted the most. They were all from Blackwater Valley. Under long-term influence and brainwashing, they were obedient and loyal to Levi. They did not have to worry about betrayal. Then, he would make the three brothers and Henha two generals listen to these people in the future. With 5 divine beasts guarding the territory, he should not have to worry in the short term. This was especially true for Hapes and Hendry, who had long lifespans and could live for at least 100 years. Levi felt that this method was feasible. Finally, it was Harris, the snow eagle. Snow eagles did not have long lifespans. When Levi took over Harris, he was not young. After all these years, Harris was already old. Levi patted Harris's head and smiled, "You are free now, Harris. You can pursue what you want in the future or retire in this castle." Harris tilted his head and looked at Levi. Levi could feel Harris's sadness. Ultimately, Harris chose to spend his remaining years in the castle. His hunting ability had deteriorated too much. If he went outside, he might starve to death. After dealing with the follow-up matters of the territory, Levi went to 13 Tanton Street and found Knight Anderson drinking chicken blood. Seeing Levi's arrival, Anderson elegantly wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and said, "Looking at your expression, it seems like you're leaving?" Levi nodded. "Yes, I received a message from the 4 great families. I should be able to go to the realm of the unbelievers, so I came to bid farewell to you." Knight Anderson smiled, "Congratulations then. You don't come to me for no reason. You must have something to ask of me this time." "Yeah," Levi smiled bitterly. Then, Levi told Anderson about what he had been worrying about. Anderson laughed, "You're just like me. You only care about cultivation and don't find a partner. Otherwise, you could have left behind a few children. The current situation is indeed very awkward. To you, pursuing the path of a wizard is more critical. For the territory, you want to find someone to transfer it to on the surface and let him become a lord legally, but this person must be completely loyal to you and not betray you. On the surface, he must be a lord, but he must be your spokesperson in the human world." "That's right. Sir Anderson, are you willing to be the lord for fun?" "Haha," Levi asked half-jokingly. Anderson shook his head. "Stop fooling around. I don't want to be a lord. I'd rather be alone. The Blood Clan does have a secret technique called the Blood Slave Curse. The Blood Slave Curse hits will become your blood servant and be loyal to you. However, the Blood Slave Curse can only be cast by us, Blood Clan. Why don't you become a Blood Clan member? I can help you hold a transformation ceremony and let you become a Blood Clan member with a long lifespan. The price is to hide in the darkness and dislike the sun. From now on, you can only be accompanied by blood," Anderson joked. Levi quickly shook his head. He did not want to rely on blood to survive in the future, nor did he want to lose sunlight, nor did he want to be treated as an alien by the wizard. Other than that, he had no objections to the Blood Clan. "Other than the Blood Slave Curse, does Sir Anderson have other methods?" Levi asked. Anderson shook his head. "Why don't you let me see this Blood Slave Curse, Sir Anderson? What if I have the blood of the Blood Clan too?" Levi said jokingly. Anderson thought momentarily and said, "I still owe you a favor. Are you sure you want to use this favor to exchange for a spell useless to you?" Levi nodded. He had no other choice now. As for the rest, he did not feel at ease. From Knight Anderson's description, the Blood Slave Curse was what he needed. If he could learn this, he should be able to solve his problem. "All right, this is your choice. Don't go back on your word." Anderson passed a chant to Levi. Levi memorized the chant. "Then I'll take my leave. If Sir Anderson needs help, please come to my castle and look for my butler. If Sir Anderson leaves the world and goes to the realm of the unbelievers, we might meet again and continue to discuss the Knight's Path," Levi said. Chapter 227, Level 10 Black Snake. 6. Forget it. I don't even have the talent to become a wizard. Going to the realm of the unbelievers is just asking for trouble. I'd better live in the human world, Knight Anderson said enviously. He was very envious of Levi's knight and wizarding talent. Levi had many paths, while he only had the knight's way. As for his identity as a blood clan, the strength of a secondary blood clan reached its realm. If he wanted to be stronger, he could only be a primary blood clan member, which was even more difficult. After bidding farewell to Knight Anderson, Levi returned home to study the Blood Slave Curse. He planned to give it a try in 3 days. If it did not work, he would immediately head to the capital. Levi's current speed would only take 2 days to reach Emerald King City. Therefore, 4 days was still sufficient. On the other hand, Knight Anderson had received news from an old Blood Clan friend who had been sleeping for a long time. He left Flower City to visit his old friend. For a long-lived existence like his, every friend who lived in the world was worth cherishing. In the castle, Levi began to chant the incantation of the Blood Slave Curse. To cast the Blood Slave Curse, there must be a corresponding curse target. This target was the person who the Blood Clan would enslave. Levi found a prisoner in the prison as his experimental subject. He felt that since his proficiency panel could ignore the Knight bloodline curse and the bloodline restrictions of transcendence, it might be able to overlook the bloodline restrictions of the Blood Clan. Of course, this was only Levi's guess. After all, the bloodline restrictions of the Blood Clan were on a completely different level from the previous 2. No matter what, the first 2 were still within the human race. The difference in bloodline was not significant. However, the Blood Clan was utterly different from the humans. Therefore, Levi was not confident he could master the Blood Slave Curse. After Levi finished reciting the Blood Slave Curse, the prisoner did not react. There were no signs of the Blood Slave Curse Knight Anderson had described to Levi being successfully cast. "Can't I?" Levi muttered. He tried many times. None of them succeeded. This meant that Levi had no way of mastering the Blood Clan's spell. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Blood Clan and the human race were completely different races. No matter how heaven-defying the proficiency panel was, there should be no way for him to cross the restrictions and let him learn the Blood Clan's spell. This Blood Slave Curse was essentially a spell ability of a supernatural creature like the Blood Clan. It was an innate magical ability and a divine power. Although he knew he might have failed, Levi did not give up. He continued to experiment with the Blood Slave Curse over and over again. However, the prisoner did not feel he was under his control from the beginning to the end. Just like that, Levi's Blood Slave Curse still did not succeed on the second day of the experiment. This made Levi feel helpless. If it doesn't work out, we can just sell the territory to the kingdom and sell it for a good price. Levi did not want to sell Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill unless necessary. The money from selling these 2 territories at once would not be able to match the profits from long-term operations. Levi cleared his mind and thought carefully, wondering if there was any other way. The night was silent. Levi looked at the full moon in the night sky. He was prepared to try it again during the night of the full moon. Many Blood Clan members were related to the night of the full moon. It might not work usually, but it would work on the night of the full moon. The prisoner Levi had tortured for an entire day had dark circles under his eyes and was tied up. The prisoner said, "Just kill me, don't nag in front of me. I'm going crazy from your nag." Since yesterday, Levi had been nagging him about some weird things. He could not stand it anymore. Levi ignored him. When he finished chanting the general incantation on the night of the full moon, he felt his heart heat up. A warm current began to spread in his heart. He was surprised that the blood mist like blood beast seed on his heart had reacted to the moon night as he chanted the incantation. "What's the situation?" Levi continued to chant. The blood beast seed jumped, and wisps of black gas flowed. However, in Levi's eyes, this black gas could no longer be called black gas. This was because the aura was blood red. At the same time, blood gas circulated through Levi's limbs and bones. As Levi chanted, his pupils became bloodshot. In his field of vision, the hazy full moon in the sky seemed to have turned blood red. He could vaguely see a river of blood flowing on the full moon. The river of blood was rolling and extremely thick. Some creatures were wandering inside. There were all kinds of blood-red creatures and ferocious Blood Clan creatures. As the blood river flowed, all the blood rivers gathered on a vast blood lake in the middle of the full moon. Levi saw a ball of blood mist swirling and changing as if alive in the blood lake. Many primary Blood Clan members prostrated themselves around the blood-colored fog and worshipped it. The shape of the blood-colored mist was highly similar to the blood beast seed in his body. The situation of the Blood Clan worshipping the blood beast was similar to the picture of the little people worshipping the blood beast on the blood beast breathing technique inheritance map. Blood beast, ls it related to blood river will. At this moment, Levi was shocked. According to Wizard Franken's notebook, the blood river on the moon that Levi had just seen should be the blood river will. It was this blood river that gave birth to the blood clan. In the blood river, Levi saw the humanoid blood clan members described in the notebook and other types of blood clan members that were even more powerful than those. A ball of blood mist was scattered and unstable in the middle of the blood lake. It was precisely the breathing technique inheritance diagram that the Earl of Blood had inherited from his ancestors. Blood beast. Levi realized that he seemed to have unintentionally glimpsed a hint of the truth behind the breathing technique inheritance diagram. Blood beasts are not creatures of this world. They are powerful creatures from the plane where the blood river will is located. Levi thought carefully and was very afraid. A mere knight's breathing technique was related to a powerful existence in the multidimensional plane. The knight's path was profound. No wonder knights could walk on the earth so early. No wonder the legend of the 7 Knights of the Sky was spread in the Church of Holy Light. Knights were indeed not simple. After Levi finished reciting the incantation, an inexplicable power surged into Levi's body, or more accurately, into the blood beast seed in his body. Then, an illusory blood-red chain began to extend from Levi's back. The chain went straight into the prisoner's chest and tied up his heart tightly. A mysterious connection began to connect between Levi and the prisoner. Levi realized that he seemed able to control the prisoner's every move. "Raise your head," Levi said. The prisoner raised his head. Levi opened the prisoner's chest and saw the position of the prisoner's heart. A ball of blood-red mist slowly appeared and condensed into a blood mist mark. This was a blood beast. At the same time, a notification came from the proficiency panel. Levi oracularly opened it. Blood beast breathing technique, level 8. 56743/100000, special effect, transcendent speed, blood contract. Chapter 228, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 1. The blood slave curse was completed. Levi had a complicated expression. He did not know if it was because of the proficiency panel, the uniqueness of the blood beast breathing technique, or a combination of these two factors. In short, on this full moon night, he had learned the curse technique only the blood clan could master. He felt that he might have activated some of the hidden attributes of the blood beast seed by chanting the blood slave curse on the night of the full moon. As a result, he felt the blood river will that only the blood clan could sense. Then, by chance, he obtained one of the blood clan's innate abilities, the blood slave curse. However, the blood slave curse was the second special effect of the blood beast breathing technique. Blood contract. Levi opened the special effect of the blood contract. Blood contract, an unfair contract established by blood river will. Those you contract must obey your orders unconditionally and be loyal to you unconditionally. They must not betray or resist you. They will not even have the slightest thought of disobeying you. Your will is the will of the contracted. This contract cannot be upgraded. As long as the level of the agreement is not higher than yours, this contract can be effective on any existence lower than the blood beast. This contract can only be effective on one accord. What an overbearing contract! This is even more powerful than the blood slave curse that Knight Anderson told me about. When Anderson gave Levi the blood slave curse, he mentioned that the blood slave curse could only be used on races other than the blood breeds. It was usually used primarily on humans or some other weak races. However, Levi's blood contract seemed to be a higher quality blood slave curse. No matter what race it was, as long as it was not much more vital than him, and as long as its level was lower than blood beasts, he could contract them. This meant that Levi could even contract blood clan members. Perhaps I can even form a contract with Knight Anderson, Levi smiled. Of course, he would not do that. After all, he was not a villain. Levi looked at this prisoner. "Master," the prisoner said. He looked at Levi with fanaticism in his eyes. It was as if a fanatic believer had met the God he believed in. Levi knew that this was accurate control. Moreover, it was controlled by the subjective initiative of the person being controlled. The person controlled by the blood contract could manage the territory for him under absolute loyalty. "Now, kill yourself," Levi said to the prisoner. When the prisoner heard this, he did not hesitate. He smiled and said, "Master, can I borrow your sword?" Levi handed the Frostmourne to the prisoner. After the prisoner received the sword, he stabbed it through his heart without hesitation, just like a robot executing an order. The prisoner was dead. The blood beast mark on his chest began to dissipate. The blood contract could only be used on one person. If the contracted person died, the contract would lose its effectiveness. Naturally, Levi would not waste this precious opportunity on a prisoner. He was in a good mood. Now, he could find a Grand Knight and contact him. Then, he would transfer his territory to him and let him manage it. As a hands-off shopkeeper, he only needed to occasionally come to the human world to withdraw money. It was perfect. But who should I look for next? Levi thought to himself. Grand Knights did not tend to be silly. He had the blood contract now but lacked a suitable target. Forget it. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Levi decided to have a good night's rest. He took out the blood beast breathing technique he had obtained from the Earl of Blood and stared at the mist-shaped blood beast in the middle of the inheritance diagram. Looks like the blood beast breathing technique isn't simple. Blood beasts might also be a type of blood clan member. Moreover, they might be a higher-level blood clan creature. The blood beast breathing technique was a breathing technique similar to the black snake breathing technique. It was a first-grade breathing technique of excellent quality. Therefore, Levi felt that if the legendary blood beast and black snake with a candle existed, they should be on the same level. And the giant beast red lotus behind the perfect grade breathing technique seemed to be of a higher level than the previous two. All along, I thought the legendary creatures behind these legends were all the big family's ancestors. Now it seems that I might be wrong. Since the blood beasts might exist, then the black snake, red lotus, frost giant. They might all be real. Furthermore, they are very likely powerful existences from other dimensions. This also shows that the potential of the knight's breathing technique is extremely great. It is not what it seems on the surface. Levi's confidence in breaking through to the legendary knight grew. Perhaps the black snake breathing technique or the giant breathing technique can give birth to a second or even a third special effect. They need an opportunity to be activated. Levi lay on the bed, considering the suitable candidate for the blood contract. Why don't I directly contract with the king? Levi suddenly had a crazy thought. He might as well turn the king into his contractor without anyone noticing. In that case, the entire kingdom would be his, not to mention these two territories. Forget it, forget it. The risk is too great. Let's prevent the church from finding out. The king needed to interact with the Pope frequently. With the church's background, it would be easy to discover the king's peculiarity. Chapter 229, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 2. Then I'll contract my neighbor. Levi remembered another earl in the eastern part of his territory, Earl Redbud of Redbud Territory. He was also a Grand Knight. Earl Redbud it is. Levi did as he was told and immediately equipped himself. He planned to take advantage of the darkness of the night. He left the castle and looked at the cold, round moon in the sky. Levi could not calm down for a long time since he saw the Blood River illusion on the full moon. If everything goes well, we can go to the capital tomorrow. I wonder if we can see the moon in Realm of the Unbelievers, Levi sighed. A gust of cold wind blew over, and the hair on Levi's arm stood on end. He instantly became alert. Spider sensing. Danger. From the corner of his eye, a black shadow charged at him at lightning speed. The black shadow was too fast. It was even faster than Levi's transcendent speed. Boom! Levi felt a strong force. He was sent flying. He smashed into the ground. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. Levi stood up solemnly in the pit, his face covered in dust. Liquid black scale flowed all over his body. They crisscrossed each other and made hissing sounds. However, a hideous hole in his chest broke through despite the liquid black scale defense of the peak 10th level. A claw mark appeared on Levi's frost giant armor, leaving a scratch on it. Levi was slightly shocked as he looked at the slender figure before him. As expected of a blood clan. Are you here to avenge Vanina? Levi asked. In front of him was a young noble dressed in luxurious clothes. He was handsome and slightly pale. His body was slender and well proportioned, and his entire body emitted a faint aura of blood. The young man's expression was cold. You have the smell of that old fellow I hate. I knew it. That senior fellow always favors you, humans. He knows you killed Vanina but did not kill you to avenge her, he even stayed in your city and became your so-called friend. How laughable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andrew, a blood clan noble. Vanina is my good friend, Andrew said with a gloomy expression. Levi sighed in his heart. As expected, the Blood clan members had a way to sense each other. Killing one would attract a whole bunch of them. However, Levi was not afraid. You're just a secondary Blood clan member. You're neither human nor ghost but a noble Blood clan. Compared to the old man, I don't feel any nobility from you, Levi mocked. Andrew sneered in disdain. Not all Blood clan members respected the elder. This was especially true for a strange creature like Knight Anderson. He came to take revenge because he sensed Anderson had left Flower City entirely. Andrew knew that if Anderson were in Flower City, he would cause trouble. He would be a good guy and stop him from taking revenge on humans. He would abide by his boring morality and justice. The old man did not understand that the moment he became a Blood clan member, he was no longer on the same side as humans. Thinking of this, Andrew did not waste any more time. He could feel that the lord in front of him was mighty. Among all the grand knights he had seen, he was one of the top 3. This person had already touched the threshold of a legendary knight. However, Andrew was still confident in killing him because he was a noble second-generation secondary Blood clan member. There were very few second-generation in the secondary Blood clan. He had once fought with a legendary knight among humans and relied on his powerful physique to battle his opponent. Therefore, he did not think the lord before him could be compared to a legendary knight. Suddenly, Andrew turned into an afterimage and charged toward Levi again. Levi's speed was not as fast as the latter's, so he stood where he was without any intention of dodging. With advanced vibrosensing, he could sense Andrew's attack direction, but the other party was too fast. Even if he felt it, it would not be easy to dodge. This was a crushing speed. If it was converted into a breathing technique, Andrew's speed was at least a speed-type breathing technique at the limit of level 10. Boom! Levi was sent flying again. He fell to the ground and felt his internal organs churn. Taking advantage of being sent flying far away, Levi leaped over the city wall and ran towards the wilderness. Andrew sneered and chased after him, "Weak human, you can only become the prey of the Blood clan. I won't kill you quickly. I will slowly suck your blood and turn you into a dried corpse. I will seal you in Vanina's wax statue and let you repent for your sins forever." Levi remained silent. Andrew's figure disappeared and chased after him again. Boom! Levi's back was hit again. His liquid black scale was scattered once again. Fortunately, the pure mithril frost giant armor was mighty, and Andrew did not break through Levi's defense. After all, the liquid black scale had already neutralized most of his strength. Levi's entire body was blasted into the wilderness, and he only stopped after crashing into a large tree. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Andrew smiled sinisterly. A small piece of prey with rough skin and thick meat is more delicious when eaten. Under the moonlight, Levi's body began to grow. Usually, to avoid appearing too bulky and barbaric, Levi used bone shrinking transformation to maintain his height at around 1.9 meters. Chapter 230, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 3. Now, he had ultimately let go of himself. The black gas around him danced wildly, spreading and tearing his clothes apart. The black gas of the giant seed coiled around his arms, and then frost appeared, condensing into a vambrace. This was the special effect of the giant breathing technique, Frost Arm. His strength began to increase exponentially. In his body, the seeds of the ostrich mountain and the giant rhinoceros began to explode, and their strength rose again. Levi, over 2 meters tall, stretched his muscles and bones. If he could not defeat this Blood clan member, even if he went all out, he would use the Red Lotus blood. Undoubtedly, Andrew was the most potent enemy Levi had ever met. He had already surpassed the Fist of the Empire. Perhaps only a legendary knight could fight against this person. Tonight, on the eve of his journey to the realm of the unbelievers, Levi finally welcomed the battle he had dreamed of. He wanted to use this battle to test his strength. "Come on, bug," Levi mocked. Bang! Andrew exerted his strength again. He turned into a black wind and seemed to be everywhere, like a shadow following him. Around Levi, countless shadows of Andrew appeared. Suddenly, long nails appeared on Andrew's hand, like the claws of a wolf. Bloody sharp claw! Andrew charged over. This was the physical technique of the Blood clan. Levi picked up a thick tree trunk on the ground and started spinning on the spot. Crack, crack! A moment later, the tree trunk was cut off section by section. Another hit struck Levi's face. At the same time, Levi's palms were filled with black gas, transforming into black ghost claws that grabbed his opponent's sharp claws. "I caught you!" Levi shouted. Boom! Golden ripple divine palm. He picked Andrew up and slammed him to the ground. Andrew was smashed to the ground. His gorgeous robe was torn to shreds, revealing a slender figure that seemed to be made of steel. The ground cracked, and dust flew everywhere. Andrew escaped Levi's ghost claws and quickly pulled away from Levi. His face was ashen. He did not expect himself to be defeated. Levi's attack shattered the bones in his arms. However, his Blood Clan's recovery ability was potent. It was said that the primary Blood Clan could not stop the Blood River, and the Blood Clan could not die. In other words, even if the original primary Blood Clan members were killed in different terms, their faithful souls would return to the Blood River and be reborn. Although he belonged to the secondary Blood Clan and could not do this, it was still easy for him to instantly heal some injuries that seemed impossible for humans to recover from. Blood Moon Cross Slash. Andrew suddenly pulled out a long sword and slashed at Levi. It could be seen that he was also a sword expert. He knew that he could not fight Levi head-on. Otherwise, his body would be shattered by Levi's strange power. Even if he did not die, it would cause trouble for him. The rapid self-healing of the secondary Blood Clan also required energy consumption. In a short period, it was impossible to heal quickly many times. Levi pulled out Frostmourne as well. Golden Cross Slash vs. Blood Moon Cross Slash. Bang! 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 The light of swords and sabers floated in the forest. The most potent battle in the world occurred in the wilderness at night. Wherever Levi and Andrew passed, the trees collapsed. A casual slash from them could cause massive damage. In the end, Levi's golden cross slash was still a notch higher. Andrew's longsword was cut in half by Levi. He threw away his sword and charged at Levi. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to test the strength of his breathing technique, Levi only needed the frost giant's sigh and his seals to kill the enemy. Andrew's attack was powerful, and he could always break through Levi's liquid black scales. Unfortunately, Levi still had the frost giant armor, so he had a high chance of making mistakes. However, Andrew could not do that. He had to constantly dodge Levi's attacks because he would end up miserable once Levi seized the opportunity. But Andrew did not want to give up just like that. He was a noble Blood Clan member. Moreover, it was a whole moon night today. It was his home ground. He did not plan to play with his prey anymore. His body began to expand like a giant beast was about to crawl out of his slender body. Andrew's clothes were completely ripped apart. The naked Andrew had already turned into a monster with blood-colored muscles exposed. He had no skin and was covered in blood-colored mucus. He was 4 meters tall and looked like a thin ghost. His right arm had turned into a pale bone blade. This was his Blood Clan form, utterly different from Vanina's. Every Blood Clan member has their characteristics. Blood Storm. Andrew's entire body spun rapidly, almost turning into a high-speed spinning top. The bone blade cut through the void, cutting through the air, forming a blood-red storm that devoured everything around it. This was Andrew's killer move. After releasing his Blood Clan form, he had the combat strength of a legendary knight. Boom! Andrew, who was like a blood-red tornado, arrived. It was swift. Levi took a deep breath and looked at the blood-colored tornado that had entered the frost giant's psi range. The seal of protection lit up on his body with a bright silver light. At the same time, the liquid black scales poured out and piled up around Levi. Boom! An ear-piercing cutting sound was heard. The bright silver protection was quickly shattered. At the same time, the liquid black scales were also blown away, turning into black gas and dissipating. Levi hugged the spinning storm. Chapter 231, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 4. Then, he snapped his fingers. The frost giant phantom appeared behind Levi. The frost passed through, and everything was frozen. Frozen moment. His liquid black scale had been completely shattered, and even the frost giant armor had deep scratches for the first time. This had never happened before. This was an attack comparable to a legendary knight. This was also the source of Andrew's confidence. The frost giant armor was not invincible. Ultimately, it was just a mithril armor that the witch had customized for Melon. The unique thing was that it was enchanted with a spell. However, Levi was still holding Andrew down. If the black scale were broken, then it would condense again. A steady stream of black gas surged in the black snake seed. The black snake seed had already exploded. Wounds also appeared on Levi's body. He already knew where his current limit was. That was, he could receive an attack comparable to that of a legendary knight. Andrew, who was in front of him, was temporarily frozen. However, the Blood Clan's body was too strong. Although his body was frozen and his movements were slow, he did not lose his combat power entirely like the other Grand Knight. He looked at Levi's spell in shock. "You're a wizard." "I knew it. How could an ordinary Grand Knight be a match for Vanina? That silver light just now seems to be the work of the Winchester family. Are you a spirit exorcist of the Winchester family?" The Blood Clan and the Transcendent families have always had a blood feud. Today, let's settle the old and new grudges together. Andrew grinned. In the next moment, the azure blue flames engulfed everything. Levi had already seen his limits through this battle. He would not hold back like before. The seal that he had prepared beforehand was already blasted out. Ice and fire were two different things. In an instant, Andrew was in so much pain that he wanted to die. One must know that Levi's seal of flame was almost at level 4. Powerful. The Blood Clan was weak, to begin with. Therefore, this sudden attack of flame flow directly changed the situation. Struggling in the flames, Andrew was engulfed by another seal of dragon might. "This is a flame flow? This was the Constantine family's seal? How did you master the seals of both the Winchester and Constantine families?" In the flames, the panic-stricken Andrew cried out. His frozen body had yet to recover. Immediately after, the golden eyes appeared in the void, and the dragon's might was swept out. Moreover, at some point in time, poisonous scorpions had crawled all over his feet, gnawing at his flesh and blood. Levi used all his trump cards to ensure he could kill his opponent. His body once again swelled up to 2 meters and 5 meters. Boiling black gas emerged from the red lotus breathing technique. Levi's blood began to heat up like it was about to burn. His body was emitting steam, and he exhaled countless white gas. Under his skin, blazing blood flowed. Boundless power filled Levi's body. His physical attributes, strength, speed, physique, perception, and defense were all enhanced. Boom! Levi descended from the sky and took advantage of the effect of the frost giant's sigh to beat his opponent. He pressed Andrew to the ground, and Andrew kept struggling. At this moment, his strength was utterly crushed by Levi. Levi held Andrew down tightly, and his golden ripple divine palm poured down, shattering almost all of Andrew's body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, Andrew did not die. The powerful physique of the Blood Clan was terrifying. Levi suddenly thought of something. "Why should I kill him? I can put him under a contract." Thus, he began to chant the blood contract. He heard Levi chanting a familiar incantation. Andrew's expression changed drastically. "How do you know the blood slave curse? You're not a Blood Clan member." Andrew was utterly shocked by the person in front of him. What was the identity of this human? Why did he know a little about everything? Andrew did not think that Levi's blood slave curse would work. He would have sensed the Blood Clan's aura if he were a blood breed. However, he didn't feel anything. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that his bloodline was too weak, and his realm could not sense it. The other was that his lineage was too high and covered his Blood Clan aura. Even his second-generation secondary Blood Clan bloodline could not perceive it. Behind Levi, a blood-red chain stretched out. Andrew struggled, but he was frail. Even with the robust physique and self-healing ability of the Blood Clan, he could not recover quickly after being attacked by Levi countless times. In the end, the blood-red chain locked Andrew tightly. Then, the blood beast mark began to appear on Andrew's chest. Andrew's eyes began to change. His expression was regular, but he said, "Master." "Crush your own heart," Levi said. Andrew grabbed at his heart without hesitation, but Levi stopped him. He heaved a sigh of relief and finally confirmed that the blood contract had successfully subdued Andrew. To be safe, Levi tied Andrew up and cleaned up the battlefield before bringing Andrew back to the castle. He suddenly realized that he did not need to trouble Earl Redbud anymore. This blood clan member seemed more suitable. In the underground secret chamber of the castle, Andrew's injured body had already begun to heal. Levi could not help but admire the self-healing ability of the blood clan. They were too strong. These mortal injuries could be recovered. Chapter 232, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 5. No wonder some people wanted to be part of the blood clan, not humans. Humans were still too weak. Levi asked Andrew and learned that his identity before he became a blood clan member was Earl Leal. He was the patriarch of a count's family 200 years ago, but this family had already disappeared. Can you change your appearance? Levi asked. According to the Franken Wizard's Monster Manual, the blood clan was very good at hiding. They could change their appearance and imitate the people they had seen. That was why the blood clan members could hide so long and profoundly in the human world. Andrew nodded. This is the basic ability of the blood clan. All right, from now on, you will take my appearance. I want you to replace me and be the Lord of Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. Remember, from tomorrow onwards, you are Levi, Levi emphasized. Andrew nodded. This was the advantage of being a blood servant. They could follow the rules set by Levi unconditionally. It was equivalent to having the loyalty of the living dead and still having the consciousness of when they were alive, not a robot. Absolute loyalty. This was what Levi needed. Yes, Master, Andrew said. Levi told Andrew about the things he needed to take note of in the future and some of his habits. He wanted him to pretend to be him in the future. For example, he made him not go out and say he was in seclusion if someone came looking for him. He disallowed him from having any dealings with the church, from exposing his identity as a blood clan member, and only drinking the blood of livestock in the future. Andrew naturally understood his master's meaning. Don't worry, Master. Just like that, Levi finally solved the problem of his territory after he left. To him, this was the best outcome. With Andrew assuming his identity and overseeing the territory, he was loyal and decisive. Significantly few people in this world were more potent than Andrew. Andrew was almost unbeatable as long as the church did not discover him. Even he needed to use all his trump cards to defeat Andrew. This was the true strength of a legendary knight. Moreover, Andrew had a very long lifespan. After a few decades, Andrew could completely change his appearance and remain the Lord as Levi's son. In the future, he could even be Levi's grandson. Until Andrew died. However, there were some risks in Andrew's impersonation, but overall, this was the best choice for Levi. After settling the problem of the territory, the following evening, when Levi was about to leave for the capital, Knight Anderson returned. He looked at Levi with a strange expression. Why do I feel Andrew's aura on you? Levi shrugged and said casually, Andrew came to find trouble with me, and I turned him into a blood servant. Each other, even if Andrew changed into his appearance and disguised himself, Anderson would still be able to perceive him. Therefore, Levi decided not to pretend anymore. He wanted to clarify things with Knight Anderson and lay his cards on the table. Anderson had a look of disbelief. That's impossible. I didn't sense any blood clan aura on you before. Were there any blood clan members in your ancestors? I'm not sure, Levi thought momentarily and said seriously. Anyway, I've mastered the blood slave curse. Anderson sniffed carefully in front of Levi like a hound. After a while, he looked puzzled and said, That's strange. I didn't sense the aura of the blood clan before. Now that I'm smelling it again, there seems to be a fragile aura. Although it's very faint, it's indeed the aura of the blood clan. Was my nose malfunctioning? Anderson doubted his life. Logically speaking, with his identity as a first-generation blood clan member, he should not have made a mistake. Levi guessed that it might be because he had used the blood slave curse on the night of the full moon and activated the blood clan attribute of the blood beast breathing technique. That was why Andrew, a first-generation blood clan powerhouse, could sense this weak blood clan aura. It can't be. Could there be a blood clan member in my ancestors? Levi said with a changed expression. That should be the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have mastered the blood slave curse. Moreover, the blood slave curse can't be used on blood clan members under normal circumstances. In your case, it means that the blood clan member from your ancestors should be a true high-ranking blood clan member and not an ordinary one. Only high-ranking Blood Clan members can enslave low-ranking Blood Clan members, Anderson said as if he had seen a ghost. In his impression, there did not seem to be any high-ranking Blood Clan members who had come to this world. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that some high-ranking Blood Clan members had hidden in the human world during the early realm intersection and left behind bloodlines with the humans of this world. Perhaps. Anyway, I'm leaving today. I'll let Andrew continue to be the Lord in my place. Sir Anderson, if another Blood Clan member comes looking for trouble with Andrew, I'll have to trouble you to take care of him, Levi said. Levi was mainly worried about Knight Anderson's attitude. Although Anderson had a good personality, he had taken in a Blood Clan member as a blood servant. If Anderson were dissatisfied, he would be in trouble. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. Knight Anderson did not care too much about it. Anderson sighed and said, I didn't expect you to go to the wizard world so soon. I thought we could have a good chat after you advanced to the legendary realm in the human world. Forget it, we'll talk about it in the future. Maybe I'll get bored in the human world and go to the wizard world to look for you. Chapter 233, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 6. Alright, we'll meet again. See you again. There were not many words in the farewell between men. Levi bid farewell to Anderson and quietly left the territory on the empty night. Andrew had already transformed into Levi's appearance and continued to act as Levi's agent in the mortal world. A Blood Clan powerhouse with a long lifespan and who could change his appearance at will had become the territory's lord. He was much stronger than another ordinary Grand Knight. Levi's 5 members of the Living Dead family were also hidden in his territory. He definitely could not bring them into the realm of the unbelievers. Levi took out their core of the undead. In the future, when he reached the realm of the unbelievers, he would slowly gather the 7 generals of the Living Dead family lineup. After doing everything, Levi left Flower City overnight. He took his things and arrived at the capital in less than 2 days. He took out the fire paper that was still burning and walked to the door of a remote mansion. This was Wenster's mansion. He used his high-level advanced vibrosensing to sense around, and there seemed to be quite a few people inside. He took a deep breath and stepped into the mansion. Inside, Levi saw a dozen young people and Wenster, whom he had not seen for a long time. Among them, there was a young man who was very eye-catching. He was tall and close to 3 meters. He stood out among the crowd. Fist of the Empire, Emperor Mu. Levi's heart slightly changed. He did not expect that this person would come as well. He thought that the Fist of the Empire was still at sea. After all, the grand voyage to find the treasure of the Golden Knight Gregor had not ended yet. But now, he had returned early and contacted the 4 great families. He probably wanted to become a wizard. Interesting, Levi muttered. He and the Fist of the Empire were fated. However, with time, he no longer had the fear and oppression he held in the past. He could already face such an expert calmly. These were all potential apprentices that Wenster had found in the past few years. These people were all talking and laughing at this moment. It was obvious that they had known each other for some time. They had all rushed over immediately after receiving the news of the fire paper and arrived a while earlier than Levi. The Fist of the Empire stood there alone. There was no one around him. The aura he emitted was too powerful, as dazzling as the sun. No one dared to approach him. When Fist of the Empire saw Levi arrive, he only glanced at him. A big shot like Fist of the Empire would not recognize a nobody like Levi. If Levi were not strong enough, he would not even bother to look at him. Sir Gerald, you're here. Wenster had quite an impression of Gerald. After all, he had sent him the handwritten letter of his ancestor, which was very useful for his cultivation. Sir Webster, I'm not late, am I? Levi asked. Wenster responded, no, the official wizard has already arrived. Wait for 3 more days. When everyone is here, I'll take you to him. Levi nodded, found a seat, and sat down. He looked at these wizard apprentices and saw that most were nobles and a few were commoners. One of them was a commoner child dressed in ordinary clothes. He was young and looked to be only 14 years old. From their conversation, Levi learned that this young man was called Jagri. He was a rare seedling of a wizard with a dual affinity with water and fire. Although he was not as good as a child of the elements with a single affinity, he could still be considered a genius. Therefore, Wenster thought highly of him, saying that this child was an apprentice personally selected by an intermediate wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. Levi knew that only wizards above the third circle could be called intermediate wizards among official wizards. Intermediate wizards were usually the leaders of a large wizard organization in the realm of the unbelievers. With an intermediate wizard as his teacher, Jagri had a meteoric rise. In addition, his natural talent was not bad, so as long as he did not die prematurely, advancing to an official wizard was a sure thing. This made the other young wizards envious. They grabbed hold of Jagri and chatted with him. Their voices were filled with flattery and envy. If they could build a good relationship with Jagri, it would be the same as making friends with a future official wizard. It would be easier for them to mingle in the wizard world. However, due to his background as a commoner, Jagri was not used to such hypocritical compliments. He just kept smiling foolishly. He was very reserved, but he was also too embarrassed to offend these young nobles. Levi sighed. This was reality. He had not even entered the realm of the unbelievers, yet this was already happening. In the next 3 days, people came here one after another. In the end, Wenster had recruited 36 wizard apprentices over the past 2 years. Among them, only Jagri had 2 elements. Most of them were children of chaos, and some had triple elements. The various factions in the realm of the unbelievers had already reserved those apprentices with 2 to 3 types of affinity. Levi, one of the children of chaos who lacked elemental affinity, had no reservations. "We'll set off tonight," Webster said. Wizards naturally would not appear in the capital. There were many people here, and it was close to the church. Chapter 234, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 7. In the middle of the night, Wenster brought Levi and the rest out of the city and headed straight for the wilderness. They arrived at a beautiful valley with beautiful lakes and mountains the following day. They saw a dilapidated wooden house in the forest by the lake. On the shore, a middle-aged, tall, thin man dressed in ordinary noble clothes was fishing. "Lord Ron, I've brought everyone here. There are a total of 36 wizard talents," Wenster said respectfully. It was evident that Lord Ron was an official wizard, and he was also the one who brought Levi and the others into the realm of the unbelievers. Levi was still on his guard. So far, there had been no hints from the spider. Sensing if this wizard wanted to harm him, he would immediately run away. Wizard Ron nodded slightly. "Well done. There's someone with dual elements in this batch. You've worked hard." Ron threw a small bag at Wenster. It was likely a bag of treats. "Then I'll take my leave first. I hope everyone here can become an official wizard one day." Wenster finished his work and left in a hurry. Ron glanced at Levi and the rest. There were not many people he paid attention to. Unlike the geniuses like Jagri, who had 2 or 3 elements, only Levi and the Fist of the Empire caught his attention among the children of chaos. Ron's detection spell could sense that these 2 were powerhouses among Grand Knights. The feeling they gave him was already infinitely close to that of legendary knights. Not bad. Ron was delighted. Legendary knights were also very rare in realm of the unbelievers. Some famous legendary knights had statuses that were not inferior to the official wizards. To a wizard, having a legendary knight as an apprentice was not bad. However, he frowned slightly because these 2 people had already cultivated the meditation art. Their spiritual power was different from ordinary people. Ron did not think about this anymore. He looked at these young figures whose eyes were filled with confusion, anticipation, or determination. He could not help but think of when he embarked on the wizard journey 100 years ago. He was in high spirits. Now, the cruelty of the wizarding world had smoothed the edges of time. "My name is Ron, the guide of your wizard path, a member of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. From today onwards, you will embark on a journey you have never imagined, pursuing the truth you can never reach. In this process, you may face many unimaginable dangers and strange things. Therefore, before entering the realm of the unbelievers, I want to tell you that the wizarding world is less beautiful than you think. You can live the rest of your life in the human world, but in our world, all the power and status you have now will start from scratch. Therefore, if you are not determined to become a wizard, think carefully before stepping in. Are you ready to become a wizard? I will give you 7 minutes to consider. After 7 minutes, those still willing to follow me will stay, and those who are unwilling will leave. Turning back will be difficult once you set foot on this path." Ron's expression was solemn as he spoke in the standard language of the Emerald Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, the ordinary noble attire on his body changed into a black wizard robe with flame patterns. These young people looked at the wizard and decided in their hearts. Naturally, Levi did not hesitate. He had already made this decision when he knew about the wizard's existence. As time ticked by, some of the young nobles struggled. In the end, 6 chose to turn around and leave, returning the way they came. Only 30 people remained standing. Perhaps the wizarding world was exciting, but to them, they were not ready to face that unknown world. Wizard Ron was expressionless. He took a piece of parchment and spread it on the ground. There was something like a map drawn on it. He muttered something as if he was reciting a spell. Then, the parchment continued to expand, and the map grew. Levi stared at the map carefully. The map had endless blue oceans, red deserts, ice fields, black mountain ranges, and green forests. Levi felt this map was similar to the current map of the 7 kingdoms, but it was not the same. On these maps, Levi also saw some doors. These doors suddenly appeared on the flat map, shining brightly. It was very magical. They probably used this tool to enter the realm of the unbelievers. Realm of Ice. Realm of Azure Cloud. The Realm of Life. These are the names of Realm of the Unbelievers. Levi had some understanding of the wizarding world and muttered. Then Ron looked at the nervous newcomers and said, "Next, stand at the door where I tell you to stand when I read the name." This map is the distribution map of all the schools under the Pan Plane Wizard Council. Each school occupies a realm of the unbelievers. I will assign you to a school according to your elemental affinity. This map will send you directly to the receiver of the corresponding school. There, your teachers have already sent people to wait. They will contact you. In the future, you will follow your teachers and cultivate well. As long as you become an official wizard, you will automatically become a member of the Pan Plane Wizard Council. You will also truly appreciate the wonders of the wizard world. Chapter 235, Entering the Wizard World. The Ashen Tower. 8. After Ron spoke, he began to call. He named Jagri first. Jagri, the Ocean School of Thought, standing before the realm of Azure Cloud. The young man, Jagri, did not think of being called first and immediately stood before the realm of Azure Cloud door. The realm of Azure Cloud was on the map above the endless blue sea. Montel, the School of Death, standing before realm of Hell. The young man named Montel was unwilling, but he did not dare to disobey. He stood before the eerie realm of Hell door. Soon, Ron had finished assigning all the newcomers to their respective guilds. Fortunately, Levi was also assigned to the Ocean School of Thought. Fortunately, it's not the School of Death. Perhaps it's because I cultivate the meditation art of the Ocean School of Thought, Levi guessed. Next to Levi was a 3-meter-tall giant. It was the Fist of the Empire, Emperor Mu. He was also assigned to the Ocean School of Thought. This made Levi feel that he was fated to be with the Fist of the Empire. It was because Emperor Mu had also cultivated the meditation art of the Ocean School of Thought. Remember, although I have temporarily divided you into different schools, it doesn't mean you have to walk the path of this school in the future. No matter your school, many wizards from other schools will be mixed in. So if you are lucky enough, you can still learn the meditation art and spell of your favorite school. In addition, when you are in the realm of the unbelievers, you must master the common language of the wizard as soon as possible. Many wizards in the realm of the unbelievers come from various regions of the 7 kingdoms and other planes. Therefore, everyone uses the common language created by the wizards. Now that everyone has been assigned to their respective sects, I will activate the teleportation. Close your eyes, and don't look around, Ron urged. Then, the vast map began to spin. The illusory doors suddenly opened, and the figures in front of the doors disappeared one by one. This map was developed by the wizards of the Pan Plane Wizard Council as a new wizard tool. This way, they could avoid looking for the entrances to the realm of the unbelievers scattered worldwide and directly carried out fixed-point teleportation. Naturally, Levi did not dare to open his eyes. He waited until he felt his feet on the ground, and his advanced vibrosensing sensed the wind and footsteps before he opened his eyes. The Fist of the Empire and Jagri were beside him. Levi looked around and found himself on the deck of an ancient ship. Under their feet were highly complicated arrays and runic patterns. The 3 of them stared at each other. 3 people wearing different wizard robes were chatting on the ship's deck. After noticing that people had teleported over, they turned around. There were 2 men and a woman. They did not look old. The woman looked even younger than Levi, probably in her early 20s. One of the blue-robed wizards with the most potent aura asked, "Who's Jan?" Jagri raised his hand. "I'm your senior, an official wizard Leo. Your talent is not bad, and you've been accepted as an apprentice by my teacher, the island master of the Whale Song Island. From now on, you're a member of the Whale Song Island," Leo said confidently. He deliberately used the Emerald language to facilitate understanding. It could be seen that Whale Song Island was a very famous force in the realm of Azure Cloud. "All right, Senior Leo," Jagri rubbed the back of his head and laughed. "Let's go. The teacher is already waiting for you," Leo said. Then, he whistled, and a slender whale-type sea beast suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. He pulled Jagri and jumped onto the back of the sea beast. Then, he smiled and said to the other man and woman, "If there's a chance, you two are welcome to come to Whale Song Island to taste my wine." Then, the beast disappeared from the sea at a breakneck speed. In the end, the remaining man and woman discussed in low voices. Then, the woman took out a die, and the two seemed to be deciding who to choose by rolling the dice. After rolling the dice, the man smiled. He walked to Fist of the Empire and asked, "Emperor Mu, I'm a high-level wizard of Sighing Sea Breeze. The master of Sighing Sea Breeze is a second circle wizard Sage Mason. Are you willing to join Sighing Sea Breeze and become a wizard apprentice?" The Fist of the Empire immediately nodded. Levi had learned from Wenster that although the Fist of the Empire had talent in the wizard, he was also one of the children of chaos like Levi. Therefore, from the Fist of the Empire's point of view, being accepted as an apprentice by a second circle wizard was already far beyond his expectations. Just like that, Levi was left alone to enjoy the sea breeze. He seemed to have no other choice. The woman was wearing a grey wizard robe with a sun tattoo on her chest. Her black curly hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. She smiled and said, "I'm a high-level wizard of the Grey Tower, Winnie. Are you willing to become an apprentice of the Grey Tower? The owner of the Grey Tower is Herman, a white-robed wizard and a wizard from the famous Ocean School of Thought." Levi nodded. "I'm willing. Hello, Senior. Please take care of me in the future." Winnie nodded. "Then we'll just take this ship back to the island. We'll probably reach the island where the Grey Tower is tomorrow morning. You can come to my room to sit," Winnie greeted Levi and walked into the cabin. Levi saw that the Fist of the Empire had followed the wizard from Sighing Sea Breeze into the room. Obviously, other than the official wizard Leo of Whale Song Island, the people of the Grey Tower and Sighing Sea Breeze did not have their means of transportation. They could only take this public transportation to pick up the new students. Levi sighed in his heart and entered Winnie's cabin. Chapter 236, Demigod and Legendary. 1. The sea's surface was calm, and white waves sparkled under the sunlight. The ancient ship advanced at a constant speed. Winnie sat on the bed in the classically decorated cabin and leaned lazily against the wall. Her wavy hair shone in the sun and turned pale gold. She casually crossed her right leg over her left leg. The loose grey wizard robe could not hide her slender legs. Levi was sitting on a high stool with a severe expression, waiting for his senior to speak. "Junior, how old are you?" Winnie asked. Because Levi had not mastered the common language, Winnie also communicated with Levi in the Emerald language. Unlike Levi, she was born in the realm of the unbelievers. However, because her mother was from the Emerald Kingdom, she was fluent in the Emerald language. 27, Levi said. "Junior, you should shave your beard." "I thought you were 40, Winnie chuckled. "Although I'm younger than you by 2 years, I entered the tower earlier, so I hope you don't mind me calling you Junior," Winnie said. Levi smiled and nodded. He did not care about these titles. "Are you a noble of the Emerald Kingdom?" Winnie said. Levi nodded. "Gerald is also a fake name, right?" Winnie said with a smile. "Yes, Senior, you may call me Levi," Levi responded. Anyway, this was the wizarding world, there was nothing to hide. "I knew it, but it doesn't matter. In this world, no one cares what your name is anyway. It's just a boring code name, so I'll call you Junior Levi from now on," Winnie said. For wizards, no matter what your identity was before you came in, even if you were the king of the 7 kingdoms, we wouldn't care. In the eyes of wizards, the power and status in the secular world are just a bunch of short-lived mayflies playing a boring game. What the wizards value more is knowledge, power, and your status in the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Winnie took a sip of water and continued. Let me tell you about the situation of our Grey Tower so that you can have a basic understanding. Thank you, Senior. Levi nodded and thanked her sincerely. Yes, this is my duty. There's no need to thank me. The Grey Tower was founded 400 years ago by Salmon, the first-generation white-robe wizard. The current Tower Master Herman was Salmon's apprentice, a second circle wizard. As for Wizard Salmon, he had already advanced to a third circle wizard 100 years ago. After becoming an intermediate wizard, he left the Grey Tower and went to the Star Tower. Levi nodded. A third circle wizard could live for 400 years. He had never heard of the Star Tower, and Tutton was not from the Ocean School of Thought, so he did not know much about it. Winnie seemed to have noticed Levi's confusion and said, the realm of Azure Cloud is also known as the Endless Sea. Our Grey Tower is located at the edge of the Endless Sea, and the Star Sea is in the center of the Endless Sea. That is where the Star Tower is located. The Star Tower is the most significant force in the realm of Azure Cloud, gathering wizards from all over the Endless Sea. The Star Tower also maintains the order of the realm of Azure Cloud. However, it is too far away from you and me. You will know in the future. Back to the main topic, our Grey Tower now has a second circle wizard, Tower Master Herman. Also, 3 first circle wizards teach meditation, magic, and general knowledge. You'll see them when you reach the Grey Tower, and I'll introduce them to you in detail. As for wizards, the Grey Tower has a fixed quota of 30 people, and I am one of them. Our Grey Tower pursues quality over quantity so that we may have fewer people than other organizations, but our strength is not weak. We are enough to rank in the top 5 among the wizard organizations in the nearby sea. Our Grey Tower is more united, and everyone gets along well. Besides the Grey Tower, the nearby sea areas with more prominent wizard organizations include the Sighing Sea Breeze, the Whale Song Island, the Dark Sea Cave, and the Undead Ship. There are more than 10 of them. Whale Song Island was the most powerful among them because their current island master is a third circle wizard. Other than that, the other forces were similar. They usually had a second circle wizard overseeing them. Of course, there are some other small forces. Because the realm of Azure Cloud area is too small, it is mainly distributed as an archipelago. Therefore, some official wizards have not joined the significant forces on other small islands in our sea area. In the future, you should not randomly land on the island in this sea area. Every wizard hates it when others enter their territory without the owner's permission. Although the Pan-Plane Wizard Council forbids wizards from killing each other in private and advocates that the Wizard Tribunal should handle disputes, trespassing on the territory of other wizards is not handled by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. The Island Master could kill you on the spot, Winnie introduced Levi patiently. She often mentioned an organization. That was the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. This was a cross-sect, even cross-plane wizard organization. Wizard leaders of the old and new schools of thought jointly launched it. To protect the interests of all the wizards in the world, maintain order among the wizards, and fight against other forces. It was an all-encompassing and powerful organization. Chapter 237, Demigod and Legendary. 2. The sponsors were usually some legendary wizards and grand wizards. In the world of wizards, only a 9th circle wizard could be called a grand wizard. Beyond that, they were legendary wizards. According to Tutton, a grand wizard was a powerful existence comparable to some demigods of the multidimensional plane. On the other hand, legendary wizards surpassed demigods and could be compared to gods in the multidimensional space. That was why Tutton said the Witch of the School of Ice, Witch Gulwig, was the closest woman to the snow goddess. According to the first article of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's Pan-Plane Wizard Constitution, no matter what sect you were from, no matter what region you were from, once you became an official wizard, you would be a member of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council would protect your life rights, property rights, and intellectual property rights to original spells. There were also some protective rules for wizards. After all, the life of a wizard was also cherished. Of course, most of the protection was in principle, but it was challenging to implement due to manpower and technical difficulties. There were still many lawless fanatics in the wizarding world. Levi listened to Winnie's explanation while matching the wizard he had heard from Tutton. The findings were the same. It seemed that these two people were not lying to him. The ship sailed slowly until it reached a vast island. Sighing sounds came from the sea breeze. This is the voice of the sighing banshee in the sea. This island is the Sighing Island, the territory of the sighing sea breeze, Winnie pointed out the window and introduced. Levi watched as the fist of the Empire got off the ship under the lead of the high-level wizard. Then, they took a small boat and headed for the island. Levi looked at the disappearing figure of the fist of the Empire. This legendary figure had become a nobody in the wizard world. Will the sighing banshee attack the humans? Levi asked. Besides the monsters described in the Franken Wizard's Monster Manual, he knew nothing about the creatures in the realm of the unbelievers. No, they are afraid of people and hide far away when they see people. However, many powerful sea beasts and extraordinary creatures exist in the realm of Azure Cloud. They mastered spell-like abilities and were not friendly to humans. These extraordinary creatures are even a headache for wizards. Therefore, other than the fixed safe routes established by some wizards, don't run around, Winnie instructed. Levi looked out the window and suddenly felt a little worried. In this boundless sea, would he be able to concoct all the secret medicines for breathing techniques? Although he had arranged for Andrew to continue searching for breathing technique inheritance diagrams and secret medicine in the human world, it seemed that it would be tough to send them over quickly. Sigh, forget it. If he could not find the secret medicine, he could slowly work on it as a wizard. As long as he became an official wizard, his lifespan would be 200 years. It would be more than enough. Levi had thought it through. Senior, what should I do if I want to return to the human world? Levi asked. Return to the human world? It would be best to go to the Star Tower, where there is a sub-dimensional portal to the human world. However, using the sub-dimensional portal would cost a considerable price. Even if you were an official wizard, you would feel highly pained. Therefore, you should not go back if it is not an important matter. Why would you go back to the human world? That was not a place for wizards. If you need to contact your family and friends in the human world or mail something, you can go to the Starseed to find Olori. The Olori is an organization under the Pan Plane Wizard Council. They have ways to contact your family in the human world. You can pay the corresponding mailing fee and let their people pick up things from the human world or send something over. This cost is much lower than returning to the human world yourself. The kind of mail was limited to non-living objects and items allowed by the law. Living objects or prohibited items could not be brought in without permission. This would be considered smuggling. Levi nodded. Before he became an official wizard, he might not have had the chance to return to the human world. They chatted and laughed as the giant ship braved the wind and waves and finally arrived at a vast island. The island was hidden in the fog in the sea. Two twin towers could be vaguely seen standing side by side in the mountains. Each building was nearly 100 meters tall and stood in the sky. Junior, we're here. Winnie patted Levi's shoulder gently. Levi stood up and took his luggage. Winnie looked at Levi's bow and smiled. Junior has gained a lot in the human world. Levi smiled and said, they're all scrap metal. Senior, you wouldn't care about them. Winnie covered her mouth and chuckled. The fog in front of her gradually dispersed, and a sea beast covered in brass armor and countless nails appeared before Levi, giving him a slight shock. The size of the sea beast was similar to the killer whale in his previous life. A breathing hole was on its head, and a black chimney extended. White hot steam spewed out, making a loud sound. Junior brother Levi, don't be afraid. This is the alchemical creature White Tower number 7 developed by our Tower Master. Besides being good at the Ocean School of Thought, our Tower Master is also quite proficient in the School of Alchemy and likes to study alchemical creatures. Therefore, if you occasionally see some strange iron-skinned monsters on the island, don't panic. These are all alchemical creatures. Chapter 238, Demigod and Legendary. 3. After Winnie finished speaking, she muttered something. Then, her body floated down from the ship lightly like a feather and landed on White Tower number 7. It looked like some cantrip. Come down, Junior. It shouldn't be a problem for a Grand Knight, right? Winnie said. Levi nodded and jumped down from the tall boat. With a bang, he landed on White Tower No. 7's head. White Tower number 7 swayed and was almost smashed to the bottom of the sea. The seawater flooded over and soaked the defenseless Winnie. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm too heavy," Levi was a little embarrassed. He did not expect this alchemical creature to be so fragile. He was close to becoming a legendary Grand Knight and simultaneously cultivated strength, physique, and defense-breathing techniques. This caused his physical density to be much higher than ordinary people's. He was tall, to begin with, and he was wearing the Frost Giant armor, which made him weigh more than 1,000 pounds. The impact of falling from the tall ship was undoubtedly too significant. Pfft! Winnie smiled and said, "It's okay. Just don't break the Tower Master's white. Tower number 7. You won't be able to afford it." Winnie stroked the seawater on her long hair. Her soaked wizard robe clung tightly to her body, highlighting her perfect figure. On the other hand, Levi was staring at the island in front of him. The island was even more significant than the territories of some barons in the human world. Its diameter should be close to 100 miles. The island was surrounded by fog, and there were mountains and primitive forests everywhere. There was no end to it, and the low roars of wild beasts could be heard. White Tower number 7 slowly advanced and finally arrived at the island's coast. After landing on the island, White Tower number 7 stopped and lay on the side, not moving. Winnie jumped down and led the way. Levi followed silently. The Grey Tower looked very close but was still far from the coast. To take care of Winnie's speed, Levi strolled. Winnie had a cantrip that could speed up the journey but did not think it was necessary. It had been a long time since a newcomer had come to the Grey Tower. It was not easy for her to get a chance to chat with the newcomer, so she would not miss it. Along the way, the taciturn Levi was forced to chat with his talkative senior. Fortunately, he was a wily old fox in his previous life, so it was not a problem for him to deal with a wizard like his senior sister, who had few interpersonal relationships. Not long after, they arrived at the bottom of the Grey Tower. "I'll take you to see the Tower Master first. Every new wizard has to see him," Winnie said. Levi nodded and followed. The Tower Master lived in the White Tower all year round. The White Tower was the residence of an official wizard. There were 7 floors, and the Tower Master lived on the highest floor. The other 3 First Circle wizards stayed on the lower level. Some empty floors in the White Tower were still prepared for future official wizards, while the first level was not occupied. The 100-meter-tall White Tower was as tall as the office buildings in his previous life. Levi entered the first floor of the White Tower. Inside was a vast circular square. There were some uniquely shaped wooden planks on the court. Levi looked at them and saw that they were all the schedules of wizard courses, some were the mission boards and other public function areas. A stone pillar ran through the entire White Tower at the center of the square. Levi saw a giant frosty white snake on the post as thick as a water tank coiling around it. The giant snake was huge, and each scale was the size of a palm. It was emitting a metallic luster. It coiled around the pillar, raised its head, and stuck out its tongue. It cast a cold aura as it stared at Levi. The aura of the giant snake made Levi feel a massive sense of oppression. Even the first-generation Blood Clan member, the legendary Knight Anderson, did not give Levi such a massive sense of oppression. A transcendent creature. A true transcendent creature. Moreover, it was at least comparable to an official wizard, Levi exclaimed in his heart. "Let's go. Let Hormungund take us to the 7th floor," Winnie said. She gently approached the white snake's side and reached out. The white snake lowered its head and let her stroke it. "Junior, come here. Don't be afraid. Hormungund is the pet of the first tower master when he was young. He is a frost ice python raised by the first tower master. His age is the same as the Grey Tower, and he has witnessed the changes in our organization for 400 years. Winnie looked smug. This was something to be proud of. As Levi walked over, the white snake stuck its tongue beside him. Levi could feel that the black snake seed in his body seemed provoked, and an invisible pressure was emitted from his pupils. Then, the white snake quietly turned its head back. It no longer dared to sniff around Levi. Levi could feel the black snake seed's strange movements. If the black snake with a candle existed, even if the white snake was a transcendent creature, it was still a little brother in front of the mighty black snake. Then, the white snake's tail wrapped around Levi and Winnie, and its body coiled around the giant pillar, spiraling into the sky. Soon, they reached the 7th floor. After putting Levi and the others down, the white snake stared at Levi and silently descended. The 7th floor was very spacious. Levi saw all kinds of rooms, all of which were decorated with skull symbols that represented danger. One wrote, "Tower Master Forbidden Area. Trespassing will be severely punished." Chapter 239, Demigod and Legendary. 4. Finally, they stopped at the entrance of a small house. Because they had already informed him beforehand, Winnie dared to bring Levi to the 7th floor. Otherwise, the consequences of trespassing on the 7th floor's residence would be dire. According to the rules of the Pan Plane Wizard Council, every legal wizard organization registered in the Pan Plane Wizard Council had the right to formulate their own rules within the scope of the Constitution. Therefore, in the Grey Tower, the Tower Master was the one who set all the rules in the tower. The door of the tiny house was tightly shut. Levi's advanced vibrosensing could sense the person inside. It must be the Tower Master. On the lock of the wooden door, there was a carved Ouroboros. The snake kept spinning. After leaving the lock, the wooden door automatically opened. A creaking sound echoed in the tower. In the small house, an old man in a grey robe and a tall hat was reading a thick book. Levi noticed the right arm under the old man's long sleeves was made of mithril. The old man turned around and stared at Levi with eyes full of wisdom. "Teacher Herman, this is Levi. He is one of the new batch of people sent in from outside. He is also a Grand Imite," Winnie said like a lark. "Hello, Lord Tower Master," Levi quickly greeted. The Tower Master stared at Levi, and the alchemical body on his right arm suddenly extended, crossing a distance of 3 meters and gently coiling around Levi like a long snake. Then, the cold metal palm gradually withdrew. Winnie seemed to be used to this situation. Although Levi felt a little uncomfortable, he could not say anything. The Tower Master suddenly said, "Your spiritual power is not bad, almost reaching the level of an intermediate wizard. However, your spell power is a little weak. It seems that you practiced it blindly in the human world." "Yes, Lord Tower Master, I fumbled alone," Levi said. "It's not bad. With the Children of Chaos's talent, you could cultivate the meditation art to this level at this age. I can see that your temperament and perseverance are not bad. Moreover, you still have to cultivate the breathing technique, and the effort you put in is not comparable to that of the wizards in this great tower. Many wizards look down on Children of Chaos. No matter your talent, as long as you have some shining points, you can be put in an important position." The Tower Master did not seem dissatisfied with Levi's talent as a Children of Chaos. Instead, he affirmed Levi's talent. "Thank you for your compliment, Tower Master," Levi said respectfully. Although the Tower Master looked strange, his personality was good. The Town Master said, "Winnie, take your junior down. Bring him to meet the other wizards and familiarize him with the rules and environment of the tower. I still have to continue my research." "Yes, teacher." Winnie smiled and bowed to the Town Master. Then, she took Levi and rode the white snake Hormungund to the other wizard floors to meet the rest. Among the other 3 wizards of the Grey Tower were 2 male wizards and 1 female wizard. Each of them was highly mysterious and powerful to Levi. They were official wizards, even if they were only first circle wizards. In the nearby sea region, the status of a group member was extremely high. Therefore, only the official wizard could apply for an island from the Star Tower and become the owner. In fact, with Levi's talent as a Children of Chaos, the chances of becoming an official wizard were slim if he did not have the proficiency panel. About 1 in every 10 Children of Chaos could become a wizard. It would be much better if they had a 3-element affinity. They could become a wizard in their lifetime. Dual affinity meant that there was a chance for him to become an intermediate wizard. As for the Children of the Elements, as long as they did not die prematurely, it would not be a problem for them to become high-level wizards. Everyone believed only Children of the Elements hoped to become grand or legendary wizards. Of course, there were always exceptions. In the current Pan Plane Wizard Council, many powerful existences were still not Children of the Elements but had ordinary talents. However, they often had other aspects surpassing others, such as perseverance and luck. In the end, Winnie brought Levi to meet every official wizard. The 2 of them returned to the Grey Tower together. The White Tower was the residence of an official wizard. The Grey Tower was the residence of wizard apprentices. At present, including Levi, the Grey Tower has a total of 30 wizards' apprentices. Apart from that, there were also many wizard apprentices outside of the Grey Tower on this island. They could not become official wizards, and there was no hope of breaking through. Therefore, they left the Grey Tower and worked in other organization departments to obtain cultivation resources. Unlike the White Tower, the Grey Tower had 30 floors. Therefore, it looked a little like the pigeon coop from his previous life. However, the advantage was that every wizard could occupy a level, and each level was huge. Levi was assigned to the 9th level. The Grey Tower did not have an elevator like White Snake. He had to walk upstairs. Fortunately, Levi was a Grand Knight, so reaching 9 floors in one go was easy. Winnie handed the 9th floor key to Levi. The key was a bracelet with runes engraved on it. With this bracelet, one could simultaneously open the door by chanting the incantation for the 9th floor. It was very convenient. Junior, you should rest first. Today is your first day here, so you should recover your energy. Tomorrow, you will officially start your life in the Wizard Tower. In the future, keep in touch. You can go to the 24th floor and look for me. Winnie waved goodbye to Levi. Chapter 240, Demigod and Legendary. 5. It was said that according to the unwritten rules of the Grey Tower, only high-level wizards were qualified to live on the 20th floor. Every year, the White Tower would conduct an end-of-year assessment for the apprentices of the Grey Tower. The assessment content included courses and actual combat. The final ranking was based on the evaluation. The better the order, the higher the living floor. This was a symbol of honor and status. Moreover, the various facilities and functions on the upper floors were more complete. Levi smiled and waved his hand in response. Watching Winnie's back disappear from his sight, Levi chanted the spell to open the door to the 9th floor. When he entered, the gate closed automatically. What greeted his eyes was an empty, huge living room and various small rooms. There was a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, meditation room, spell practice room, storage room, and everything else. Levi estimated that the area of the 9th floor should be several hundred square meters. Even though he was a wizard apprentice, this place was much better than the one in his previous life. It was simply a mansion, not inferior to his castle in the human world. There were also some landscape oil paintings hanging on the walls. The scenery in these oil paintings was dynamic. Swaying wheat, soaring eagles, open waves. Levi casually tidied up the house to see if there were any dangerous sights. After checking, he placed some of his luggage on the ground. Phew, it went much smoother than I thought. Both Senior and the Tower Master seem to be good people. It doesn't matter if I can enter a powerful wizard organization. I need a safe wizard organization to cultivate in. Now it seems that the Grey Tower is indeed not bad. Of course, it's also possible that they're all pretending. After all, I'm new here and don't know anything, Levi muttered. It was his first time coming to such a faraway place, and he did not know what to do for a while. It was the same feeling he had in his previous life when he went from a small county to the Imperial University of Political Science and Law on the first day of school. He was a little confused and at a loss. He was not tired now, so he might as well continue cultivating breathing techniques. No matter where he went, the fine tradition of cultivating breathing techniques could not be abandoned. While cultivating breathing techniques, Levi was also thinking about his next step. First of all, he still had to continue cultivating as a knight. He was now at the peak of Black Snake level 10. He needed 8 points to break through, but currently, Levi has no extra defensive breathing technique. Before he left the human world, he had asked Andrew to continue collecting breathing techniques from the human world. Now, it seemed that even if Andrew had ordered them, he would not be able to give them to him quickly, so he had to rely on himself to manage them in the wizard world. Next, he had to find a new source of ambergris in the realm of the unbelievers. Apart from that, Levi also had the giant breathing technique at the peak of level 9, as well as the level 8 Red Lotus, Ostrich Mountain, Giant Rhinoceros, Blood Whale, Siren, Blood Beast, the level 7 Thunder Wolf, Vortex Beast, as well as a few shallow breathing techniques that had been cultivated to the limit. As for the Red Lotus, Ostrich Mountain, and Blood Beast breathing techniques, they had no limits and had to continue cultivating. As for the seals, Levi felt it should be easy to prepare all the required materials in the realm of the unbelievers. He planned to search for a way to find a way out. He would try to push all 4 seals to the maximum in the next few years. This way, even if he did not advance to an official wizard, he would have the ability to cast spells comparable to a first ring spell with the help of the seals. Moreover, the seal did not take up his spell slots. After cultivating it, it was equivalent to having 4 more spell slots than another wizard. Golden Cross/'s sword skill required time to comprehend revolving force, so he put it aside for now. As for his lifestyle skills, he did not need to worry about his level 2 medicine skills. However, he might be able to upgrade his level 4 pharmacy skills. Finally, there was the deep sea meditation art and the insect controlling technique. This meditation art was almost at level 2 under Levi's efforts in the past few years. At that time, his spiritual power would reach the level of an intermediate wizard. He still had to work on the insect controlling technique. In the future, he had to think of a way to cultivate saint scorpions. In short, after Levi concluded, he realized that even if he did not consider the wizard courses that he would have to learn in the future, he would spend a lot of time cultivating his current skills. Take it slow, Levi smiled bitterly and sighed. He did not dare to sleep on the first day. He spent the entire night cultivating breathing techniques on the 9th floor. In the middle of the night, Levi sensed through his advanced vibrosensing that the apprentice downstairs seemed to have brought a woman in. Then, they had sex. The soundproofing of every floor of the Grey Tower was excellent, but Levi's advanced vibrosensing was too perverse, so he could almost sense the movements in half of the Grey Tower. The White Tower was no match for him. The official wizard there had established isolation magic circles for their residences, and Levi's advanced vibrosensing was useless. Levi had always lived in a giant castle when he was in the human world, so no one else was around him. Here, they could only stay in buildings. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry at this rare experience, similar to staying in a cheap hotel chain in his previous life. He could only block his senses and cultivate quietly. The next day, the bell in the bell tower at the top of Grey Tower rang automatically. Levi also came out from his cultivation. Chapter 241, Demigod, Legendary, God-like, Klein. 6. This was the alarm clock for apprentice wizards to gather. After Levi put away all his items, he put the frost giant armor on the wizard robe he had received yesterday. In the Grey Tower, the apprentice wizards' robes were grey, so they were also called grey-robed wizards. Once they became an official wizard, they would be qualified to wear white robes and live in the White Tower, which was much better. Even though they were all wearing grey robes, there was a difference. There was a star embroidered on Levi's wizard robe, which meant that he was a low-level apprentice wizard. Senior Sister Winnie's wizard robe was embroidered with a sun, representing a high-level apprentice. The medium level was naturally the moon. Levi looked at himself in the mirror. He was over 2 meters tall, wearing a wizard robe, and with his muscular body and beard, Levi had the temperament of the melee wizard Gandalf. He was in a good mood. Carrying his 2 swords on his back, he went downstairs. The entire Grey Tower was where the apprentice wizards lived, while the wizards lived in the White Tower. Other than that, there were also some areas, such as the small garden which was deep in the forest in the center of the island, and also the alchemy cave located in the crater of a volcano, and so on. These places had little to do with the current Levi. The wizard courses in the Grey Tower were all self-selected. There were no compulsory courses, only electives. Every apprentice could choose the courses offered by the teachers according to their current progress and needs. Meditation art, spells, and general education were divided into basic and advanced courses. Levi was a newbie, a wild wizard who had learned everything on his own. Naturally, he chose the most basic courses. In the morning classes, there was only one basic class. Introduction to Wizards General Education. This course was designed for newbies like Levi. Normally, there would only be one session per week. Because the number of newcomers to the Grey Tower was very low, there would not be many of them in a year. Levi walked into the classroom and saw a high-level apprentice wizard wearing a grey robe that has a sun pattern. He was the substitute teacher for this class. The official wizards were too busy, and high-level apprentices usually taught this kind of basic class. The apprentices could earn points by teaching. With the points, one could purchase a spell model, meditation art, magic wand, and other wizard tools in the White Sail Alley of the Grey Tower. Of course, in addition to accumulating points, one could also use ether stones to buy it. These stones often contained rich elemental energy. It was an important resource for wizards' cultivation and was also the general equivalent of the entire wizards' world. Levi was the only one who attended the basic general education class. The teacher gave a simple self-introduction and began the lesson. The knowledge taught by the teacher was very systematic, and general knowledge was what Levi lacked. After all, Tutton was not a professional teacher, and there were many things that he did not teach Levi. Just like that, Levi finished his first lesson and the teacher left in a hurry. In this grey tower, every wizard and apprentice was busy. They seemed to have endless courses, research, and cultivation. Levi looked at the bracelet on his right hand. There was a number on it. 10. This was the initial point that the Grey Tower gave to every apprentice wizard. Otherwise, without points, it would be difficult to advance in the Grey Tower. If these points were to be exchanged for ether stones, there would be 10 of them. Unfortunately, ether stones can only be exchanged for points, Levi muttered to himself. Ether stones were the hard currency, and points could only be used in the Grey Tower's area. Levi arrived at White Sail Alley. He casually walked into a wizard tool shop. He needed to buy a wizard tool. "Hello, I need to buy a Klein crystal," Levi asked. Low-grade Klein crystal is 5 points each. The shopkeeper was a lifeless, old, high-level apprentice wizard. He was not one of the 30 apprentice wizards in the Grey Tower. Because of his age, he basically had no hope of breaking through to an official wizard. He had been removed from the list long ago. Now, he was arranged by the White Tower to guard the shop and spend his later years in peace. Levi used half of his points to buy a fist-sized crystal ball. This crystal ball was very crucial. The wizard's training would not be able to do without it. After buying the crystal ball, Levi looked at the various kinds of wizard tools in the display window, with the majority of them being magic wands. The low-grade swordfish wand costs 20 points. It can slightly increase the power of spells and has a solidified zero-ring cantrip water arrow. "Do you want it?" the old man asked. "I'm just looking. I can't afford it," Levi replied. He had shopped around for items like wands, and the cheapest one cost 20 points. For example, the shop's treasure, a top-grade wand, cost 500 points. It was said that this wand could be used by an official wizard, and there were 3 first-ring spells solidified on it. On one hand, wands were used to assist wizards in casting spells. A good wand could shorten the casting time, increase the power of spells, and save mental strength and spell power. On the other hand, if some spells were solidified in the wand, it would reduce the casting process when facing enemies, and they only needed to chant to cast spells. According to the general education class in the morning, Levi knew that only apprentice wizards and low-level wizards would use wands to assist them. After the intermediate level, they would all cast spells without a wand. Chapter 242, Demigod, Legendary, God-like, Klein. 7. Therefore, most of the wands, even the best ones, were only in the category of quasi-wizard tools and were still not considered official wizard tools. In terms of value, these wands were not as precious as Levi's pot of equal value. Many official wizards did not even have official wizard tools, let alone apprentice wizards. But no matter what, he couldn't afford it. He was poor. He had 10,000 taels of gold, but he could only let them accumulate dust. Levi shook his head and left the shop with a sigh. Now that he only had 5 points left, it was better to use them sparingly. He didn't need the wand for now. After all, he had only mastered one zero-ring cantrip, insect controlling technique. The spells from the School of Insects didn't really require a wand. After returning to his residence, Levi took out the Klein crystal. This was an item required for wizards' cultivation. It cost 10 ether stones outside, but in the organization, it only cost 5 points. This was the benefit of joining the organization. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. He entered a state of meditation. Above the Klein crystal ball, symbols began to appear. Spiritual force, 4. Spell power, 15. Looking at the numbers, Levi could not help but frown. No wonder the Tower Master said that his spiritual power was fine, but his spell power was not enough. The threshold spiritual force for intermediate apprentice wizards was 5 points, and he was already very close. According to the general education teacher, the normal spiritual force value of 4 points should be 40, which meant that 1 point of spiritual force represented 10 points of spell power. The so-called spell power was a product of a wizard's spiritual force cultivation. If spiritual force was a bucket, then spell power was the water in the bucket. In the early days, it was said that wizards needed to consume spiritual force to cast spells, including what Tutton had introduced to Levi before. However, after learning in the general education class, Levi knew that this theory had been eliminated. Wizards were a group that pursued innovation and truth. They would not blindly worship the past and believed that the present was better than the past. The truth could be infinitely close, but there was no way to truly grasp it. Therefore, the theoretical changes in the wizard's world were also constantly evolving. Tutton was old history. It was not his fault. After all, he had stayed in the human world for so long, and he had no contact with wizards. According to the latest research theory of a legendary wizard 300 years ago, it was more accurate to say that casting spells consumed spell power. The relationship between spell power and spiritual force was related. The higher the spiritual force, the stronger the spell power. Spiritual force determined spell power. No wonder I became weak when I used the insect controlling technique a few times because I did not have enough spell power. Levi recalled the process of practicing the insect controlling technique and came to a realization. The insect controlling technique is a simple 3-structure spell model. Each casting requires 3 points of spell power. With my current level of spell power, I can only cast it 5 times. After that, I need to rest and meditate for a long time to recover my spell power. My upper limit of spell power is too low. I need to think of a way to increase my upper limit of spell power. This is the top priority. Levi put away the Klein crystal. So far, there were only 2 ways to increase the upper limit of one's spell power. The first was to constantly increase the upper limit of one's spiritual force. This was the most important thing. However, because everyone's talent was different and their physiques were different, the upper limit of one's spiritual force would often differ greatly. The upper limit of a Children of the Elements spell power would be far higher than a Children of Chaos if they had the same spell power and realm. With the help of the proficiency panel, Levi's cultivation of meditation art improved, so his spiritual force also increased very quickly. Although it was still not as good as some of the Children of the Elements, at least he had a dual element affinity, far surpassing that of ordinary Children of Chaos. However, as his spiritual force increased rapidly, Levi's upper limit of spell power also increased. At this time, there was only one way to increase the upper limit of his spell power in the short term, and that was to take potions. The potion that increased the upper limit of spell power was sold in the potion shop in Whitesale Alley. It was called Green Elf's Tears. However, Levi took a look. A bottle of low-grade Green Elf's Tears that could increase one spell power point cost a total of 2 points. If Levi wanted to increase his maximum spell power to the level that his spiritual force should have, which was 1 plus 0 points, he would need 50 points. This made Levi feel like he was about to lose his balance. In the Grey Tower, any important cultivation resources required points. Therefore, he had to think of a way to earn some points. Levi did not go to class in the afternoon. The classes in the afternoon were all advanced spell classes. With his current points, he could not exchange for a new spell model. Insect controlling technique was not taught here, so there was no need for him to go to class. After practicing the breathing technique and meditation art, he went to the hall on the first floor of the White Tower to see if there were any missions to earn points. Chapter 243, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2. 1. The hall on the first floor of the White Tower. Hormungund the White Snake had been dozing off. Until he saw the tall young man walking in with 2 swords on his back. It silently watched the young man. This person was naturally Levi. Levi looked at the white snake. If I use the blood of this white snake to make the black snake secret medicine, the effect should be very good. The effect of the black snake secret medicine was mainly related to the snake blood. Previously, when Levi was in the human world, and because they were all mortal snakes, he had casually made them. However, there were some snakes in the wizard world that were at the level of transcendence, and Levi started to think about it. Of course, he didn't dare to fight Hormon. He just felt that he could pay attention to some extraordinary creature materials in the future. Levi was the only one in the hall. The other apprentices were either in class or training. Levi looked at his quest bar. All members of the Grey Tower had the right to issue missions. After the other party completed the mission, he only needed to pay the points. It was similar to the bounty pane of the Shining Tavern. These missions usually gave very few points, usually only 1 point. The missions that gave more points were issued by official wizards, also known as the White Tower mission. Of course, the difficulty of the White Tower mission would also increase. Moreover, the White Tower missions that were easy to complete were in high demand. Usually, once they appeared, they would be snatched away by the apprentice wizards. The rest were usually missions with high requirements, low points, and even a little dangerous. White Tower mission, recruiting an apprentice to assist the teacher in completing the pharmaceutical mission. The requirement is to have basic pharmaceutical knowledge, be proficient in pharmaceutical techniques, and have patience. Reward, 5 points, per month. Poster, Wizard Marlene. White Tower mission, take care of the herbs in the small garden, be responsible for daily watering, fertilizing, pest control, and preventing the intrusion of wild beasts. Reward, 30 points, per year. Poster, Wizard Marlene. White Tower mission, head to the Black Sail Wizard Market and maintain order. Requirements, possesses the strength of a mid-level apprentice wizard or above. Reward, 100 points, per year. Poster, White Robe Wizard Herman. After walking around, Levi realized that there were only a few White Tower missions that had not been accepted. They were all daily quests. These quests took a long time and were not cost-effective, so they were not very popular among the apprentice. Levi was helpless. Other than these missions, he had no other choice. Wizard Marlene was one of the 3 official wizards. She was the teacher who taught the wizard's general education course and was also the pharmacist of the Grey Tower. Most of the potions in the potion shop in White Sail Alley were made by Wizard Marlene, including the green elf's tears that Levi needed. Among these 3 missions, the 3rd mission was issued by the Tower Master. It was also the one with the highest reward, but it was also the most difficult. This was a long-term mission. The Black Sail Wizard Market was not on this island. It was located on a nearby Black Sail Island. Black Sail Island did not belong to any organization in the vicinity. It was more like a trading center. Wizard organizations such as the Grey Tower, Whale Song Island, Sighing Sea Breeze, and other wizard forces in the sea area traded with each other. It was on this island that, over time, formed a market. In the Black Sail Wizard Market, there were a large number of unorganized wizards or apprentice wizards who also set up stalls there. As for the Grey Tower, they naturally had their own businesses in that market. They sold potions and wizard tools to earn ether stones from the hands of those wizards who did not belong to any organization. The market was a mix of good and bad, and there were also a few unscrupulous outlaws who liked to cause trouble in the market. In the end, these large wizard organizations had a discussion. Each organization sent some people out to form a law enforcement team in the Black Sail Wizard Market, which was responsible for maintaining the daily order of the market. Levi thought that with his current strength, it was better for him not to join the law enforcement team. When he reached a certain level, he could consider earning points. After all, the points for this mission were quite a lot. Levi accepted the quest and went to Witch Marlene's room on the 3rd floor of the White Tower. Witch Marlene was an old lady with white hair, wrinkled skin, and a bloated body. She was fiddling with her flowers and plants at the moment. "Madam Marlene, I am Levi who applied for the pharmaceutical apprentice mission." Levi coughed and said. Madam Marlene turned around. Her eyes were very big and looked a little strange. She looked like Yubaba from Hayao Miyazaki's anime. She laughed in a hoarse and sharp voice, "You must be the new one." "Yes." Levi nodded. "Do you know anything about pharmaceutics?" Marlene asked, obviously not believing Levi. "Teacher, I worked as a pharmacist in the human world for a period of time, so I know a little," Levi answered. He was a man who possessed level 4 in pharmaceutics. In the human world, he was already known as a pharmaceutical master. However, he didn't know what level he was at when it came to pharmaceutics. "Oh, I have a relatively simple potion formula here. Take it. If you can concoct the potion within 7 days, you will pass the preliminary assessment," Witch Marlene said. Levi nodded and took the formula. Witch Marlene even gave Levi some herbs, so that he would not have to buy them since he had no money. "Thank you, Ms. Marlene." Levi took the formula and hurried back to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. Although Witch Marlene looked a little scary, she was probably the kindest wizard in the Grey Tower. Chapter 244, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2. 2. Some apprentice called Witch Marlene Granny Marlene, This was because these young people would ask Granny Marlene for help when they were in trouble. Granny Marlene would guide them when she had the time. This grey tower is pretty good. Levi muttered to himself. The prescription that the witch Marlene gave him was called the bread potion. This was the most common potion formula for apprentice wizards, so it was not considered precious. The reason why it was called bread potion was because the effect of this potion was to fill one's stomach and replenish one's strength. It was similar to biscuits. Ordinary wizards would drink a small bottle of bread potion every morning and not need to eat for the whole day. This way, they could save a lot of time for cultivation and research. Since coming here for 2 days, Levi had not seen any wizard cook. He was the only one who cooked in the kitchen every day. Life without good food is too boring. Levi went to White Sail Alley and spent 1 point to buy a full set of potion refining equipment. This equipment was of much better quality than the ones he had in the human world. They were more professional and could be used for a long time. Looking at the 4 points on his bracelet, Levi could not help but speed up his pace. He divided the ingredients for the bread potion into 10 portions, and then he first studied the formula. With his current pharmacy standards, he could basically understand it even though it was a potion formula. This was because after he read the potion formula, he realized that the sacred medicines formulas recorded in the Book of Kunga were actually potion formulas. The principles of the two were similar, and Levi learned quickly. In just one afternoon, after wasting 7 sets of materials, Levi successfully concocted a bread potion. Pharmacy proficiency plus 20. The level 4 pharmacy skill that had not been used for a long time also began to increase in proficiency. Levi was overjoyed. As expected, this simplest potion was not a problem for his level 4 pharmacy skill. After 7 attempts, he succeeded. After that, Levi refined 3 portions of bread potion. Bread potion was the cheapest potion. 1 point could buy a large bottle from the potion shop, and a large bottle was enough for an apprentice wizard to drink for half a year. As such, this formula was not worth much, and Levi would not refine this potion to earn points. He drank 2 small bottles himself and was not full. However, his stamina had recovered a little. Other apprentice wizards might be able to fill their stomachs with a small bottle. However, Levi had to drink at least 10 bottles to be full. After all, he was a top-tier Grand Knight, and if he wanted to fill up his whale sack, Levi would have to drink at least a large bottle. However, this potion, to be honest, tasted bad. It was very bitter. Levi felt that it was better to eat. This was one of his few pleasures. Drinking potions every day to survive made him feel like a complete robot. After refining the potion, Levi performed a breathing technique and lay on the bed to rest. I wonder how the territory is doing. Levi murmured softly. The flow of time in the realm of the unbelievers was exactly the same as in the human world. In essence, this was a world, but it was a different parallel plane. This was a sub-dimensional portal, so Levi did not have to worry about a day in the sky being equivalent to a year on the ground. Wizards did not have the habit of keeping track of time. They had a long lifespan, so they did not have a concept of time. Levi did not think about the territory and went to sleep comfortably. Refining potions also consumed spiritual force. The next morning, Levi had no classes. He took the bread potion that he had refined yesterday and found Ms. Marlene, who was preparing to go to class. Ms. Marlene glanced at the bread potion, sniffed it, and drank it in one go. Gulp. Ms. Marlene's stomach growled. Not bad, Levi. Your pharmacy skills are much better than I thought. Many high-level apprentice wizards are not as good as you. From now on, you are my pharmaceutical apprentice. Witch Marlene smiled. She felt that she had found an apprentice with good pharmacy talent. Thank you, Ms. Marlene. You should go to class. I won't disturb you anymore. If you need anything, just call me at any time. Levi smiled happily. Marlene patted Levi's head, which made him feel a little strange. He felt that this teacher really treated him like a child. But thinking about it, it made sense. Witch Marlene was said to have lived for 150 years. According to the maximum lifespan of a first circle wizard, she was already in her later years. She seemed to have the same talent as Levi, a children of chaos. It was already not easy for her to become an official wizard. Without a cheat like Levi had, and without other fortuitous encounters, it would definitely be very difficult for her to break through to a second circle wizard. It was said that a second circle wizard had a lifespan of 300 years. Once they reached the third circle and became an intermediate wizard, they would have a lifespan of 500 years. Witch Marlene went to class. Before class, she gave Levi some tasks and 2 new potion formulas. One of them was called Smurf Sleep, and the other was Blood Elf Swale. She told Levi to use these 2 potions as practice until he could master them and increase the refinement success rate to at least half. Levi would then be able to provide her with assistance in refining a precious potion. If Levi could help her complete the production of that potion, she would give Levi an additional reward of points. Smurfs and Blood Elves. Chapter 245, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2. 3. This reminded Levi of the Green Elf's Tears. These 3 potions were from the same series. Levi realized that being a pharmacy apprentice was pretty good. He could get the potion formula for free. Smurf Sleep Potion was also a basic potion, but it was a little more advanced than the Bread Potion. It could quickly recover a wizard's spell power in a short time. One Smurf Sleep could recover a wizard's spell power that would take 12 hours to recover in a short time. As for the Blood Elf Swale, it could increase a wizard's spiritual force and physical strength in a short period of time. It reduces fatigue and allowed a wizard to be in a high-efficiency state. These 2 potions could be exchanged for 10 bottles with 1 point at the potion shop in White Sail Alley. This was considered a common potion for apprentice wizards, so the consumption was relatively large. Usually, one would drink these 2 potions frequently during battle. The formulas for these 2 potions were very common, but they also cost 1 point. Fortunately, Levi was the apprentice of Witch Marlene, so he could get it for free. Levi went to White Tower Town and used gold coins to buy some herbs and materials for refining potions. White Tower Town was located on the other side of the island. It was a small mortal town. Many of them were descendants of apprentice wizards. Because they did not have talent, they could not join the Grey Tower and could only stay on the island. Over time, it formed a small town. The residents of this small town mainly served the wizards. They farmed, weaved, hunted, fished, and collected herbs. A large portion of the fruits of their labor were sold to wizards, which was considered the logistics department of the Grey Tower. He calculated that the cost of the materials for a Smurf Sleep was about 10 gold coins. It was not as expensive as he had imagined. In the human world, one could not even buy a bottle of ambergris. After all, this was the raw material for magic potions. The cost of the materials for the Blood Elf Swale was similar to the Smurfs. Therefore, he thought of a new money-making plan, which was to sell potions. Levi had gold coins. Although he did not count the gold coins he brought from the human world, he had 150,000 gold coins. If all these gold coins were used to buy potion materials, he could buy 15,000 portions. If only 10,000 of these 15,000 potions were successfully refined into potions, in theory, if all of them were sold, they could be exchanged for 1,000 points. For 1,000 points, usually, only high-level apprentice wizards would have this much. One must know that even if they went to the Black Sail Wizard Market to enforce the law for a year, they would only get 100 points. However, Levi did not plan to exchange points directly. Points could only be circulated in the Grey Tower, and there were limitations. He planned to go to the Black Sail Wizard Market to sell potions. He had already inquired about it. At the Black Sail Wizard Market, the price of a bottle of potion was also 1/10 of an ether stone. If that was the case, Levi estimated that the gold coins he had on him could be exchanged for 1,000 ether stones. This was a huge sum of money, and even official wizards might not have it. Unlike points, ether stones were very precious. Of course, refining 15,000 potions would take a long time. It might take Levi many years to complete. Moreover, the production of medicinal herbs on the island was limited. Most importantly, sales were the most difficult problem. Because there were many people selling this potion, Levi was most worried that he would not be able to sell it after refining it. Therefore, it was still very difficult to implement this plan. This was only Levi's initial thought. He didn't need so many ether stones for the time being. Levi bought a total of 20 sets of materials, which was the total production of White Tower Town in the past few days. Regardless of whether Levi would sell the potions or not, he had to refine these 2 potions. After all, this was also the mission of Witch Marlene. For the next few days, Levi either cultivated or did alchemy. His pharmacy skills continued to improve, and his proficiency began to rise again. Which Marlene said that Levi's pharmacy skills were better than many high-level apprentice wizards. According to Marlene, the realm of pharmacists was the same as that of wizards. They were also divided into 9 circles. In the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, there was a 9th circle great pharmacist from the Burning School of Thought, but so far, there had not been a legendary pharmacist. And below the 1st circle pharmacist was the pharmacy apprentice. Just like the apprentice wizard, it could be divided into 3 levels, low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Levi's current level 4 pharmacy had basically reached the peak level of a mid-grade pharmacy apprentice. This was still relatively rare among high-level apprentice wizards. Not all wizards were pharmacists, and pharmacists were very expensive and time-consuming. If Levi did not have the proficiency panel, he would not have been able to reach level 4 so quickly. Due to the scarcity of pharmacists, which Marlene was very optimistic about Levi. She wanted to refine a 2nd circle potion. Once she succeeded, she could go to the Pharmacy Association under the Pan-Plane Wizard Council to be certified as a 2nd circle pharmacist. A 2nd circle pharmacist had a higher status than an ordinary 2nd circle wizard. For example, in the waters of the Grey Tower, there was only one 2nd circle pharmacist on Whale Song Island. Other than that, there was no one else. Becoming a pharmacist was a time-consuming skill. A long time ago, pharmaceutics was a skill that every wizard had to master. However, with the development of the wizard world, the division of labor became more and more specialized. Pharmaceutics was a slow and costly subject that was abandoned by most ordinary wizards. The legacy of pharmacists was constantly decreasing, which made the status of pharmacists rise. Chapter 246, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2, 4. The 2nd circle potion that which Marlene was about to refine required the assistance of a 1st circle pharmacist. However, she was the only 1st circle pharmacist in the entire Grey Tower. She could only settle for the 2nd best, which was to look for 4 high-level pharmacy apprentices. Unfortunately, there was only one high-level pharmacy apprentice in the Grey Tower, and it was also a high-level apprentice wizard. There were still 3 people left. She found an official wizard friend and a high-level apprentice wizard from another force. However, the last one was still unresolved. Unexpectedly, Levi's appearance surprised her. Although the bread potion was simple, it was still a potion that only a middle-level pharmacy apprentice could master. Levi, a newcomer, could refine it in a day. This showed that Levi's talent for making potions was very high. She felt that instead of going out to find people from other forces, it would be better to spend some time directly cultivating an apprentice wizard of her own. Anyway, she did not lack this bit of time now. Marlene was old. She wanted to train an official pharmacist for the Grey Tower before she passed away. It could be considered as repaying the Tower Master for saving her life. Naturally, Levi did not know what Marlene was thinking. A few days later, he successfully refined a Smurf Sleep and a Blood Elf Swale. These 2 potions could only be refined by the most outstanding middle-level pharmacy apprentice. However, the success rate of a middle-level pharmacy apprentice was not high. Levi's current success rate was only 1 in 10. Generally speaking, only a high-level pharmacy apprentice could master these 2 potions and increase the success rate to half. It's more difficult than I thought. It's still too difficult for me to refine these 2 potions with my level 4 pharmacy skills. I'd better use the bread potion and other formulas to cultivate pharmacy to level 5 first before starting to refine them on a large scale. Levi shook his head. The cost of these 2 potions was relatively high, and they were not suitable for practice. A few days later, Levi brought the successfully refined blue and red potion to Ms. Marlene. The blue and red potions were names that Levi had come up with himself. He felt that this was more appropriate and concise. On the 3rd floor of the White Tower, Marlene checked Levi's potion. It seemed that she was very happy. Great! I've already transferred your first month's points to your account in advance. Your pharmacy talent is even better than mine back then. From now on, practice your pharmaceutical skills well. If you don't have the money to buy materials, you can look for me. Strive to become a high-level pharmacy apprentice within half a year. At that time, I'll arrange the next task for you. Little Levi, your talent as a wizard is not that good. For you, perhaps the path of becoming a pharmacist is a shortcut. As long as you can become a 1st circle pharmacist, your status will not be inferior to a wizard. After Marlene finished speaking, she let Levi go back. When Levi returned home, he opened his bracelet and saw that Ms. Marlene had given him 6 points. It was 1 point more than what was stated in the mission. It seemed like it was an additional reward for him. As for his teacher's suggestion for him to become a pharmacist, Levi would consider it. He felt that being a pharmacist might be his main way of earning money in the future. However, he would never give up on the path of the wizard. Strength was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, Levi had also learned from Ms. Marlene that in the profession of pharmacists, starting from the third circle potion, one needed to be in the corresponding wizard realm to be able to refine it. Therefore, the path of a wizard could not be avoided. This was also the reason why high-level pharmacists were so rare. Of course, Ms. Marlene did not have bad intentions. She did not know that Levi had the proficiency panel and thought that it would be difficult for Levi to achieve anything on the path of a wizard. She thought that as long as Levi became a first circle pharmacist and lived out the rest of his life, he should be satisfied. No matter what, Levi was in a good mood. He now had another 10 points. First, he would buy 2 green elf's tears to test the effects. If it could increase the upper limit of his spell power, then he might be able to refine this potion himself. It would definitely be much cheaper than buying it. At that time, he would just have to be thick-skinned and ask Ms. Marlene for a potion formula. White Sail Alley. Levi spent 4 points to buy 2 green elf's tears. He returned to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. He sat down in a meditative position, opened the potion, and drank it in one gulp. The potion was bitter and it tasted bad. Levi quickly entered a meditative state. He dived into the faint golden ocean. In the shallow sea, Levi found something different from his usual meditation. He found some golden spots of light. Levi had seen these specks of light in his meditation before, but they were all sparse. He did not have a systematic wizard's general education back then, so he did not know what these golden specks of light were. Looking at it now, this was spell power. Because his talent was average, the golden light spots he could come into contact with when he meditated were very few. However, with the green elf's tears, Levi saw a lot more light spots than before. These light spots surged into Levi's mind, filling him with warm energy. After Levi finished meditating, his meditation art proficiency increased by 1 point. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball again. Spiritual force, 4. Spell power, 16. As expected, the upper limit of my spell power has increased by 1 point. Levi smiled. When he meditated the next day, he drank another bottle. Chapter 247, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2. 5. Then, his spell power reached 17 points. Low-grade green elf's tears were only suitable for apprentice wizards. At the middle-grade apprentice wizard level, they would need the advanced version of the potion Green Fairy Pearl, which was expensive, costing 5 points per bottle. Therefore, Levi had to increase the upper limit of his spell power before his spiritual force advanced to the middle-grade apprentice level. Year 1017 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the month of flowers. On the sea, the vigorous search for the treasure of Golden Knight Gregor had ended. When someone finally found the island where Golden Knight Gregor had buried his treasure, they realized that the island had already been occupied by someone else. The treasure of Golden Knight Gregor was already gone. Everyone was guessing who had obtained the treasure. Many people felt that the Fist of the Empire had succeeded. After all, the Fist of the Empire was the most powerful, so it was most likely to obtain the treasure. However, the Fist of the Empire had disappeared again. No matter how hard the people of the Church of Storms searched, they could not find it. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. Meanwhile, in Flower City of the Emerald Kingdom. Inside Black Snake Castle, Andrew, who looked like Levi, was playing chess with Anderson. Speaking of which, your master has been in the wizard world for half a year. I wonder how he is doing there? Has he become a legendary knight? I have high hopes for this kid. Anderson smiled bitterly. Elder, there's no need to worry. With my master's standards, he will definitely be able to survive in the wizard world. My master is not an ordinary person. I can feel a terrifying aura from him, Andrew said. During this period of time, with Andrew in charge, Levi's territory was very peaceful and nothing happened. The Emerald Kingdom had just ended the war and had begun to recuperate. With the efforts of the Church and the various worlds, the snow demon calamity in the north had barely stopped the momentum of the south. For a long time, the south should be able to sit back and relax. Andrew had also collected some ambergris and breathing techniques for Levi. He was waiting for Levi to come home when he had time. In the realm of Azure Cloud, Levi also spent half a year in the Grey Tower. In this half a year, Levi had trained the Blood Beast breathing technique to the limit of the 9th level. Levi. Blood Beast breathing technique, level 9, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 0/7. Special effect, blood wings, gas, blood contract. After reaching the limit of the 9th level of the Blood Beast breathing technique, the transcendent speed special effect from before had been upgraded to a new effect, blood wings. Blood wings, black gas gathers on your back and transforms into gaseous blood wings. Through the high-speed oscillation of the blood wings, your explosive speed, jumping ability, reaction speed, and so on will be greatly increased. The special effect of the blood wings was like an upgrade to transcendent speed. The Blood Beast breathing technique has reached the limit of the 9th level. Next, I can break through the limit. My current extreme speed type breathing techniques include the Siren breathing technique, the Thunder Wolf breathing technique, the Thunderbird breathing technique, and the Swift Dog breathing technique. The Thunder Wolf breathing technique at the limit of the 7th level provides 4 points to break through the limit, the Lightning Bird at the limit of the 5th level provides 2 points to break through the limit, and the Swift Dog at the 4th level provides 1 point. As for the Siren breathing technique, I'll just keep it for now. The Siren breathing technique had been with Levi for so long that it could be considered a veteran breathing technique. Furthermore, the Siren breathing technique was a rare initial breathing technique with 2 special effects. Levi felt that there was no need to fuse with the Siren for the time being. Soon, the Blood Beast breathing technique had broken through its limit. After resting for a while, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Blood Beast breathing technique, level 9, 1/150000. Special effect, blood wings, gas, blood contract. Now, let's test the effect of the blood wings. Levi went down to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and left his residence. He came to a dense forest. Seeing that there was no one around, he ran in the direction of the small garden on the island. The blood beast seed in his body began to erupt, and a blood-red aura circulated through Levi's limbs and bones, causing his speed to increase by a level. In addition, the excess blood aura also vaguely transformed into illusory bat wings on Levi's back. These bat wings looked very small and thin. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see them clearly. They were very illusory. However, as the bat's wings flapped rapidly, it suddenly accelerated. With a bang, Levi was like a loaded bullet. He shot out, and the fallen leaves in front of him were sent flying. Smoke and dust filled the path. In less than 10 breaths, Levi had already run 2 miles away. In other words, my current explosive running speed has completely stabilized at 100 meters per second. If I explode my seed, I might be able to go a little faster. Not long after, Levi arrived at the small garden in the depths of the island. The reason why he came here was to complete the mission. In the past 6 months, he had also accepted another mission from Ms. Marlene. That was the task of looking after the small garden. The small garden was located in the depths of the island. The elemental power was the densest there, and it was suitable for the growth of herbs. This was the exclusive herb garden of the Grey Tower, and the director was Witch Marlene. Because she was the only one who knew the most about herbs, considering that herbs and medicine were complementary, Levi accepted this mission. This mission could also earn 30 points a year. Although it was not as good as going to the black sale market to enforce the law, it was safer. Levi cultivated every day, and apart from practicing pharmacy, he only needed to set aside some time in the morning and evening to go to the small garden to look at the herbs planted. Watering the herbs would be enough. Chapter 248, Blood Beast Limit Breaker, Deep Sea Level 2, 6. In general, this mission was not difficult. The reason why many high-level apprentice wizards did not choose this mission was that this mission required them to learn a cantrip and occupy a spell slot. This cantrip was called Flower Fairy's Dew, and it was a 0-ring cantrip belonging to the Ocean School of Thought. Levi came to the small garden. He came to the first plot of land in the herb planting area and chanted a spell. As he chanted, mist surged from the herbs in this small plot of land and gathered here. When the mist dispersed, the petals, leaves, and roots of these medicinal plants were covered in dew, like pearls embedded in the medicinal plants. These dewdrops were imitating the dew of the flower fairy. Flower fairies were a very magical and rare type of spirit. It was said that some wizards had raised flower fairies in their gardens. The flower fairies could take care of the herb garden for the wizard. Wherever they were, they would produce some rain. This rain was the favorite thing of plants. It contained rich elemental power and nutrients. However, due to the large number of flower fairies captured by wizards, their numbers were extremely low. Most wizards or pharmacists did not have such things. Later on, some wizards imitated the flower fairy's ability and developed this zero-ring cantrip. Of course, the effect of this cantrip was definitely not as good as the flower fairies, but it was still much better than the ordinary rain in nature. Other than watering the flowers and applying fertilizer, the zero-ring cantrip, flower fairies do, had no combat power. Generally speaking, only a pharmacy apprentice would learn this kind of trick. Many wizards would not waste their precious spell slots to learn this. Levi was different. He was considering the path of a part-time pharmacist. Therefore, after accepting this mission, Levi looked for Witch Marlene and got the spell model of this cantrip from her for free, saving him another 2 points. After that, he spent half a month learning the basics of this cantrip, and now, Levi had reached the 3rd level. Levi. Flower Fairies do, Level 3, 5789/10,000. With the Level 3 Flower Fairies do, Levi's casting area was much larger than before. In the small garden, a small plot of land was 5 square meters, and there were hundreds of such plots in the entire small garden. The Level 3 Flower Fairies do was just enough to cover an entire plot of land. Levi's current maximum spell power had reached 36 points after consuming the potion. It was almost comparable to his current 1+ points of spiritual force. The Flower Fairies do required 2 points of spell power to cast, and Levi could cast it 18 times a day. He only needed to water once, and he could ignore it for a week. Therefore, Levi could basically water all the herbs in the small garden once a week. To be honest, this kind of work was very tedious and tiring. However, Levi was enjoying himself. He had already been in the Grey Tower for half a year. As a low-level apprentice wizard, he only had 2 cantrips, which were the insect controlling technique and the flower fairies do. In the eyes of other apprentice wizards, these cantrips were not serious spells. However, Levi did not mind. To be honest, with his current strength that was comparable to a legendary knight, he really did not care about the power of apprentice spells sold by the Grey Tower. They were not as powerful as his fists and seals. On the other hand, Levi liked this kind of auxiliary cantrip. Because all of Levi's hard work in the past 6 months had been seen by Witch Marlene. Therefore, Levi could feel that this official wizard's attitude towards him was getting better and better. She really saw Levi as her successor. Levi knew very well how precious the legacy of an official pharmacist was. Therefore, everything he did now was worth it. Moreover, his progress in the field of wizardry in the past 6 months was not without progress. The current deep-sea meditation art was about to break through to level 2. After completing the watering task for the day, Levi sat in the small wooden house in the small garden to rest. While meditating, he took out the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 4. Spell power, 36. Levi looked at his bracelet. Currently, he only had 8 points on his bracelet. In the past half-year, he had earned 25 points as a pharmacy apprentice. He had also earned some points by doing some other scattered missions. Unfortunately, before these points could be accumulated, Levi bought the Green Elf's Tears. When my spell power reaches 40 points, I will be able to upgrade the deep-sea breathing technique to level 2. The entry-level standard for middle-grade apprentice wizard is 5 spiritual power points and the upper limit of spell power is 50 points. After Levi finished his work in the small garden, he returned to the Grey Tower. He happened to see senior sister Winnie, whom he had not seen for a long time, walking with a high-level apprentice wizard's senior brother. It seemed that they were going out to sea. Junior brother Levi, we're going to Whale Song Island as guests. Do you want to come with us? Because everyone was very busy, Levi was even more busy with the pharmacy and watering flowers, so she rarely met Levi. I'm sorry, senior sister. This year's assessment will be held in a few days. I won't be going. There are still many courses that I haven't completed. Levi looked at the eyes of the senior brother beside senior sister Winnie. It was obvious that he did not want Levi to come along, but because of Winnie, he was too embarrassed to say it. Senior sister Winnie was an extroverted person. She was beautiful and had a good temperament. She had many followers around her, many of whom were high-level apprentice wizards who lived on the 20th floor and above. It was not that Levi was afraid of these apprentice wizards. To be honest, even if he did not use the magic seal and his quasi-wizard tools, he could easily defeat most of the high-level apprentice wizards of the Grey Tower just by relying on his knight's ability. However, Levi did not like to cause trouble. "All right, then we're leaving." Winnie and the senior brother left excitedly. Levi returned to the 9th floor alone and went to his pharmacy lab. After half a year of practice, his pharmacy skills had just broken through to level 5 a few days ago, and reached the level of a high-level pharmacy apprentice. As a high-level pharmacy apprentice, he could start to refine Green Elf's tears. He had already bought the materials in White Tower Town. The materials for the Green Elf's tears were relatively expensive, costing 100 gold coins per portion. However, it was still much better than spending 2 points to buy it. For the next few days, Levi spent all his time in the pharmacy lab refining medicine. He also took part in the assessment. The final result was excellent in the basic theory course, and fail in the actual combat course. As a knight's abilities were not allowed to use in actual combat, Levi did not want to use his seals either. He did not have any combat type spell, so Levi always took the initiative to admit defeat as soon as he got on stage, leaving both the opponent and the examiner speechless. Fortunately, the consequences of failing once were not that serious. It was just that he would not be rewarded with any points. Levi did not care. As long as he did not fail more than 3 times, he would not be expelled. He just quietly trained his pharmacy skills and followed the established goal step by step. 7 days later, he was already proficient in making Green Elf's tears, and his success rate had reached half. A month later, Levi's spell power reached 40 points. His spiritual force and spell power had both reached the limit of a low-level apprentice wizard. In the end, on a quiet afternoon, Levi's meditation art also broke through to level 2. Levi's spiritual force had reached the level of a mid-level apprentice wizard. At this moment, he felt that his perception was stronger than before. He used the Klein crystal to check. Spiritual force, 5. Spell power, 43. The moment his spiritual force reached the level of a mid-level apprentice wizard, the Black Devil Blade, which had been at its limit for a long time, had also broken through to level 3. As Levi thought about it, a black gas appeared behind him. The black gas rose and went to Levi's back. It condensed into a terrifying evil spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 9 swords. Chapter 249, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 1. Levi. Black Devil Blade, Level 3, 1/10,000. According to the creator of the Black Devil Blade, after Level 3, the black gas could be condensed into a black gas incarnation, also known as the Evil Spirit Lingering. The appearance of this evil spirit would be formed according to Levi's mind. It was random and not under Levi's control. Levi stood in front of the mirror and looked at his 2.2-meter tall body. Behind him, there was an abstract and tall shadow. He was even stronger than Levi. His muscles were almost as exaggerated as platinum stars, and he was 3 meters tall. This black figure was covered in armor that looked like scales. He had 6 bulky arms, and each of them held a black gas sword. The most ridiculous thing was that this evil spirit actually had 3 heads. Among the 3 heads, the right one was angry, the left one was smiling, and the middle one was expressionless. Each of the 3 heads had a long sword in their mouths. Therefore, this evil spirit held a total of 9 swords, which looked very exaggerated. At present, with Levi's control over the black gas, he was unable to display the detailed appearance and features of the evil spirit in more detail. He could only vaguely make out some outlines. However, just the malevolence of this silhouette alone was more terrifying than any evil spirit Levi had ever seen. He looked at the appearance of the evil spirit and then muttered to himself. 3 heads, 6 arms, and wielding 9 swords. Looks like a green-faced Azura with fangs. Good heavens, he's like a great demon king who crawled out of the abyss. I'll call you 9 Swords Azura. Levi called the evil spirit created and born from his mind, 9 Swords Azura. All in all, this evil spirit was a little out of place in this world. Perhaps it was because he came from a different world, and his heart had been influenced by the culture of his previous life. What surprised Levi was that the Black Devil blade was not at the maximum level even though it reached level 3. It could be cultivated further. This made him look forward to the power of the Black Devil blade after it reaches the limit. He came to a room specially designed for apprentice wizards to test the power of spells. The room was very sturdy. Under normal circumstances, the apprentice wizard's cantrips would not affect this room at all. Levi clenched his fists and stretched his body. The evil spirit behind him, 9 Swords Azura, did the same thing. He didn't use ripple force. He just clenched his fist and punched at the wall. 9 Swords Azura behind him did the same. The 3-meter-tall phantom clenched its fist, and the black gas fist did the same thing as Levi. Levi and the evil spirit substitute's attacks overlapped. Boom! The air exploded, the walls trembled, and gravel flew everywhere. A fist print appeared on the wall. The wall, which could withstand the impact of any apprentice cantrip, had a fist mark on it after Levi's normal punch. It was hard to imagine that if he used the Golden Ripple Divine Palm, the power of this evil spirit substitute's punch would probably be able to shatter this wall. It's terrifying. I wonder if it can break the defense of an official wizard. Levi sighed. After a few minutes, Levi's evil spirit substitute, the 9 Swords Azura, suddenly dissipated. With Levi's current level 3 Black Devil blade, the substitute could only last for a few minutes. Not bad, another trump card. With my current 9 Swords form and the explosive power of the Red Lotus form, even a legendary knight shouldn't be able to take a punch from me, right? Levi called the state of burning Red Lotus blood, Red Lotus form. This was his strongest form without using wizard abilities. He could fight Andrew, who was comparable to a legendary knight, without losing. Now, Levi had a new form, which he called the 9 Swords form. His intuition told him that the legendary knight was no longer his match when the two forms overlapped. After he finished studying the 9 Swords form, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Deep Sea Meditation Art, Level 2, 3/5000. Insect Controlling Technique, Level 3, 690/10000. Flower Fairies Do, Level 3, 5678/10000. Now, Levi's spiritual force had advanced to the level of a mid-level apprentice wizard, and his spell power limit was 43 points. Mid-level apprentice wizards could master 50 circle cantrips. Out of the 5 spell slots, Levi had only used 2. He still had 3 spell slots left, so he had to learn an offensive and defensive cantrip first. Although his knight ability was powerful, this was the world of wizards after all. The methods of knights were much more monotonous than that of wizards. Moreover, he couldn't keep failing the annual combat assessment. If he failed for many years in a row, he would be removed from the Grey Tower's apprentice wizard rankings. Now, he had already become a high-level pharmacy apprentice. He had fulfilled Witch Marlene's request. Next, he was going to look for Ms. Marlene. On the 3rd floor of the White Tower, Ms. Marlene watched as Levi refined the Smurf Sleep and the Blood Elf Swale potions. Levi had refined 10 sets of materials, and 7 of them were successful. This was already the standard of a high-level pharmacy apprentice. Clap, clap, clap. Ms. Marlene smiled happily and clapped for Levi. She walked up to him. Little Levi, you've really surprised me. You were born to be a pharmacist. Marlene sighed. Teacher, you flatter me. I'm just using other people's sleeping time to make potions, Levi said humbly. Chapter 250, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 2. The kind Granny Marlene smiled until the wrinkles on her face were trembling. She stood up and said with a smile. Since you've already advanced to a high-level pharmacy apprentice, I'll give you some special training. After the training, I need you and 3 other high-level pharmacy apprentices to help me refine a second circle potion, the Devil's Gaze. Yes, teacher. As far as Levi knew, Devil's Gaze was an extremely precious potion that could simply increase the upper limit of a first circle wizard's spiritual force. Most importantly, it could also increase the probability of a first circle wizard breaking through to the second circle. Levi guessed that this potion was meant for her own use. He knew that Ms. Marlene has been a first circle wizard for 100 years. She should have been stuck at the threshold of breaking through to the second circle long ago, but because of her talent as a children of chaos, she has been unable to break through. Now that Ms. Marlene was getting old, she could not wait any longer. This time, refining the second circle potion was to certify as a second circle pharmacist. On the other hand, it was also to help her break through to become a second circle wizard. Next, Marlene gave Levi special training. This special training mainly focused on the refinement of the second circle potion, Devil's Gaze, and also from the potion formula to the method of refining the potion, and the things to pay attention to. Marlene repeatedly trained Levi. Although Levi was only playing a supporting role in this round of refinement, he still had to be familiar with all aspects of this potion in order to provide better help to his teacher. A month later, under Ms. Marlene's special training, Levi's level 5 pharmacy proficiency had increased by quite a bit. Levi felt that he might even become a first circle pharmacist before he became an official wizard. Apart from that, Levi had also obtained an extremely precious second circle potion formula for free. This formula was not open for exchange in the Grey Tower. In the tower, only apprentice potion formulas can be exchanged. In order to refine this potion, Marlene also invested a lot. Moreover, she had already treated Levi as her personal disciple. If she could not break through to become a second circle wizard, her skills would not be lost before she died of old age. Although wizards paid attention to the protection of intellectual property rights, for a witch like Marlene who had no descendants, she hoped that her legacy could continue, and the way of inheritance was naturally the master-disciple inheritance. Levi was also sincerely grateful for Ms. Marlene's guidance. He was very glad that the atmosphere of the entire Grey Tower was exactly like the wizard organization he had imagined. Everyone was busy and did not disturb each other, but there was also some warmth. This was the best. On the vast island in the endless sea, the Grey Twin Towers had become the harbor where Levi could cultivate in peace. On a sunny afternoon, after the special training was over, Ms. Marlene brought Levi and another high-level apprentice wizard of the Grey Tower to the coast. They were waiting for the ferry. The wizards called it the Azure Ship. It was the ancient giant ship that Levi had taken when he came here. These giant ships were developed by the wizards of the Star Tower. They were fully automated, unmanned maritime transport. Under the effect of the magic circle, they absorbed the power of water and fire elements of heaven and earth, turning them into the driving force for navigation. Then, they would endlessly sail on the safe sea route opened up by the wizard pioneers in the realm of Azure Cloud. These routes basically covered all the wizard organizations in the endless sea, big and small. Basically, there would be a ferry to the Grey Tower every other week. Even though wizards had already developed a high-level portal spell, it was obvious that only high-level wizards could learn and master it. First circle wizards would usually learn a flying spell, but it was only for short distances. There was no way for them to fly long distances. Therefore, traveling on the Azure Ship was still an important way for wizards in the realm of Azure Cloud to communicate with each other. This time, Witch Marlene was going to take Levi and the others to a relatively far place, which was Whale Song Island. If one wanted to be a second circle pharmacist, one has to go through the Pharmacist Association. The only Pharmacist Association branch in this area was on Whale Song Island. The president was the second circle pharmacist from Whale Song Island. There were only 5 first circle pharmacists in this association, but there were more than 50 official wizards from the 10 wizard organizations in this area. From this, it could be seen that official pharmacists were rare. Basically, there was only one official pharmacist among 10 official wizards. Therefore, potions above the first ring were exceptionally expensive. Levi's plan in the future was to become a first circle pharmacist as soon as possible and then sell those first ring potions to make money. Of course, an official pharmacist would probably need to have the pharmacy skill at level 7, which was still far for Levi. The Azure Ship arrived. Witch Marlene took out her magic staff and began to chant an incantation. Then, Levi saw a pair of gorgeous wings of light suddenly spread out from her back. The golden wings of light were at least 20 feet wide. The two of you take White Tower number 7 and hurry over. I'll go first. After Marlene finished speaking, she flapped her wings of light and turned into an arc of light, flying forward quickly. Levi was envious. He really wanted to become an official wizard and learn a flying spell. Chapter 251, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an official wizard. 3. Flying has always been Levi's dream. Speaking of which, my blood beast breathing technique can also give birth to blood wings. It's just that they're too short and can't fly. If the special effect is upgraded in the future, I wonder if it can fly. Levi thought of his own breathing technique. Perhaps one day, he would not need any spell at all. He could spread his blood wings and fly high into the sky. After he finished fantasizing, Levi and the high-level apprentice wizard boarded White Tower number 7. The name of this high-level apprentice wizard was Oliver. He looked like he was almost 60 years old. To be honest, if he hadn't broken through to an official wizard at this age, it would be very difficult for him to become an official wizard. He would probably be removed from the Great Tower very soon. Therefore, Oliver put his mind on upgrading his pharmacy skill and eventually became a high-level apprentice wizard. Many of the potions in White Sail Alley were refined by Oliver. Junior brother Levi, I didn't expect you to be a high-level pharmacy apprentice in just half a year. Oliver's expression was full of envy. He had been immersed in the path of pharmacy for decades and barely became a high-level pharmacy apprentice. This junior looked to be less than 40 years old. He had only entered the tower for half a year, but he was already a high-level pharmacy apprentice and had received the attention of Ms. Marlene. This made him very envious. You flatter me. It's just that when I was in the human world, I had already begun to learn pharmaceutics. I have a foundation in making medicine, Levi replied. Junior brother, you're really humble. I live on the 26th floor. If there's a chance, you can come to my place and exchange our pharmaceutical experiences, Oliver said. Levi naturally agreed politely. Soon, the two of them also boarded the Azure ship. The giant ship braved the wind and waves. Ms. Marlene was meditating alone, so Levi and Oliver did not disturb her. They each found a cabin to rest. Most wizards were boring. They spent long periods of time doing research and resting, so they didn't like to talk. They preferred solitude. This voyage would take 3 days and Levi naturally cannot waste any time. Levi planned to start refining potions to earn points after he returned from his trip. Then, he would buy 2 spell models. Only then would he officially become a mid-level apprentice wizard. The current him only had the spiritual force of a wizard, but he did not have the corresponding actual combat spell. His strength was that of a knight. He could only be considered a half-baked wizard. Moreover, after the deep-sea meditation art reached level 2, it required a total of 5,000 proficiency points to reach level 3. After level 2, Levi could gain 2 proficiency points through meditation every day. According to the current progress of 2 proficiency points per day, Levi needed 7 years to become a high-level apprentice wizard. At that time, Levi would be 35 years old. Although this speed was actually much faster than the other children of chaos, Levi was definitely not satisfied with the current situation. He also had to prepare the potion to aid his spiritual force cultivation. 3 days of cultivation on the ship passed quickly. As the Azure ship slowly arrived at the harbor, Levi finally saw the lone island standing on the sea. This island was called Whale Song Island, and it was several times larger than the island where the Great Tower was located. In the Endless Sea, the more powerful the organization, the larger the island they occupied. The larger the island, the more cultivation resources there were. Of course, for the wizards of the Endless Sea, because most of them cultivated meditation art and spells of the ocean school of thought, their cultivation resources basically came from the vast sea, and only a small part came from the islands. Levi and Oliver followed behind Marlene. At the harbor of Whale Song Island, there were already people waiting for them. After all, Marlene was a first circle pharmacist. Her status and reputation in this sea area were pretty well known. Lady Marlene, I've been waiting for you. An official wizard in a blue robe smiled. Because the wizards of the Great Tower were relatively friendly, the Great Tower had a good relationship with most of the forces in this sea area. Of course, there were also some who did not have a good relationship with each other. For example, the Undead Ship was a wizard organization from the School of Death. Tower Master Herman had once killed the vice-captain of the Undead Ship, so the relationship between the two sides was irreconcilable. The vice-captain was doing some illegal activities on the sea. He caused the death of the beloved partner of Tower Master Herman, and naturally, the Tower Master couldn't tolerate it. He found an opportunity to kill the vice-captain, causing the death of one of the 2 second circle wizards on the ship. Herman lost his right hand during that battle. For this reason, he began to specialize in alchemy and installed an alchemical prosthetic body for himself. The death of a second circle wizard from the undead ship was something that no organization could afford. In the end, the ruling of the Wizard Tribunal under the Pan-Plane Wizard Council was. The vice-captain had to bear most of the responsibility for the death. It was understandable for Herman to avenge his wife, but it was inappropriate to kill a precious second circle wizard. Herman compensated the undead ship 8,000 ether stones, and this matter was considered settled. Herman later paid the compensation according to the judge's ruling, but the undead ship did not let it go. It directly left the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. This way, it would not be bound by the rules of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Of course, it would not be protected by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council in the future. Chapter 252, Red Lotus Form and Nine Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 4. In the realm of Azure Cloud, this organization is called the Illegal Wizard Organization or Dark Wizard Organization. Decades ago, the owner of the undead ship had launched a wizard war against the Grey Tower. In the end, they were repelled by the Tower Master, but the undead ship did not give up. After becoming a dark wizard organization, they were lawless. Like pirates, they hid from the law enforcement officers of the Wizard Tribunal and became pirates in this sea area. Levi, who was well versed in the art of hiding, was already familiar with the social relationships of the Grey Tower. This was to avoid unnecessary trouble when he went out in the future. If not for Ms. Marlene, Levi might never have come to Whale Song Island in his entire life. He remembered Angeli, who had a double affinity, was an apprentice in this organization. That kid had a third circle wizard as his teacher, so he would definitely improve very quickly. Which Marlene's arrival caused quite a commotion on Whale Song Island. In the end, Levi finally met the legendary second circle pharmacist, the only second circle pharmacist in this sea area. The pharmacist was a tall and thin wizard named Angus. He had the strength of a second circle wizard and was the second in command on Whale Song Island. Levi did not say a word and followed behind Ms. Marlene silently. Wherever the teacher went, he would follow. Whale Song Island had a total of 12 first circle wizards, 2 second circle wizards, and 1 third circle intermediate wizard. They were one of the top forces in this sea area. If it wasn't for the act of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council that forbade internal wars between wizard organizations, perhaps Whale Song Island would have unified this sea area. Ms. Marlene, what kind of potion do you plan to use to get certified as a second circle pharmacist? Angus asked expressionlessly. Sir Angus, I want to use Devil's Gaze to verify my second circle, Marlene said with a smile. So it's Devil's Gaze. This second circle potion isn't easy to refine. Angus was slightly surprised. I heard that you invited 4 high-level pharmacy apprentices to assist you, Angus asked again. Yes, but the main work is done by me. They are only doing some auxiliary work, which Marlene replied. It's fine. According to the Pharmacist Association's certification rules, you can have apprentices to do auxiliary work. You only need to complete the main work, Angus said. After some necessary communication, Ms. Marlene was led by President Angus to a pharmacy lab. The other 2 first circle pharmacists from the association were also there. To be certified as a second circle pharmacist, at least 3 pharmacists from the association, including the president, were required to be present. Ms. Marlene started to get busy. Levi and the other 4 assistants also started to do their work according to what their teacher had taught them. Levi carefully observed every step of his teacher's work. These were all rare experiences. With this experience, it would be very useful for Levi to be certified as an armaclist in TNE teacher. Just refining the second circle potion took half a day just to prepare. Levi and the others were busy and now was not the most critical moment. Little Levi, Oliver. Next, you 4 will start to refine the 4 supplementary potions. Just follow what I taught you. When I reach the last step, pour the potions into my crucible. Which Marlene had a serious expression. She had been preparing for a long time in order to refine the precious second circle potion. The consumption of the ether stone was not something that an ordinary first circle wizard could afford. Just the certification fee alone would cost a full 1,000 ether stones. Otherwise, why would the pharmacists in the association who were busy making money and researching potions waste their time to certify them? Therefore, she could only succeed and not fail. As the potion refinement began, Levi also started to get busy. He was in his own pharmacy lab, following his teacher's instructions and proceeding in an orderly manner. Levi was confident in himself. On the other side, the other apprentices also started to get busy. Time passed by. Half an hour later, Ms. Marlene was at the second last step of the potion production. At this time, Levi had already finished refining the supplementary potion. Pharmacy proficiency plus 30. Levi grabbed the supplementary potion and left. He was the first to finish it, so he was the most efficient. This made Angus and the others pay special attention to Levi. After a while, another 2 high-level pharmacy apprentices also finished making the supplementary potions. Ms. Marlene was about to reach the last crucial step. Logically speaking, the 4 high-level pharmacy apprentices should have finished making all the supplementary potions by now. However, Oliver hadn't come out yet. Levi's expression changed slightly. Something seemed to have happened to Oliver. Are the supplementary potions ready? I still have 10 minutes before I can carry out the final step of the potion assembly. Which Marlene, Oliver is not ready yet. A high-level pharmacy apprentice replied anxiously. Which Marlene's expression was a little ugly, but she calmed down and continued to refine her potion. They couldn't mess up now. If they messed up, they would be completely finished. The supplementary potion had a time limit and needed to be prepared on the spot. That was why Ms. Marlene needed the assistance of pharmacy apprentices. Otherwise, she could have refined it herself and brought it over. Chapter 253, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 5. Little Levi, are you confident in helping Oliver? Ms. Marlene looked at Levi. Levi could see the expectation in his teacher's eyes. He took a deep breath and smiled. Teacher, leave it to me. Just refine in peace. After Levi finished speaking, he went to Oliver's room. Oliver was anxious, his face red, and sweating profusely. He was worried that Marlene would fail the certification because of him. Then he would be in trouble. Although Ms. Marlene was a good person, she probably wouldn't punish him severely. But Oliver would feel extremely guilty. Senior brother Oliver, which step are you on? Let me do it, Levi asked calmly. When he saw Levi, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Junior brother, I've reached the 4th step. I'm too stupid. I clearly trained well before. Sigh, I dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Oliver blamed himself. Senior brother, move aside. Let me try. There should be no problem. There are only 2 steps left. Oliver immediately stepped aside. He was so nervous that he was about to suffocate. Wizard Angus looked at the calm Levi, stroking his beard with a calm expression. Not bad, you have the potential to become an excellent pharmacist. Indeed, his technique is very skilled and very calm. He is like an alchemical creature that accurately implements every step of the plan. Another first circle pharmacist said. It seems that the inheritance of the future pharmacists of the Grey Tower won't be broken, Angus said with a smile. On the other side, after Levi took over Oliver's work, he immediately analyzed the current situation and continued with the refining work. After a while, Witch Marlene's refinement job had finally reached the last step. Supplementary potion, hurry up. Marlene urged. Her emotions even fluctuated a little. It could be seen how important this matter was to her. It's done. Levi didn't bother wiping the sweat off his forehead. He took the 2 bottles of supplementary potions and walked out of the lab. Finally, at the last step, 4 bottles of freshly brewed supplementary potions were poured into Marlene's crucible at the same time. The final step of the assembly process was not something Levi and the others could meddle in. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on her luck. You have to succeed. Levi thought to himself. As time passed, Ms. Marlene threw the eyeball of a certain creature into the crucible. The pot of potion boiled completely, and white mist filled the air. Levi noticed that countless potions began to pour into the eyeball. Finally, at the bottom of the crucible, a black bead lay quietly at the bottom. An entire crucible of medicine was absorbed by this bead. The bead emitted a demonic black light, and its surface was densely covered with blood vessels, like an eyeball. This was the second circle potion, Eye Devil's Gaze. Although it was strange, the refinement was indeed successful. The sound of clapping rang out. Congratulations, Ms. Marlene. The Eye Devil's Gaze has been successfully refined. Our branch has another second circle pharmacist. President Angus congratulated her. The other pharmacists also congratulated her. Witch Marlene was sweating profusely and panting heavily as if she had just been in an intense battle. She finally smiled, her wrinkled face filled with relief. Thank you, everyone. The potion has been successfully refined, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take a short rest and leave with my apprentices, Witch Marlene said. All right. The certification badge will be sent to you later, President Angus said. Witch Marlene kept the Devil's gaze and walked towards the port with Levi and Oliver. On the way, Levi saw Jaggery. The young man was wearing a wizard robe and greeted Levi. It seemed that he still remembered Levi. Levi smiled in response. After leaving Whale Song Island, Levi and the others boarded the return ship. Thank you, little Levi. If it weren't for you, this refinement might have failed. Ms. Marlene's eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. This was really important to her. Oliver lowered his head, not daring to look at Marlene. Marlene sighed. It's fine, Oliver. Don't worry too much. At least the result is good. You should pay more attention in the future and learn more from junior brother Levi. As if he had been pardoned, Oliver hid in the cabin and reflected on himself. A notification came from his bracelet, and Levi looked at it. Points, 108. Previously, Levi only had 8 points left. Obviously, it was Ms. Marlene who had transferred him 100 points. According to the requirements of the mission, Levi would only get 5 points in a month. Even if he completed it for a year, he would only get 60 points. Obviously, this time, Ms. Marlene was delighted that she transferred 100 points. Teacher, this is too much, Levi said. He was quite embarrassed. He felt that he had not done much work. Moreover, he had also obtained a lot of formulas from his teacher for free in the past 6 months. Now that he had so many points, he felt guilty. You're welcome. You deserve it. The value of Devil's gaze is far beyond your imagination. Ms. Marlene patted Levi's shoulder. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, teacher. Levi said. All right, I'll go back to the cabin to meditate and rest. You should rest early too. Ms. Marlene was very tired. She returned to the cabin, set up a protective spell, and began to rest. Levi also returned to the cabin. With 100 points, I can buy a wand and also exchange 2 spell models. I'll go to White Sail Alley to get them. I've been here for half a year, but my path as a wizard did not start taking off like now. Levi pondered. Chapter 254, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 6. He returned to the cabin and began to cultivate the breathing technique. The next night, the sky was starry and bright, and the sea was calm. The azure ship advanced slowly. Occasionally, some magical sea beasts would come out of the water to breathe. Levi was cultivating the Red Lotus breathing technique in the cabin when the hair on his arm suddenly stood up. Spider sensing. There was extreme danger. It had been a long time since Levi sensed such danger. The last time he had this feeling was when he faced the fist of the Empire when he was still weak. He prepared casting materials to cast seals and looked out of the window. At some point in time, the ship had actually sailed into a fog. The grey fog covered the sea, and the stars in the sky could not be seen clearly. He could faintly see a green light flickering on the surface of the sea in the distance. There were also some low and suppressed roars coming from the fog. Little Levi, come out quickly. There's an enemy attack. Witch Marlene also sensed danger approaching. At this moment, her entire body was flickering with an ocean blue light. This was the zero-ring cantrip, wave layering. Layers of blue light are stacked around Marlene like waves. Levi opened the cabin door and woke up Oliver, who was still sleeping. Oliver appeared with a dumbfounded expression. What's the situation? Enemy attack, Levi said. Oliver immediately cast a wave layering spell on himself with his wand. This was the most classic defensive zero-ring cantrip of the Ocean School of Thought. Low-level wizards and apprentice wizards like to use it, and basically everyone has one. Levi did not use any cantrip. He had the Frost Giant armor and the level 10 Black Snake. When stacked together, the defense was stronger than this cantrip. Moreover, he could still use the seal of protection at the critical moment. In the fog, the azure ship continued to move forward. It's the people from the undead ship. How did they know we were here? Angus did it. Ms. Marlene looked at the green ghost fire in the distance with a solemn expression. Levi immediately understood. Someone on Whale Song Island must have leaked the news about Ms. Marlene. President Angus and the other 2 First Circle pharmacists were all possible suspects. Or rather, one of the 4 high-level pharmacy apprentices. If it wasn't him, then it shouldn't be Oliver either. From Levi's observation of Oliver over the past few days, Oliver wouldn't betray the Grey Tower, but he probably didn't have the guts to do so. No matter what, someone must have been the snitch. That person leaked Ms. Marlene's whereabouts to the undead ship and the enemy forces of the Grey Tower. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. Damn it! I thought it would be safe to travel with an official wizard, but I didn't expect to fall into such a crisis. The rapid self-healing of the secondary blood clan also required energy consumption. In a short period, it was impossible to heal quickly many times. At this moment, Levi was like a black-scaled man. I didn't expect you to reach such a realm as a knight. Ms. Marlene was a little shocked. Protect yourself well. Since they're here to kill us, it means that they've sent at least 2 official wizards. I'll try my best to hold them back. Find an opportunity to get close and see if you can break their defense. If you can't, jump into the sea and escape. I'll help you fight for a chance to escape. All right. Levi activated his advanced vibrosensing. In such a foggy environment, advanced vibrosensing was even more useful. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. A dark green ghost fire quickly cut through the night sky and headed toward Levi and the others. Levi dodged and jumped into the sea. Little Levi, be careful, Ms. Marlene reminded. She and Oliver would attract the enemy's firepower while Levi would think of a way to launch a sneak attack. In the sea, Levi kept diving. With his current lung capacity and physical endurance, he could dive hundreds of meters deep without any spells. He quickly swam forward and kept floating up until he saw the outline of a wooden boat on the water. On the bow of the wooden boat, there was a skull with 2 horns tied to it, looking extremely ferocious. Levi did not dare to get too close, afraid that the official wizard above would sense him. He had to wait for the battle between Ms. Marlene and the other party to begin so that the official wizard would not have the time to care about the movements under the sea. Then Levi could only get close to it. On the surface of the sea, the wooden boat quickly approached the azure ship. These wooden boats were not big, only 30 meters long. They looked simple and crude, but on the surface of the wooden boats, some spell runes were flickering. These were the transportation boats belonging to the undead ship. The undead ship was a special organization. They did not have an island. Their base camp was a giant ship that was thousands of meters long. It was said that it was the creation of a famous ancient dark wizard. After becoming a dark wizard organization, the undead ship wandered the outer seas. It usually hid in dangerous waters to avoid the pursuit of the wizard tribunal. From time to time, it would send people out to rob the people on the azure ship on the public route. These wooden boats were the means of transportation that they had developed. The arrays on them allowed the wooden boats to withstand the waves and ordinary sea beasts on the sea. At the same time, they could also quickly carry out guerrilla attacks on the sea. On the azure ship, Ms. Marlene waved her wand and finished chanting a first ring spell, Sailfish Arrow. This was a first ring offensive spell of the ocean school of thought. The sea blue water elemental power condensed into a 3-meter-long sailfish. It was completely transparent, and light swirled around it. The sailfish wagged its tail and rode the wind and waves. Like a missile, it quickly attacked the people on the wooden boat. Chapter 255, Red Lotus Form and 9 Swords Form vs an Official Wizard. 7. Oliver also began to attack with his cantrip, Water Arrow. There were a few apprentice wizards from other organizations on the azure ship. He also started to counterattack without hesitation. The undead ship's reputation in this area wasn't very good. Hee, Ms. Marlene, long time no see. A green-robed wizard with green skull paint on his face was cackling. He held a 2-meter-long staff in his hand. The attack of the sailfish arrow was completely blocked by his green ghost fire. Beside him was a young green-robed wizard with a wand in his hand. He looked at Marlene on the azure ship with a smug expression. In addition to this, on the azure ship, there were also a few apprentice wizards rubbing their palms and looking at the people on the ship. No one noticed that Levi was holding his breath and staring at the bottom of the ship with a cold gaze. Because the water medium had a longer range of transmission, Levi could sense the people on the ship through his advanced vibrosensing even in the deep waters. He had already found his target, the young official wizard. Green Ghost Carter, tisk tisk, I didn't expect an old fart like you to personally come out to rob us, Ms. Marlene said. Ms. Marlene, hand over the eye devil's gaze, and I'll give you a quick death, Green Ghost Carter said. As expected, someone leaked the secret. These guys are here for the potion, Levi muttered to himself. Stop talking nonsense, old green ghost. Let's see the truth with our hands. When enemies like the undead ship and the Grey Tower met, their eyes turned red. After Ms. Marlene finished speaking, she cast another first ring spell, Flying Fishes Dance. As a veteran first circle wizard, her strength was not to be underestimated. Hundreds of flying fishes that were condensed by the power of the water element blotted out the sky as they charged toward the wooden boats belonging to the undead ship. This is a small trick. Come out, Hell Strongman. Green Ghost Carter's huge staff suddenly hit the ground. A dark green diamond-shaped array appeared on the deck. Then, the green door that looked like a space-time tunnel opened. Isn't this the prototype spell of the Seal of Hell, Hell Summoning? Levi looked at the dark green door on the surface of the sea, ready to attack at any time. After this first ring spell was cast, a green stone claw appeared from the green door. Green flames burned on the stone. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall hell rock giant appeared in front of Green Ghost Carter. This stone giant was emitting green flames, and green runes flickered on its body, blocking all of the flying fish's attacks. The other first circle wizard used a green energy cloak to block the attack. Go, Hell Strongman, begin your slaughter. Green Ghoul Carter let out a strange laugh. The stone giant suddenly exerted force and crushed the deck. Then, the seemingly cumbersome rock giant directly crossed the distance of dozens of meters and jumped onto the Azure ship. This monster's physical fitness isn't any weaker than a legendary knight. As expected of a veteran first circle wizard, Levi patiently waited for the right moment to strike. He only had one chance. Once the official wizard was prepared, it would be very difficult for him to kill an official wizard. Ms. Marlene's figure fluttered and dodged the rock giant's attack. Her expression was solemn as she sighed. Then, she activated the first circle defensive spell in her wand and began to chant. Accompanied by her chanting, a whirlpool began to appear on the sea near the undead ship. Terrifying water elemental power gathered in this sea area. In the next moment, a water pillar shot out. A wizard from the undead ship was directly blown away by the water pillar and died. This is bad. This crazy woman used a second ring spell. She's going all out from the start. Green Ghoul Carter quickly got the rock giant to jump up and attack Ms. Marlene, who was in the air, but it couldn't break the defensive spell for a while. Water pillars began to emerge from the vortex, and in a flash, several apprentice wizards died immediately. The other green-robed wizard from the undead ship saw this and began to chant. At the end of his wand, a green ghost fire with a diameter of 1 meter took shape, emitting a terrifying power. He had to interrupt Marlene's spell casting. While the young wizard was chanting a powerful first ring spell, Levi quickly floated up and exploded out of the water. He snapped his fingers, and the shadow of the frost giant appeared behind him. There was a 3-headed, 6-sword-wielding Azura substitute in front of the frost giant's phantom. Levi held a sledgehammer in his hand, and golden ripple force rippled out. The bright silver protection on his body shone brightly in the night. Frost giant's sigh froze everything. The red lotus blood was burning, and the heat waves surged into the sky. Red lotus form and 9 swords form, coupled with the power of the golden ripple force. All of them were cast on the legendary weapon, Lion King's Pride. This was the strongest attack that Levi had been planning for a long time. Die! The sledgehammer came crashing down. The cantrip-level green protective shield on the young first circle wizard's body was instantly shattered. The next moment, the sledgehammer fell on his body. Earthen yellow runes appeared on his body, and his muscles turned into a rock-like texture. This was his passive first ring spell, Rock Body, which strengthened his body. He had actually dual cultivated the Earth school of thought. However, the young wizard was still afraid. With the support of the red lotus blood, Levi's strength was comparable to a strength-type legendary knight, and his explosive power was unparalleled. In addition, the power of the golden ripple force and the 9 swords form were superimposed. The power of this hammer was unstoppable. The rock body cracked open and blood flowed everywhere. This was not the end. The evil spirit double behind Levi had 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 9 swords. 9 blades stream profound meaning, killing indiscriminately. The 9 swords Azura's substitute held 9 black gas swords, and the black swords danced wildly. Like cutting vegetables, it cut the already cracked rock body. He was slashed into countless pieces. Levi's attack had succeeded, and he immediately fled while he was still in his state. Green Ghost Carter's green flames blasted towards Levi, shattering his bright silver protection and landing on his back. The liquid black scales exploded, and the remaining force poured onto Levi's frost giant armor. The painful, burning sensation of pain pervaded. However, with Levi's current transcendent endurance and powerful physique, these burns were not fatal. Damn, that old man is really dangerous. His reaction is too fast. Levi jumped into the water. The blood wings shook the seawater, and just like the swordfish, they quickly pulled away from the undead ship. In the distance, Ms. Marlene looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The second ring spell exploded into countless water pillars, shattering the wooden boat. Green Ghost Carter was also hit. He looked at the minced corpse of the young wizard beside him and felt a chill in his heart. The person just now was only an apprentice wizard. However, his path as a knight was clearly comparable to that of a legendary knight. The Grey Tower actually recruited a legendary knight as an apprentice wizard. Looking at his appearance, he looked very young. Damn it! Retreat! This old woman really doesn't care about her life. She hasn't even advanced to the second circle and she's already forcefully using a second ring spell. Moreover, the threat of a legendary knight was no weaker than a first circle wizard. What bad luck, an official wizard died, I don't even know how to explain to the captain. Green Ghost Carter did not linger in the battle. He cast a flying spell and led the surviving apprentice wizards into the distance. On the surface of the sea, the remains of ships were floating everywhere. Blood dyed part of the sea. It was unknown when the stone giant had returned to hell. Levi waited until he was completely safe before he fumbled around in the sea for a while. In the end, he got a few small bags, which should be storage items. He quietly put it away and returned to the Azure ship. In the chaos, Oliver had been torn apart by the rock giant and died a tragic death. Ms. Marlene's face was pale and she kept coughing. She returned to the deck. "Teacher, are you all right?" Levi asked. "It's okay, I'll bring you off the ship and change the route back to the tower. This route is not safe anymore." Chapter 256, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 1. On the surface of the sea, Ms. Marlene's light wings glided, bringing Levi forward slowly. This way, the consumption of spell power was relatively low, and she could fly slightly longer distances. After advancing for about 10 miles, she landed on an uninhabited island reef. "Let's rest for a while," Ms. Marlene said. "Thank you, teacher." "Are you all right?" Levi asked. "Not too good. Although I've already built a second ring spell model structure, I'm not strong enough to cast a second ring spell. I can only cast it after my spiritual force reaches the peak of a first circle wizard. But in that situation, if I didn't use a second ring spell, Green Ghost Carter and another official wizard would have joined forces. We will have no hope of escaping." Ms. Marlene shook her head and replied. "Poor Oliver. Although he's a little stupid and lazy, he's still a good person. I'll tell the Tower Master about this when I get back, and the Tower Master will give Oliver justice. All apprentice wizards of our Grey Tower are the children of the Tower Master. Even though he looks very busy and rarely cares about the apprentices, he's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In fact, he loves his apprentices very much." Marlene sighed. Oliver's corpse and storage items were all collected by Ms. Marlene. Levi thought of Oliver's miserable appearance and could not help but sympathize. As an apprentice wizard, Oliver's strength was naturally not bad. However, in this sea, in front of an official wizard, the life of an apprentice wizard was as fragile as a candle in a lamp. A small boat in the sea could be destroyed at any time, and the people on the boat could die. "I know that your night realm is very strong, but I didn't expect you to be able to kill a first circle wizard. Although that person is obviously a rookie who has just stepped into the first circle wizard realm, it is rare for a knight to kill a wizard in this wizard world. Usually, only legendary knights can do it," Ms. Marlene said. It's all because your second ring spell attracted the wizard's attention. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get close, Levi replied. He wasn't being humble. What he said was the truth. It seemed that he had successfully killed an official wizard. However, that was because on the battlefield, after casting a second ring spell, Ms. Marlene was like a god that had descended from the heavens. She had attracted all the fire power of that wizard. Thus, Levi was able to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, Levi felt that it would be very difficult for him to get close to an official wizard, even the weakest one. He had mastered at least 10 zero-circle cantrips and 1 first-ring spell. Judging from his performance, he had mastered at least 2 first-ring spells, and they were spells from different schools. One of them was that terrifying green fireball, which was probably the School of Death's first-ring attack spell. The other was his passive spell that could turn his body into a rock body. It was obvious that it was a first-ring physical strengthening spell, which should be a classic spell of the Earth School of Thought, rock body. If it wasn't for the fact that Ms. Marlene was holding back the 2 official wizards, Levi would never have dared to try this. Little Levi, you're a good person in every way, but you're too humble. Overtly humble will become arrogance. Ms. Marlene said with a smile. Only a legendary knight can break through an official wizard's defensive barrier and shatter his physical strengthening spell. Tisk tisk, tell me, what's your legendary name in the human world? Let me see if I've heard of it. Levi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Teacher, don't make fun of me. Legendary knights are just tiny specks of dust in this wizard world. All right. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Do you have a partner now? Ordinary people couldn't understand Ms. Marlene's train of thought. A second ago, they were still discussing the legendary knight, but the next moment, Levi was asked if he had a partner. She was like the distant relatives he had in his previous life. No, I'm used to being alone, Levi answered. I see. It's a pity. With your future status and achievements, I think Winnie and you are quite compatible. However, since you like to be alone, I won't try to be the matchmaker. Indeed, many wizards, like me, would realize that falling in love is a very boring thing after we become addicted to our cultivation, Marlene said emotionally. She had lived for 150 years, and she had only had feelings for someone before she became a wizard. After that, she had been cultivating alone until now. Without any children or a partner, Ms. Marlene treated the Grey Tower as her home. The reason why Levi wanted to be alone was because he felt that once he had a partner and children, he would have a weakness. Moreover, he had the proficiency panel. Although he was a child of chaos, he would have a long way on the path of a wizard. But what about his family? For example, Winnie has a triple affinity. She might not even be able to become an official wizard, let alone the future path. Levi did not want to see his family die of old age in front of him. In short, it was good to be alone without any worries. Especially now that he didn't need to worry about the territory anymore. With Andrew, the destined worker, overseeing the territory, Levi felt extremely comfortable. He rested on the island reef with Ms. Marlene. Marlene continued to fly with Levi. After waiting for 3 days on another route, they boarded the Azure ship and returned to the Grey Tower. Chapter 257, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 2. After saying goodbye to Levi, Ms. Marlene hurried back to the 3rd floor of the White Tower. She needed to recuperate for a period of time and recover from the damage to her spiritual force caused by forcefully using a second ring spell. Then, she would try to break through to a second circle wizard. After returning to the Grey Tower's 9th floor, Levi did not check his gains immediately. If the second circle pharmacist Angus from Whale Song Island leaked our whereabouts, we might be in big trouble. Whale Song Island might look peaceful, but it might actually be colluding with the undead ship. This was not impossible. It seemed that the relationship between Whale Song Island and the Grey Tower was not bad, but no one knew what the Overlord Wizard organization of this sea area was thinking. After all, Whale Song Island had the only 3rd circle wizard in the sea area. If it were not for the rules of the Pan Plane Wizard Council, Whale Song Island might have unified this sea area. However, Levi did not have any evidence, so it was purely his own guess. It was also possible that it was the other 2 high-level pharmacy apprentices who leaked the information. Although the 2 apprentices were Witch Marlene's friends, they might have some bad intentions. There was still competition between different wizard forces. There were only so many resources in this sea, and it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. I don't care. In the Great Tower, even if the sky falls, the Tower Master will be able to take care of it. What's there to worry about? The Tower Master was able to kill a second circle wizard a long time ago. His strength might be close to that of a third circle wizard now, and he seems unfathomable. Levi thought. After all, the Great Tower was also an organization that had given birth to a third circle wizard. Their legacy was not ordinary. Moreover, the founder of the Great Tower held a post in the Star Tower. His position was not ordinary. He was also an intermediate wizard. If they were really in trouble, they could even call their ancestor over. There was no need to worry unnecessarily. Levi looked at the bags on the ground. There were 3 in total. One of them belonged to an official wizard, while the other 2 belonged to apprentice wizards. The bag of an official wizard looked particularly delicate, with complicated spell runes on it. Levi estimated that just this storage pouch alone could be sold for quite a bit of money. He was fully armed and activated the bright silver protection. Liquid black scales covered his entire body in case there were any traps on it. The bag was tightly closed. Levi tried to open it physically, but after a long time, he could not open it at all. Spell runes flickered as a surge of power protected the storage bag. Damn it, I think I need a spell to open it. This bag is quite advanced. Levi cursed. Using brute force to tear it open was a way, but he was afraid of damaging the items inside. This was the asset of an official wizard, and Levi would be heartbroken to see it destroyed. In the wizard world, there were all sorts of storage items. He had never seen such a bag before, so he did not know how to open it. He asked Tutton, but that old guy didn't know either. I'll try again after I study this bag properly. If it really doesn't work, I'll go find Ms. Marlene. She should have a way to open it. Since he could not open the storage pouch of an official wizard, Levi could only settle for the next best thing. The storage items of the 2 apprentice wizards looked similar to the bag of gluttony. Levi easily opened it. A large pile of miscellaneous items was scattered on the floor. Apart from some of the wizard's daily necessities and clothes, there were not many valuable items. Levi did a summary. 66 ether stones. A wand. It was a sheepskin notebook. Levi looked at it and saw that it was a first ring spell, undead summoning. There was also a spell book from the School of Death that recorded the spell models of 30 ring cantrips, Withering Ray, Soul Fire, and Corpse Burst. Finally, there was a meditation art called Night Crow Meditation Art. Apart from that, there were also some casting materials and ordinary gold. To Levi, the amount of gold was better than nothing. Of course, these storage pouches were also considered a harvest. Levi unceremoniously put away the ether stones. Up until now, he had been in the wizard world for half a year, and he still did not have a single piece of ether stone. He did not expect that the people from the undead ship would actually send him an ether stone from afar. This was 66 points. As for the wand, it was a pitch-black tree branch with a fork at the end, like the forked tongue of a poisonous snake. It had a very strange shape, and the style was dark. Viper Wand, a middle-grade wand. There are 2 0-ring cantrips, Soul Fire and Undead Bone Armor. Soul Fire is an offensive cantrip. It will produce a ball of ordinary green hellfire to attack the enemy. The Soul Fire can burn the body and soul, so this cantrip is a classic spell of the School of Death. Many official wizards also use it. The Soul Fire solidified in this wand has the power of a high-level apprentice wizard. It's pretty good. The Undead Bone Armor is a classic defensive cantrip of the School of Death. It can be condensed into a set of bone armor to protect oneself. It is enough to withstand a full-force attack from a high-level apprentice wizard. This wand is considered a small masterpiece among the middle-grade ones. Other than the 2 solidification spell, it can also increase the casting speed of the apprentice wizard stage by 10%, and increase the power of the magic spells by 10%. In White Sail Alley, a wand of similar quality costs 50 points. Satisfied, Levi put away the Viper Wand. Very good, he could save a lot of points again. Whether it was in the mortal world or in the wizard world. Chapter 258, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 3. Hard work and legal means of earning money could not compare to a high-risk way of earning money like robbery. It felt great to get them for free, but it was too dangerous. Moreover, such an opportunity was rare. If not for Ms. Marlene, Levi would not have dared to attack a wizard. Even if it was a high-level apprentice wizard, if Levi did not pay attention, it was possible that he would fail. There were too many types of spells, and there were all kinds of them. Therefore, the strength of each high-level apprentice wizard would differ greatly due to the different spells they mastered, the different experiences in casting spells, and the different equipment. Levi's greatest harvest from these bags was naturally those spell models. The sheepskin notebook contained a first ring spell, Undead Summoning, that could summon the undead from hell. This was the original spell of the Seal of Hell, so it was also known as Hell Summoning. This first ring spell was the most important spell in the early stages of the School of Death. It was the most important source of combat power for the School of Death wizards in the early stages. The weak undead skeletons from Hell and the powerful Hell strongmen summoned by Green Ghost Carter were all summoned by the first ring Undead Summoning spell. Carter's greatest strength was the Hell strongman he summoned, which was stronger than a legendary knight. This Hell strongman was impenetrable by blades and could ignore all spell attacks below the first ring. He was simply the best tank warrior, making Levi very envious. Unfortunately, the first ring spell was not something that Levi could get his hands on right now. He had to be at least at a high-level apprentice wizard's rank, and his spiritual power had to reach 15 points before he could construct a first ring spell model. If one wanted to cast a first ring spell, one's spiritual force had to reach the peak of an apprentice's 20 points. Of course, it would be best if one's spiritual force advanced to an official wizard before casting it. It was very difficult to cast a first ring spell as an apprentice wizard. The 3 spell models recorded in the other spell book were also cantrips from the School of Death. There was no need to say much about the Soul Fire. It was recorded on the staff. As for the Withering Ray cantrip, Levi was quite interested in it. It could produce a ray of spiritual force that contained the power of death and withering to attack the enemy. After the enemy was hit, their spiritual force would be severely damaged, and the injured parts of their body would also wither and age. It was quite powerful. The other corpse burst was to detonate the corpses within the range and rely on the impact and destructive power of the corpse explosion to deal damage to the enemy. In Levi's opinion, this cantrip was suitable for large-scale battlefields. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would not be very useful and would be of little value. Because there was no corpse to detonate. The apprentice wizard only had 10 spell slots in total. Levi probably wouldn't waste any spell slots to learn this. Soul Fire and Withering Ray were both very powerful offensive skills. In Levi's opinion, they were much stronger than the attack spell of the Ocean School of Thought. After all, the Ocean School of Thought was not good at attacking but focused on détente and control. Currently I have 3 spell slots. I need to leave 2 spell slots to learn the Ocean School of Thought's cantrip to cope with the future assessment. So I can temporarily choose a School of Death's cantrip. The wand already has Soul Fire. Although I can only cast 1 spell per day, the initial Soul Fire is at the level of a high-level apprentice, and that will be enough. So, I'll learn Withering Ray first. After I become a high-level apprentice wizard, I'll consider Soul Fire. There was no need to elaborate on the Night Crow meditation art. This was the School of Death's meditation art at the apprentice stage, and Levi definitely had to learn it. The School of Death was new, and it was different from the traditional Elementalist school, where spells and meditation art had to be matched. Spells had to be the same as the meditation art. This was a limitation that only traditional schools had. For example, if one wanted to cast the first ring Burning Palm, one would need the corresponding Burning School of Thought's meditation art. This was because different elemental schools' meditation arts would produce different spell power. Levi's current Deep Sea meditation art was water type, and it was perfectly compatible with the Ocean School of Thought's spells. However, such spell power could not be used to cast the Burning School of Thought's spells. As for the School of Insects' insect controlling technique and the School of Death's spell, they could be cast even with the current Deep Sea meditation art. However, its power and effectiveness would be greatly reduced. In that case, Levi might as well use the Ocean School of Thought's attack spell. Although Levi did not like the School of Death, he was quite fond of its attack spell. Vicious, insidious, and strange. They were all killing spells. This was the specialty of the School of Death's spells. Levi felt that he could focus on the School of Death in the future. After all, the Burning School of Thought and the Lightning School of Thought had too high a requirement for elemental talent. As children of chaos, Levi's cultivation was slow. Even with the speed increase on the proficiency panel, it was still slow. Of course, if there was enough time, he would also cultivate the burning school of thought and lightning school of thought. Levi put away all his gains. Next, let's go to White Sail Alley to buy 2 cantrip spell models. Levi left the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and came to the White Sail Alley. At the same time, in the foggy sea region of the outer seas, a layer of grey fog lingered around this place all year round. The fog did not dissipate, and the sun could not be seen. The sea was calm, but the roars of sea beasts could be heard from the sea. From time to time, some huge shadows could be seen wandering under the sea. Chapter 259, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 4. Among these sea beasts, the extraordinary ones that occasionally appeared stirred up the wind and waves, and were extremely terrifying. In the center of the foggy sea, a dark green light flickered bit by bit. After passing through the fog and arriving at the light, a huge ship that was like an island could be seen slowly stopping in the sea. This was the undead ship. Its existence was much longer than the Grey Tower. It was the creation of a powerful dark wizard a long time ago. The so-called dark wizards were similar to dark wizard organizations. They were the kind of dark and evil wizards who were wanted by the Wizard Council because they had seriously violated the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's charter. Basically, they were all extremely evil and did whatever they wanted. That dark wizard had left behind many legends in this sea area. He was the undead Captain Jet, who was feared by everyone. His ship was called the Black Mary. Captain Jet was once the most powerful man in this sea area and had reached the realm of a 4th circle wizard. Even in the Star Sea, he was considered an absolute expert. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the captain was caught by the Star Tower's law enforcement team after being at large for a long time. He was eventually executed. His ship, which was filled with hell creatures, evil spirits, and undead, was also destroyed and sank into the sea. The remains of the ship were then found by the current organization, the Undead Ship, and repaired. Although it was dilapidated, it could still be used as a base for the organization. The Undead Ship was actually docked in this foggy sea area. On the Undead Ship, green ghost fire that looked like lanterns were flickering everywhere. These were all undead creatures, lantern fire. Lantern fires were very weak, and low-level apprentice wizards could deal with them with some cantrips. However, there were many of them. There were tens of thousands of lantern fires everywhere on the 1,000-meter-long ship. They patrolled the ship day and night, and the slightest movement would alert them, and then the undead ship would quickly escape. After becoming a dark wizard organization, they would either run away or hide in dangerous waters that others would not go to. Other than low-level undead like the lantern fire, there were also some undead skeletons, undead knights riding on skeletal war horses, and even skeleton mages holding staffs on the ship. At the very top of the cabin, a 3-headed beast that was more than 20 meters long and had 3 heads was sleeping. The middle head had a single horn, and its flesh was rotten, revealing its ghastly white bones. This was the 3-headed hell lizard. It was powerful and was relatively rare among undead creatures. It looked ordinary, but its strength was close to that of a 2nd circle wizard. This was because this giant undead creature was a hybrid of the dragon race. Although it did not have much dragon race ancestry, it was still mixed blood. It was not even considered a hybrid like the earth dragon blood. It could not be compared to the descendants of the dragon race who had degenerated to a level that even extraordinary creatures could not compare to. The 3 heads of the 3-headed hell lizard possessed 3 different types of spell abilities. They were innately powerful spellcasters, and their bodies were incomparably tough. Below the 3-headed hell lizard, in the captain's cabin, Green Ghost Carter prostrate on the ground and looked at the black-robed figure on the throne of bones. Half of the face of this black-robed wizard was a skeleton, and the other half was rotten flesh. It looked extremely distorted and terrifying. His chest was also empty. There was no heart. Black demonic flames burned in his eye sockets. This was the current captain of the undead ship. Dark Wizard Harland, but people remembered him more by his other nickname, Demon. This was because his style was too avant-garde and terrifying, giving people a deep impression. However, this was the usual style of many wizards from the School of Death. It was inevitable that he would be like this when he dealt with hell creatures, undead, and all kinds of death-type spells. At this moment, Demon Harland's eyes were filled with anger. The demon fire burned out of his head. It was the literal meaning of burning with rage. So, not only did you fail to get the Eye Devil's gaze, but you also caused the death of an official wizard from the undead ship, and then you ran back with your tail between your legs? And the one who killed our official wizard was an apprentice wizard of the Grey Tower. Demon Harland said slowly. Green Ghost Carter was trembling with fear. In front of this powerful second circle wizard, even if he was a veteran first circle wizard, he was nothing. Captain, it's all my fault. I made a mistake. I didn't expect that the Grey Tower would actually recruit a legendary knight-level apprentice wizard. Green Ghost Carter frantically kowtowed and confessed. Humph, useless trash. The demon snorted coldly. Even with a second circle wizard's state of mind, he was about to explode. The current official wizards of the undead ship, not including Demon Harland, were only 6. Now, another had died, leaving only 5. Although their numbers were still greater than the Grey Tower, the problem was that the current tower master of the Grey Tower, the crazy old man who had almost replaced all his organs with alchemical prosthetics, was too powerful. Other than that crazy old man, that damned white snake, the pet of the previous tower master, was also extremely strong. In order to fight against the crazy old man, Harland refused to be outdone. Since he had a modified alchemical body, he shall directly turn himself into a half-human, undead monster. If he didn't want to be human, he won't be human either. Chapter 260, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 5. Since he has the powerful second circle transcendent creature, the White Snake, a mixed blood of the dragon race, he shall go all out and capture a second circle three-headed hell lizard from hell. It's also a mixed blood of the dragon race. In the arms race, Demon Harland was no weaker than anyone else in his life. It was even more impossible for him to lose to his arch-enemy, the Grey Tower. The problem was that the wizard under him was disappointing. An official wizard was killed by an apprentice wizard. If word got out, it would be a joke. If they went out to rob, they might end up losing everything. The demon was so angry. However, he remembered that the apprentice wizard was a legendary knight. Harland accepted his fate. 100 years ago, when he was still a first circle wizard, he had fought with a legendary knight in the Star Tower. In the end, both sides were evenly matched. That legendary knight was a woman. She seemed to be very famous in the human world. She was called Flower Knight Elena. That damned woman had superb swordsmanship, and her powerful breathing technique made the confident Demon Harland suffer a lot. After Demon Harland attained his second circle, he once wanted to take revenge on the Flower Knight. It was a pity that he only found out when he went to the Star Tower that the Flower Knight had already advanced to a third circle wizard, and had advanced to the ranks of intermediate wizards. He could only return dejectedly. Now, another legendary knight had appeared in this sea area. This made Harland recall the past. Now is the time for me to use people. You have destroyed the official wizard that I have painstakingly nurtured. I will not punish you because it's meaningless. Within a year, no matter what method you use, you have to create another official wizard for me. Otherwise. The demon was burning with anger as he sneered. Don't worry, Captain. I'll definitely do it, Green Ghost Carter said with a trembling voice. He thought to himself, where am I going to find an official wizard? An official wizard is not that easy to find. Also, check the name of that legendary knight and his wizard talent. If he has a double affinity or is a children of the elements, we must kill him before he becomes an official wizard. If it's just a normal talent, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he'll become a first circle wizard at most. A legendary knight is the end of the knight's path. Therefore, his strength can't reach the second circle. It won't affect our future plans. Harland remembered that Elena was a child of the elements. Her cultivation speed was too terrifying. It made Harland feel like he was trash. So, such a tragedy could not happen again. All right, Captain. I will often send people to patrol the route near the Grey Tower. Once we find that legendary knight, we will kill him on the spot. However, what if he continues to hide in the Grey Tower? Green Ghost Carter suddenly thought about it and asked again. We can't start a wizard war with the Grey Tower for the time being. Recently, those damned law enforcers of the Star Tower have been looking for us all over the world. We can only make a move after I advance to the third circle. If he doesn't come out, you can wait slowly. No one can be patient and stay in a broken tower for so long. Demon Harland looked at Green Ghost Carter with dissatisfaction. Green Ghost Carter slowly retreated. Harland returned to his throne and continued meditating. In a spell shop in Whitesale Alley, Levi looked at the spellbooks in the display window. These were all spellbooks for cantrip models. A spellbook for a first ring spell would not be displayed in the display window. Levi's idea was to choose a control or defense type spell from the Ocean School of Thought, and an attack type. 0 ring cantrip, water arrow. Spell constitution, 3 constitution spell consumption, 3 spell power. Spell price, 20 points. For offensive spells, Levi did not hesitate and chose a normal cantrip like water arrow. Although this cantrip was not very powerful, its structure was simple, and it consumed very little spell power. Levi was very experienced, and it would not take long for him to reach the limit. Moreover, if he could cultivate the water arrow spell to its limit, its power would still be acceptable. At least, it would be enough for the apprentice wizard stage. As such, Levi did not even bother to look at the other fancy attack spells. In any case, the attack spells that he wanted to major in the future was from the School of Death. As for the second spell, Levi chose a control type spell. His current level 10 Black Snake defense was already quite good. With the Frost Giant armor, Levi could even withstand a casual attack from an official wizard. Of course, Green Ghost Carter had used a cantrip to attack Levi at the end, so the power was average. If he had used a real first ring spell, Levi might not have been able to withstand it. 0 ring cantrip, Tidal Grasp spell constitution, 5 constitution spell consumption, 5 spell power. Spell price, 40 points. This Tidal Grasp was much more difficult than Water Arrow. There weren't many control type spells, and Tidal Grip was considered a classic control type spell at the apprentice level of the Ocean School of Thought. Summon the power of water elements to form a tidal cage to restrict the enemy's movements. However, this cantrip level of control could only imprison the enemy for a short period of time. For Levi, this was enough. After buying the spells, Levi returned to the Grey Tower. He happened to meet senior sister Winnie, who had finished a class. "Junior brother, didn't you go to class?" Winnie asked. "No, senior sister, you just finished your class." Levi greeted politely. He remembered what Ms. Marlene had said and took another look at Winnie.